Welcome back, everyone. Got the second and final day of our conference. Thanks to everyone joining us in person and, of course, online. Today, the campaign continues. We've got important objectives in our plan of attack for today, and we're going to seize the initiative. I know you've been enjoying the conversations, and I think we've got some great sessions on tap for today that will be quite memorable as well. Our first session is a conversation between our award-winning Samuels and Murray Stone senior historian, Dr. Rob Zatino, who presented at our pre-conference symposium on Thursday, and author and award-winning journalist, Andrew Nagorski. Andy's here today to discuss with Rob his latest book, Saving Freud, The Rescuers Who Brought Him to Freedom, which tells the story of the attempt to get Freud out of Nazi-occupied Austria, and it was published just this past August. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rob.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Mike. Morning, everyone. As Grace Slick famously said on Sunday morning at Woodstock, it's a new dawn, and I'm glad to see you all up bright and early. Be talking history. This is a treat for me. Andy Nagorski, he needs no introduction, as they say, but of course that means he deserves a very long and fulsome introduction. And Andy has traveled the world, and he's been an editor and an author for longer than I've been in the business. And he was the bureau chief for Newsweek in Moscow, I believe, in the 80s. A couple times when it really counted. The height of the Cold War, Andy was right there in the middle of it. He's written, to go through the entire list might sound tedious, but I think it's worth going through a few of them. His book, The Greatest Battle, on the Battle of Moscow in 1941, is to me it's a nonpareil look at this great military confrontation. Hitlerland, how U.S. witnesses to the rise of Hitler. It's a great book, and Andy spoke about it here at the museum. 1941, the year Germany lost the war. Get an argument about that one in any bar you visit. But the book Nazi Hunters, perhaps, might be the book for which Andy is best known, but they're all really top flight. So at any rate, Andy Nagorski, it's really good to have you here, man. Good to see you.
Wonderful to be here, Rob.
Thanks so much for joining us. So today we have an interesting subject to talk about and a very interesting book. The title is Saving Freud. I think you just heard that. The Rescuers Who Brought Him to Freedom. Andy, tell us if you can. I guess the place always to start. Why this book? Why now? Where did the idea come from? And how does that idea kind of germinate into this?
Yeah. Well, Rob, you and I have talked on occasion when I've been in between books, and I think you realize that I'm not an author who knows when he's working on one book what the next book will be. There are some authors, like people you've had in this conference. I don't know if Lynn Olson is here, but I always envy her. She always seems to know 2 or 3 books ahead of time. And I'm so immersed in whatever the book is that I then need to air out. And then I have what I call my walkabout stage, where I'm thinking, this is obviously a well-covered area, but there, as everybody here, none of you would be here if it weren't for the fact that we know that there are always new stories to tell, new ways of looking at events and personalities. And when I was thinking after my book 1941, what to write next, at one point, one of the things I do is I read a lot of memoirs, correspondence, whatever that might trigger a thought. And I was reading the memoir of Stefan Zweig. Stefan Zweig was an Austrian Jewish author, mostly of fiction, in the early part of the 20th century. In fact, he was probably the most famous author of that, most popular author of that period. Fairly, in theory, light novels, novellas, but very deft and very observant. And he was a contemporary of Freud's, and he wrote a memoir, The World of Yesterday. And it's a beautifully written memoir about Vienna, a turn of the century, the Habsburg Empire, World War I, and so forth. And at a certain point, he discusses the fact that he knew Freud in Vienna. And just his very graphic description of his few encounters with him made me immediately think, this is a person who we all think we know about. He's such an iconic figure, but I knew very little about him as a person, as a three-dimensional man, and I wanted to know more. And then what really triggered it was what I call the eureka moment, was when in 1934, Zweig, as an Austrian Jew, said, you know, things are not going well in this neighborhood. In Germany next door, Hitler has taken power. People like myself should get out of here. And he leaves Austria. He ends up in London at first. And then the next mention of Freud is until 1938, when Freud pops up in London after the Anschluss. And I'm thinking, well, why was Freud in Vienna during the Nazi takeover? And he mentions that there were these several people who helped Freud get out of Vienna when it was so perilous. And so I wanted to know more. And when I began to explore the people who helped Freud escape Vienna when it was almost impossible to do so already, I realized the historical backdrop is one I know and we all talk about, but the cast of characters is totally different. I'm not a psychologist, but these were a lot of people who were interested, obviously, in psychoanalysis, but also had many other attributes that I'm sure we'll get into. So I thought, here's a tale that most people don't know. And also remember, Freud was born in 1856. So most of them think of him as a turn of the century, early 20th century figure. I'm not sure it had actually registered, I probably knew it, that he died in September of '39, 3 weeks into World War II. So he spanned all this time. He was 83 when he died. So he really, I think, through his story, you see a lot of the intellectual history of that era, the Habsburg Empire, and then an incredible saga of one man who I began to feel I got to know through this book in a way I never had any idea about: his personality, his quirks, his humor, all sorts of things.
You laid Freud out on the couch and you asked him a bunch of questions.
Yes. I just listened.
How important a figure is. So you just said something, but we all know Sigmund Freud. Everyone has heard of Freud, and you know the sort of Freudian terminology. How important a figure is Sigmund Freud to his time? You know, a scientist, what were his main contributions to modern science?
Well, I think one reason why we don't recognize necessarily how big his impact was at the time, because so many of his ideas had been incorporated into our own psyche and into our own worldview. When he came on the scene, I would compare it a little bit to, Copernicus. He tells us our place in the universe, and Darwin about evolution, and then there's Freud, who begins to talk about this stuff in this uncharted territory of the human mind, that what you see, the surface of all of us, is only a tiny fraction. There was a wonderful story where Anna Freud, his younger daughter, tells about when she was 14 years old, and she was walking with her father around the Prater section of Vienna, where there's some very nice houses, and her dad said, "Look, Anna, you see these nice houses? A lot of them have beautiful facades, but what you see inside, what's behind those facades, is not necessarily so beautiful." And in a very simple way, he talked about the subconscious, which was really not understood, about childhood fantasies, sexual repression, and of course the core of it, a lot of it had to do with sexual feelings of aversions, desires, and how all these kinds of forces, which we may not even we're not aware of necessarily, shape who we are. And that was shocking to people. It's shocking to, now we all say Freudian slip, Freudian that, get on the couch. But the talking cure which he came up with, which became psychoanalysis, and by the way, he had a good sense of branding. The talking cure doesn't work quite as well as analysis.
You pay more money for psychoanalysis than you will for talking cure.
But he was really revolutionary in his ideas.
One thing I took from the book, and by the way, Andy, I thought you evoked that era marvelously. So here's a man born in the 50s, 1850s, and he lives into a few weeks into World War II. And I thought you evoked that era well. It was an era of quest, of people thinking they could unlock the basic secrets of whatever it might be, the atom, the human mind, other areas of creation. You know, one thing I took from your book about Freud is his questing nature, the way he always seemed to be looking for a new key. Hypnosis, electrotherapy, cocaine, and eventually, of course, this psychoanalytical process that he worked out. Is that a good way to is that a good way to describe him? Is he the eternal questor?
Oh yes, yeah. I think he was an incredibly ambitious man who claimed he wasn't. When he was courting his wife Martha, he wrote to her at one point, "I'm not one of these people who feels I have to etch my initials on the rock before the tide sweeps me away." Well, he wanted
people
to...
who say that are just the sort of people who want to etch their name on the rock.
Exactly. And he went to medical school, but he was always looking, well, what can I do that will really somehow constitute a breakthrough? And he was always intrigued by everything from ancient civilizations to current behavior. And so, as you say, at one point, he experimented with cocaine because a friend of his had cut himself in the lab. He was working in a lab, and a friend of his had cut himself while performing an autopsy on a corpse, and had become addicted to morphine. And he read about the Incas and cocaine, and he became convinced this might be it. This might be the miracle drug. I can cure my friend. And he began experimenting with his friend, and then with himself. And for a while, it seemed, wow, this is unbelievable. And then, of course, it became another addiction, and he realized this isn't it. He went to Paris and studied with a man by the name of Charcot, who was great in hypnosis and seances, and he was intrigued by him, and so he and yes, very briefly electrotherapy, but he was really looking at the world of the mind, and a part of it was in a lab in terms of neurology, but in a more comprehensive way, he was really thinking, well, how do I unlock that mind? And how do I unlock the minds of people who had what was then the general diagnosis was hysteria? That was for any sort of mental disease. And so that became it. And then when he and one of his mentors seemed to have some success with a woman who had been written off as a quote-unquote hysteric, through what he called the talking cure, that became that major breakthrough.
Let's fast forward a bit through Freud's career. By World War I, he's a world famous scientist.
Yes.
One of the most eminent intellectuals of his day. What do the Nazis, who are a post-World War I movement, what do they have against Freud? I mean, there's one obvious one, that he's Jewish, yeah. But what do they have against psychoanalysis itself? Why do the Nazis find someone like Freud and his science so repugnant?
Well, of course, yes. The Jewish component and their general disdain for kind of what they saw as effete intellectualism. But they actually even had a clinic in Berlin run by Goering's cousin, which dealt with what they called psychotherapy. So there was some psychology there, but of course they wanted to separate it from this Jewish person in Vienna who they thought was subversive. And the underlying premise, though, was that people, the master race, of course, can't have a subconscious with all sorts of dark forces operating. They are noble. If they have problems, they are easily fixable, they sort of had some general conception of PTSD after World War I, although it was not called that, of course. But the idea was that that the Aryans, the master race, do not have major psychological problems. It's like, remember when, in the old Soviet days, prostitutions in the Soviet Union? No prostitution, no drugs, no, everything was the way you dealt with it is denying its existence. And the notion that if you accepted the premises of Freud and how the mind worked, how can you accept the premise of a master race? Because this is the human mind, no matter what the exterior of that person is.
I think of, I guess all totalitarians always claiming there are no problems in our society. The president of Iran not so long ago said there are no gays in Iran.
Exactly.
Famously. So when you're saying that, how can there be a master race with mental problems? It's really.
And the other very quick thing is that Freud's theories leads one to one major conclusion, and that was lived out in his own life: tolerance. He did not judge other people's behavior. He tried to analyze it. And that goes against every totalitarian instinct.
Sure. Freud had been living in Vienna for a long time when the Nazis came to power, really for his whole adult life. They come to power, of course, first in Germany in 1933. Hardly have to tell this audience that. And then there's a so-called Anschluss, a union between Nazi Germany and Austria in 1938. Would you say Freud seemed to misjudge it's interesting. I mean, Freud is this observer who seemingly has unlocked all these secrets that no one else had ever known. But he seemed to misjudge the rise of the Nazi phenomenon or its meaning or the true evil of it. I wonder if you comment on that, Andy.
Yeah. I mean, on the one hand, Freud, in the abstract, understood the rise of totalitarianism, and not just fascism, but of communism, the Bolshevik Revolution. He had no patience, for instance, for those. There were a number of young Americans who came to him to study or for cures, and some of them had gone to Russia and said, "Oh, there's this wonderful Bolshevik revolution." And he said, "It's not so wonderful. Any movement that claims that they have all the solutions and is also going to take over everything in the name of the greater good, you better be wary of it." And he wrote a paper called Civilization and Its Discontents in about 1930 that was very to the point about how brutal people can be, and and then express it through politics, through control of others, and destroy minorities, and particularly Jews, who he said often serve that purpose for many. But on the other hand, the other thing that struck me about Freud, which I did not understand totally until I got into this, was how much a man of habit he was, of conservatism in the small c, in that he grew up in that Austrian-Hungarian Empire, in that Vienna. The same Vienna, by the way, that Hitler later briefly inhabited in the early 20th century, where yes, there was prejudice, there were extremist movements, but the Austro-Hungarian Empire, with maybe about 50 million people, 9 different nationalities, numerous minorities, was by the standards of the times, was a fairly tolerant place. And when he encountered anti-Semitism, which he was aware of, he dealt with it. He never backed away. He would confront it. In fact, a couple of his sons once were pestered by some anti-Semites on a lake.
Yeah, you described that story very well.
Yeah. And they came home saying these people are shouting at us, threatening us, and Freud gets out there, takes the rowboat across the lake where this crowd of anti-Semites is there, and they start shouting again. And Freud, who has his walking stick, and just gets off the boat and starts waving his walking stick like this very serious professor, and they all scatter. But the remarkable thing about that story, not only that he had the courage to do that, but his son later remembered he never mentioned it again. It was, you dealt with that sort of stuff, but Vienna particularly was a place where Jews like himself yes, they may encounter anti-Semitism, but they could do very well. And he did very well. And for a long time, he hoped that that Austria could survive, even when Austria became a fascist state, but it was a much, much different kind of fascism than the fascism next door. And he was very reluctant to ban it. Also, the other part of it was that by this point, he's up there in years. And he's had cancer of the jaw and had numerous operations, the result of his famous cigar smoking.
Never-ending cigars.
Never-ending parade. You know, he said, I can't work, I can't think unless I smoke. That's my cigars. And if I can't think, I can't write. And he was always writing and thinking. So he's really hoping he could live out the rest of, he knew he would not live that much longer, that he did not like the idea of exile. And he was very resistant to it.
Let me ask you then, Andy, to broaden this a bit, to discuss Freud as a Jew, as a historic Jew. Jewish communities have a long-standing tradition of reacting to persecution. And it's not to wave your walking stick around. It's to keep your head down, endure, wait. It'll eventually blow over. It always does. The Jews have been living in Europe for well over 1,500 years, and this has not been unfamiliar to them. That tactic had worked for centuries. Is that what Freud and many others are thinking in the 1930s with regards to the Nazis? Does he have some sort, I mean, his friend and protege Jung would probably say there's some historical consciousness inside Freud that he's borrowed the sort of culture of the centuries. I wonder, is that what Freud's thinking about? We'll keep our heads down. We'll come out the other side, we always have.
In part, that was maybe what he was thinking at first. But he did admit that if, for instance, Austria gets taken over by the Nazis, then, you know, sort of everything that he sort of lived for, his Austria, will be gone. But he just did not, you know, I think he was like many of us. If we have certain habits, and by the way, this man had his clothes made by a tailor, barber who came in the morning and trimmed his beard, had his meals at very set times, his walkabouts, the Ringstrasse, the horseshoe-shaped Strasse in Vienna. And so he had all these habits while being a revolutionary. Think you're a conservative man. And so, and like many of us, when there seems to be a threat, I live in Florida. The hurricane is coming, and you say, well, they'll probably pass me by again.
I'm going to go buy some chocolate eclairs at Publix.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Some people write it up.
Yeah, and you here in New Orleans have had a few such experiences.
Absolutely.
And so he was very human in that respect. So he did not want to contemplate the worst, but he could think about the worst. And in terms of his Judaism, he was not a religious Jew at all. He did not believe in God. And he, in fact, his wife came from an Orthodox Jewish family, and sometimes he sort of needled her a bit about her family traditions. But he always made a point of identifying as a Jew, and as the Nazi threat grew, even more so. He once said, I always identified as German culturally. Now I identify as a Jew. I mean, so he would never walk away from a confrontation, and he also felt his Judaism helped him, made him a natural outsider, which gave him the courage to expound these theories, which we taught, you know, as we were saying, how he went from relative obscurity as a medical student to suddenly becoming such a famous psychologist. At first, the medical establishment was really looking down on their noses at him. He said, the fact that I come from the Jewish tradition means that I can withstand the fact of being an outsider, and I'm not going to let that stop me.
So you have this seizure power in Austria by the Nazis in 1938, and it's clear to a circle of Freud's friends that they're going to have to get him out of the country. I wonder if you can tell us a bit, and it's really the heart of the book, about this rescue team. No one recruits them. They sort of kind of coalesce together, all with one aim, and that's to get Sigmund Freud out of the country before the Nazis do something horrible to him. Imprison him, make him recant his teachings, maybe kill him, who knows? Yeah. I wonder if you could tell us a bit about that. Let's start with William Bullitt, for example.
I'll just say, you said maybe kill him. I'll get right to one point. People usually don't think about Freud and the Holocaust. But one of the things that also struck me why I wrote this book was, would Freud, if he had lived until the Holocaust, he lived to the beginning of the war, but not the full Holocaust, would he have survived? Well, there's an answer, I think, to that question. 4 of his sisters who did not leave Vienna at that time and then were not able to get out died in the Holocaust, in the camps. And that's something most people don't know. One sister had left earlier, married someone, and come to the States. 4 died, 1 of starvation in Theresienstadt, and 3 in the gas chambers of Treblinka. So that, I think that question is pretty clear.
Good.
This group, William Bullitt, okay, so suddenly there is a group of people around Freud, who, because of his early fame as this practitioner of this new art called psychoanalysis. And all sorts of people come to see him. One of them is William Bullitt. William Bullitt had started his career, he was from an old Philadelphia family, had been a very successful journalist briefly as a very young man, and then had dabbled in diplomacy, had been on Woodrow Wilson's peace mission to Europe after the war, was very disenchanted with Wilson. Then he went back to writing, and in 1926, he's having marital problems. He's married to, by the way, the widow of John Reed, who was the
10 Days That Shook the World.
10 Days That Shook the World. So, I mean, this is another reason I found this book so fascinating, because with these characters, because suddenly it's sort of branching off into all parts of the history of this century. And he goes to Freud to treat, some people say, impotence, who knows? But he goes to Freud, and he's very impressed with Freud, and Freud is very interested in this young man, and they find a common interest in their disdain for Woodrow Wilson. Freud, as an Austro-Hungarian patriot, hates Wilson's role in the dismemberment of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, so you've got the 2 of them who decide to write a book together on Wilson. It's not a very good book, and there's a long story about that. It's in my book, but I'll leave that out. But then Bullitt gets back in the good graces of the U.S. government, becomes the first U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union in the 1930s, and then he becomes the ambassador to France. And during this period when when Hitler's moving in on Austria, he's ambassador to France, and one of Bullitt's key priorities is protect Sigmund Freud. He knows he's still Vienna. He had tried to encourage him to leave. He's actually a bit irritated with Freud that he hasn't left. And he has one of his closest friends assigned as a consul general in Vienna to look after Freud and to signal to the new Nazi authorities that the Americans are watching every step of the way. And that's even with an actual U.S. Embassy car pulling up in front of the Freud's apartment at Berggasse 19 with the U.S. flag on it, to say this was a time when there was still a feeling that Hitler might be swayed by pressure from others.
So you have William Bullitt, who's an American diplomat. You say ambassador to France. Now, the audience is going to start thinking we're making this up. What role does Napoleon's great-grandniece, Marie Bonaparte, play in your book, Andy?
Yeah. So,
I mean, we have to have a reference to one reference to Napoleon per every.
Well, this is a pretty significant reference, and that's another. Napoleon's brother has a granddaughter by the name of Marie Bonaparte. Grows up in France, and she is very sheltered. Her mother had died young. Her father's very domineering. She's not royalty yet, but she's very famous, obviously because of her last name, quite wealthy. And then she is married, an arranged marriage to the Prince of Greece and Denmark. So she becomes Princess of Greece and Denmark, living in Paris. They have a fairly distant marriage, but reasonably amicable. But Marie Bonaparte is, let's say, ahead of her time for a young woman of that era, and very active. She has a procession of lovers, including Aristide Briand, who was Prime Minister of France several times. And despite this very active life, she's sexually frustrated. She cannot achieve orgasm. And I'm afraid, you know, in a Freud discussion, we have to throw in a few such terms.
My children are watching.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's bleep that out. And she finds a psychologist, someone who follows Freud in France, and says, I have to get to Freud. And she has the wealth and power, and she eventually convinces someone to introduce her to Freud. She starts going to Vienna for treatment, and is totally entranced by Freud, not only because of what he can, the way he psychoanalyzes, but she decides she wants to become a psychoanalyst. She wants to help him spread this movement. And from then on, she's one of his closest colleagues. And Freud immediately takes to her. And despite they have such contrasting lifestyles, views on so many things, but they bond in an incredibly close way. And she becomes a key player in this rescue plan.
You have other dramatis personae. I probably shouldn't go through all of them. We want people to buy the book and read it. But Freud's daughter, for example, Anna.
Yes.
But there's also, you know, throwing in for good measure, there's a Nazi in this group of individuals who helped get Freud out of Vienna. His name is Anton Sauerwald. Can you tell us something about what was Sauerwald's role in this story?
This, for me, was one of the biggest surprises. I mean, yeah, a lot of these characters were new to me, but Sauerwald, and there wasn't a lot known about him. When the Nazis took over Vienna, when the Anschluss happened, they assigned someone called a trustee to each prominent Jewish family. And of course, Freud was a target. He was both successful professionally, world famous and all that. And the idea, this is again, this is 1938, it's before it's clear that there's going to be a full-blown Holocaust. The idea, at the very least, is extort as much wealth as possible. And then it's unclear, are they going to let these people emigrate? Are they going to be thrown in camps or what? So a lot depended on the trustee. And the trustee here was Sauerwald, someone who'd gone to the University of Vienna, studied chemistry, and then gone into the Nazi movement. And he first burst into Freud's apartment and into their printing press and spewing normal anti-Semitic, really hate and sounding like he's going to be awful. But then he begins hanging around. He has to go through all the records, finances, and so forth. And he also starts reading Freud's works, which are on the bookshelves there in Freud's apartment. And he begins to clearly show some respect for Freud. In fact, when some other SS guys come in, he tells Anna Freud, the daughter, well, you know, those are Prussians. They don't really know how important Freud is.
Down here in civilized Austria.
Yeah, civilized Austria, exactly. And eventually, and also, he at one point, when he was a student, one of his favorite professors was a chemistry professor who was an elderly Jewish chemistry professor who had since died. And despite his Nazi beliefs, he looked back on him fondly. And Freud had known that professor. And again, personal connections matter, even in the grand sweep of history. And I think he began transferring some of his respect for that professor to Freud. And at a key moment, I won't go into all the details, that's in the book, but he makes a decision not to reveal some information about Freud that might have doomed Freud, that might have prevented him from ever getting out of Austria, and he withholds that information from his superiors just long enough for Freud to get out of the country.
So the Nazis were correct. Freud is dangerous. The Nazi reads Freud, and he's not
Absolutely.
converted, perhaps, but
Yes.
converted to a sense of humanity, at least.
Yeah.
I found that to be the most interesting single thing I read in the book. So you have this very distinguished group. They're kind of motley, I would say. They've been drawn together from various regions: England, France, the United States, even throw in a Nazi for good measure. Tell us about the mechanics, if you will, Andy, just a bit about Operation Freud, which is what they called it.
Yeah.
Is how to get Sigmund out of Vienna. He's not particularly enthused about it. He eventually gets convinced it's going to have to be done. But can you tell us a bit about Operation Freud?
When the Anschluss happens, and Hitler on March 15th of 38 is speaking in Vienna, proclaiming the end of Austria, that's a short walk from Freud's apartment. If any of you have ever been to it, it's now the Freud Museum in Vienna. And even then, Freud is still a bit hesitant. But this rescue squad springs into action. Marie Bonaparte says, I'm coming from Paris. I'm going to do everything possible. And there's another member of this rescue squad, Ernest Jones, who's a Welsh psychologist who lives in London, who was an early follower of Freud, who had studied German just to read Freud before he was translated much. And he swoops in. And there are two parts to this rescue plan. Convince Freud, the game is up, do everything possible to get out. And that happens pretty quickly. Jones comes in and argues with him. Others do. But the key moment is Anna Freud, who's the youngest daughter, who is an incredibly courageous young woman. She takes over dealing with the Nazis because she wants to protect her father, who's in his early 80s. And so at one point, the Gestapo grabs Anna Freud and takes her away. And Freud is just beside himself. This was his favorite child and the closest to him personally and professionally. And all day she's gone. And by the time she finally shows up, he's so relieved. He says, we have to get out of here because she has a future. I may not have much of a future. My wife, Martha, may not have much of a future, but she has to live on. And so she does the negotiations, which is about basically how much money we're going to pay.
Extortion.
Extortion.
It's extortion.
It's called a flight tax. And Marie Bonaparte, by the way, puts up most of that money at first. Freud later makes a point of trying to pay back what he can. And Anna and getting the permissions. And just one little touch. Finally, when they navigate all this, and finally they give him a piece of paper to sign saying, okay, we're going, you're okay to get out. You sign this paper. We never mistreated you. We never prosecuted you. The new authorities in the Third Reich, now with control of Austria, have always been, basically gentlemen. And he knows he has to sign this paper. And while he's, he gets ready to sign it, and there's a Nazi official behind him looking to make sure he signs it. He says, "Can I just add one thing? I would recommend the Gestapo to anyone."
A sense of humor there at the end.
Yeah, and his housekeeper, who overheard this, almost fell through the floor. Yeah, but that's the other thing I liked about Freud is that even when this is a rather dangerous joke, but he had a sense of humor even despite his dour experience.
We're coming to the end of our conversation, Andy. We're going to throw it open to the tender mercies of the crowd here in a moment. Sure. What I took away from your book is Freud's importance to the modern world. I mean, you touched on this earlier. We all know words. A Freudian slip you mentioned. There's ego and there's id. The Oedipus complex. Oh yes. Even terms like trauma. He shows up in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Mm-hmm. They call him Freud. Yeah. If you've seen the film. How would you? What is his importance to our own day? We talked about his scientific innovations at the time, but why is Freud important today?
I've talked to, since I did this book, one thing I got to say, I was a little hesitant venturing in this field. Again, I'm not a psychologist. I took Psych 101 in college. What does that get me, But I've been interviewed by various psychologists, psychiatrists. I was in London recently for the British edition. And I'm thinking, and one of the top psychiatrists interviewed me. I'm thinking, oh my God, just really don't grill me on the details of the science. For them, it was also this. They wanted to know about the person because I think his ideas have so permeated our consciousness, that even as a lot of psychologists start, when I talk to them about it, saying, oh, I'm not a Freudian, that's a little passé, you know, and there are all sorts of theories in schools. But everything, the starting point was Freud. For every I think, our understanding of the human mind today, and every psychologist, psychiatrist has some notion, has internalized some of his concepts. And the whole idea that we do not understand necessarily why we do certain things, or what the significance of our dreams are, or why we can have physical manifestations of things that seem to have no physical cause. These are all things that Freud was the first one to explore, and for that, I think, you know, I think his legacy continues to be huge.
Great. I think you can almost look at the Nazis and judge them by the number of brilliant minds they drove out of the country.
Oh, yes, yes.
Einstein would be another one, of course.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, Einstein and Freud once met in 1927. And here's another example. Freud, afterwards, Freud is asked, well, how was your meeting with Einstein? He said it was wonderful. He knows as much about psychology as I do about physics. So we had a very nice conversation.
As they say. On that note, thank you so much, Andy. Sure. A brilliant book, and again, it's Saving Freud. Now, somewhere out there is Jeremy Collins, I believe. I don't see him right now. Right. And there he is. Jeremy.
Great. We'll start in the center, halfway back, please.
Great. That was great, Andy.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, you make it so
That's great.
Well, I actually have a PhD in industrial psychology.
Oh, boy.
So
I'm running away.
I studied the history of psychology, getting that PhD, and even though I'm not a Freudian, I was an antecedent behavior consequence kind of person. Freud was the one who started people thinking about the processes in your head and making that important. And from a World War II perspective, the invention of psychological tests, as you would call them, were actually intelligence tests. And in the British Army, if you were a nobleman, you got to be an officer. But the ability to take people who didn't have a lot of education and identify what their abilities were to learn enabled people who came from different lower backgrounds or less education to move up in the world because they knew they were smart. And before those kind of tests, they were not qualified to do things because of their background. But those tests helped the military, especially in World War I, begin to find the people who were capable of, you know, doing artillery or things like that. So his influence for the military is huge because he and his colleagues of that time invented separating your level in the world from your intellectual ability to prosper if you were given the chance.
Yeah.
Comments on that, Andy?
Yeah, that's a very good point. I agree completely. And it's also interesting that by the time, you know, in World War II, psychologists are at work during Nuremberg trials. The U.S. sends a psychologist to try to analyze these guys who are in the dock. It's sort of an irony that the Nazis who actually in the burning of the books in 1933, and they threw in Freud's books, and among many others. But then the people and those theories are applied to those who lost the war.
We actually did Rorschach tests.
Yes.
Which have been published. The Rorschach tests of the top Nazi leadership have been published. You know, you ink blot, and then you say, what does it suggest to you? And they say things like, it looks like a child ripping an insect apart or something. You know, they're clearly deranged.
What's a clue?
They're clearly deranged men.
We're going to stay in this row to your right, please.
You mentioned that in the early days of that Austrian fascism was different from German fascism, and I'd like you to explain how it was and how it kind of degenerated toward the Nazi version over time.
Okay, very good question. Yeah, I mean, there was a fascist movement in Austria, but there were some Austrian fascists who became basically a Nazi sort of paramilitary, but the Austrian fascists, and they elected a prime minister named Dollfuss, who is this very diminutive man, but who was, they were, while they had some racist doctrines, certainly because they're fascists, but they did not implement the kind of draconian racist policies, especially against Jews, and there's a tradition of that, by the way. The mayor of Austria, of Vienna, in the turn of the century, was a very famous man by the name of Karl Lueger, who's often invoked as this very nasty mayor. And in fact, Hitler, when he was in Austria in the early part of the 20th century, looked to Lueger and some of his anti-Semitic theories as a justification for some of his own early ideas. But Lueger, the Jewish community in Vienna, always maintained ties with him and managed to somehow negotiate a reasonable, kind of live and let live policy. And so there was. And one of the ironies is when the Austrian fascist movement took place in the early 30s, they looked to buffer themselves from Hitler and the Nazis, and they looked to Mussolini for help. Thinking Mussolini's got the South Tyrol and all that, he doesn't want to have. There's still this idea that there can be a balance between the dictators. Of course, Mussolini basically loses that contest very quickly, but initially there was hope that Italy would be a bit of a shield for this, so that the idea, and Freud very frankly writes about the fact that he thinks our Austrian extreme right-wingers could be our protection. That obviously proved to be an illusion. I think that Austrian history, as you know, is very complicated in the way it's portrayed. It is not the sound of music, but even though that's a great film, and the Austrian identity. But there was an attempt to save that. But there also was that counter pull of Austrians who consider themselves German, who not necessarily Nazis, but German. So it was a very complex mix. And in the end, of course, they were overwhelmed.
We're going to stay towards the center, towards the back, please.
Andine, your research and thinking about Freud, did you also think about the significance of German-speaking Jews in the intellectual history of the century? It's been said that the three most consequential figures were Karl Marx, Albert Einstein, and Sigmund Freud. And did you have a sense of the importance of that culture and history to that period of time?
Good question, too.
Yes, good question. And Rob alluded to this too, that one of the aside from whatever moral judgment you make, one of the stupidest tactical strategic decisions of the Nazis was to drive out so many brilliant people. And that was true in Vienna, that was true in Berlin, certainly. Why did Einstein leave? Yeah, he left earlier than Freud, and he was not waiting around. So the contribution was huge. In Vienna, about 10% of the population was Jewish. But if you looked at the arts, about science, academia in general, physicians, of course, Jews were overrepresented there, and not disproportionately represented. And again, that speaks to the fact that people could rise and could be very successful there. And that's why people, Jews from all parts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, gravitated to Vienna, which was this glittering imperial capital in those days. And so the cultural, I don't go into a huge amount in this book about it, but that was the atmosphere in which Freud grew up, and as was then Berlin in the 20s too. I always remember the stories of Americans who saying in Berlin in the 20s you could go to a party and Albert Einstein would just show up, have a drink, and in Vienna you could you'd have Gustav Mahler and Kokoschka and, all any kind of arts and the cream of society. So, and that's why I think we all still, at least a lot of us still find a city like Vienna just irresistibly attractive despite its tortured history.
I mean, much of Hitler's appeal, I think, was that he was deliberately rejecting all those great thinkers.
Yes. Yeah.
Pointy-headed intellectuals, effete intellectuals who have nothing to do with the common man. And Hitler deliberately called out their Jewishness. He said, this is what we have to get, exactly what we have to get rid of.
Yeah, there were really I say there were kind of two Viennas, and I can almost imagine, I mentioned to someone this morning at breakfast that, for a brief time, Hitler was living in Vienna, and of course Freud was there. Imagine them, they might have walked right by each other on the street in Vienna in those days. And it's quite a concept to think about, but there was Freud's Vienna, which was very intellectual, artistic, scientific, and there was Hitler's Vienna, this down-and-out guy who was rejected when he wanted to go to art school. That's an admissions committee I would like to talk to.
Let's have a look at that portfolio one more time.
Yeah. And because of that sense of rejection, he takes it out, as you say, Rob, on everybody. He said, everybody, and who's the most convenient scapegoat are the Jews.
Hitler spent Christmas of 1912 in a homeless shelter.
Yeah.
Living in Vienna. You mentioned down and out. That's a perfect
down and out, and
Hitler's
sometimes he was literally sleeping on the street.
Yep.
All the way in the back to your right, please, gentlemen.
Rob and Andy, I want to thank you for a great discussion, conversation. It's great to have a panel on Freud here at the museum. I just wanted to make just a brief comment, then a question. Since Andy and Rob have drawn our attention to the connections between Freud's theory, Nazism, and the Holocaust, it's also worth noting that a man named Peter Fröhlich, he was a German Jew who got out in the late 30s, comes to the United States, becomes known as Peter Gay, becomes obviously one of the leading biographers, scholars working on Freud and psychoanalysis, so highly recommend his work, and he wrote a memoir about his time in Germany in the 30s. Andy, the question I have is, after doing all this work on Freud, do you see any elements in his theory that help us make sense of fascism? That it's a movement that depended so much on psychology, on understanding crowds and spectacle and what would really stir people. And so obviously it's a perfect subject for psychologists, for psychoanalysts, etc. You see any elements of Freud's thought that can help us better understand it? Thank you.
Yeah, that's an excellent. Yeah, and first of all, thanks for that acknowledgement of Peter Gay. He's a wonderful writer, and his biography, his biography of Freud, one of the early ones, was obviously a great resource, and I've read others works of his, and he really knew his subject well.
Indeed.
And yeah, I mean, the irony I think also is, I would say Hitler had a pretty good instinctive sense of psychology, especially early on. If you read the descriptions of when he was in that stage in Munich, when he was an agitator for this tiny party in the beer halls, and how he performed, and his sense of theatricality. We always see these clips of Hitler ranting and raving. Well, that's not the Hitler most people saw immediately in those settings. People who observed him then, and I've gone back to see some of those firsthand observations, would talk about how he would start very softly, talking about all the frustrations of post-World War I Germany, the inflation, the poor housewife who can't put food on the table, the humiliated veteran, they've lost the war and they're being punished for it even more. And then he gradually ratcheted up and the crescendo. And he knew how to stage it. And one time, so he had all sorts of theories about how to do that, and a lot of them were quite good about, for instance, holding rallies at night instead of the day, because he knew at night people were more susceptible to be moved, their emotions. And he understood there were subconscious emotions there. He didn't put in those terms. So in some ways, if Hitler had been a different person, he might have appreciated some of the stuff Freud had to say. He worked that very, very successfully. And then, of course, Freud would have had a fun time analyzing Hitler. I think one of the reasons I think all of us are fascinated by this period and by the Nazi movement is because of psychology. It goes beyond just what the Germans did or the Austrians or whichever, because it's about human behavior. How are human beings capable of this kind of behavior? And that's the ultimate fascination for it, regardless of their nationality or what uniform they're wearing. But it's most manifested, of course, in the Nazi movement. And that's a question of psychology, of perhaps of mythology too, and all sorts of things. So I think all of these, try to apply those tools, although I will say, for instance, like with the Nazi psychologist at Nuremberg, the American psychologist at Nuremberg, people trying to find, what was the key that set off these people to go, some of whom were pretty well educated, to do the things they did and act the way they did. Nobody came up with a satisfactory answer.
Or for Hitler. There's that sense that you'll just find that magic moment, but I've often thought that's kind of a trivialization of Freud. Much more putting your personality together is a process.
Yes.
You'd sort of do it every day. It's not something one thing that you can point to.
And that's why also psychoanalysis is a process.
Yes.
He never believed that you're just going to come in and I'll, oh, that's your problem. Here's how to fix it. No, that's not the way it works.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, a great start to our morning. Thanks to Rob Citino and, of course, Andrew Nagorski.
Always a delight.
We'll take our first break. Andy and Rob will both be outside at the book signing station. Please return in time for our 10 o'clock session. Thank you very much.
I think I've always been a helper. I can remember during high school, I would work at the charity hospital in summers, and the head oral surgeon there, because I worked in the dental clinic, said to me, you have such a knack for helping people. I think I was wired that way. Growing up in New Orleans, I have to tell you, was very special. I mean, the customs there, the Mardi Gras, all the things that we did. We used to walk in the French Quarter and stop at all the jazz places, because I love jazz. And it was just so wonderful. We had all the things we needed. We had a warm house, we had good food on the table, because my mother cooked 3 meals a day. I mean, she was a typical mother with 6 children. I think my values were established by my parents. My whole family have always been very pro-military. I can remember as a kid, we would be riding along the road. I would be with my dad, and he'd see a soldier on the side of the road, and he'd stop and say, "Son, where are you going? Come on, get in the car, I'll take you there." I mean, these pictures linger in my psyche because it left such a strong impression. I really consider ourselves a military family, because my grandfather was killed in World War I. My 2 brothers served in the armed forces, and my son-in-laws. I mean, throughout the family, you can find military people. So I have always revered the military. I realize the sacrifices they make.
We interrupt this program to bring you a flash from the NBC newsroom. The president has just announced from the White House that the Japanese have bombed Pearl Harbor.
When the war started, I was 9 years old. When we were attacked by the Japanese, I was at home. If my memory serves me right, I think it was a Sunday, and I was at home with my parents, but I will never forget President Roosevelt coming on the radio, because there was no TV then, coming on the radio saying, "This is a day that will live in infamy." And it seems like, you know, 1,000 years ago, but that memory lingers.
I've heard stories since I was a child of what it was like for her going through the war as a child, and how her mother had a victory garden, and her love of our country and her patriotism, in addition to her desire to always give back to others, has really been an inspiration to me.
I think World War II taught me sacrifice. It taught me fear. I had never had fear before, and we had to close our blinds at night. We couldn't turn on the lights. We used candles and sometimes kerosene lamps, but everything had to be like a blackout. And in school, we had drills. We'd have to duck under our desk. And so I had never known that kind of fear before.
My dad was 13 when the war started. When the war ended, he enlisted, because then he was of the age that he could enlist. And so he was in the 82nd Airborne Division in the Army. And so truly, I've just grown up hearing stories and experiences, and I've been fortunate that my uncles and my father-in-law have been willing to share those stories, and I found them to be unbelievably inspiring, and I really feel in awe of their courage and their sacrifice for our country.
And really, it's one of the reasons I am such a proponent of the World War II Museum. I believe we need to educate young people. Young people today, they don't know what war is. They've never been through a war. And they need to learn the consequences. And that's why it's so important to me to be contributing to something that will educate young people of the consequences of war.
As the product of a family that gave her an understanding of the value of hard work and tenacity, and with a deep concern for others, Jenny Craig became a successful businesswoman and entrepreneur. Her accomplishments reflected her character and values.
People ask me, why did you choose the weight loss industry? The truth is, it chose me, because I had a weight problem, and at that time there wasn't very much. In fact, people didn't even talk about weight. I mean, they didn't look at food as a way of changing your body shape or anything like that. You know, calorie, that was a foreign word to me. I didn't know what that was. What set us apart from our competitors, number one, there was a woman at the head of the company. I could do my own commercials. So it gave people the impression they were dealing with a real person rather than a corporation. But probably the thing that made it work the best was the fact that it had all the components that are necessary to losing weight and keeping it off.
Taking a holistic approach, Jenny was a trailblazer and innovator in the health and fitness, nutrition, weight loss, and weight management industry. Under her dedication and visionary leadership, Jenny Craig Incorporated grew to become an internationally recognized and highly respected brand.
People are always saying things to me like, "You're so lucky." And my answer to that is, the harder I work, the luckier I get. So really, there was a lot of hard work involved when I started the company. I can remember 18, 20-hour days, really. So I had a full plate. But, you know, anything that's worth having or doing is worth the time you put into it.
Jenny Craig's business success has allowed her to generously support educational programs and institutions. Her passion and philanthropy has extended to advancing women, supporting service members and their families, and providing resources that educate Americans about their country.
I believe in all education, and my husband and I have given generously to universities here in California. But I am especially happy that I was able to support the World War II Museum.
I think having an opportunity to contribute to the education that the museum provides, not only to teachers, but to students as well, is an honor. It's a privilege, and I'm really grateful to have that opportunity because I think it's a very meaningful way to make a difference in the world that we live in.
The interest in being involved in the Institute is that I think there's a definite need for knowledge and understanding of what happened in World War II. It was like the worst war. We lost over 50 million people and 6 million Jews. And we can't forget that. I mean, I think that's just very important. And because the veterans that were in that war, they are coming to the end of their life. You know, they're in their 90s now. There's no one else to tell the story.
We fight in this country for our freedoms. And the sad thing is, once we have them, we're not nourishing them and taking care of them and making sure that they remain with us. And that's a part of what the World War II Museum does. It reminds us this is what it was like.
My husband and I simply made a decision that we wanted to do something to honor my mother in her hometown and simultaneously make a contribution to the World War II Museum because we really believe in what it's doing for not only our local community, but for the world to see.
I feel very proud that Jenny Craig, my mother, is so involved and so vested in creating a legacy of permanent knowledge, really, about World War II and the importance of it and the impact that it had.
I just can't say enough about what the World War II Museum means to me and what message and messages it delivers.
I've been inspired my whole life by the way my mother has lived her life. She's lived a life of integrity and courage, faith in God, faith in country. For me and my husband, this is the most wonderful way that we could honor her because she's given so much to others. It's our way to give back to her and her legacy forever.
I have my name on several things. However, there is none that I am more proud of than the World War II Museum. It really touches my heart.
This is state competition, so the competition is fierce. You have the best of the best in Louisiana competing against each other.
Today is Louisiana History Day. and it is the affiliate contest for National History Day, which is a national contest that actually happens to be a history research competition for students in grades 6 through 12.
So all the students had to compete at their regional level. There were several regional competitions throughout our state, and then once they competed there, the students who placed moved on to the state level, and now they're here to compete for that, and then hopefully they'll move on to the national level.
This is the first in-person competition since 2019 because of COVID-19. So this is the first time that students are able to actually do this in person because the last 2 years were virtual.
And I think for this particular competition, the variety of projects that they can do really does draw them in because I have students that have done very contemporary topics to very historical topics.
I chose to do individual performance because when it's a tea party, I wanted to include the liveliness and the energy, and I wanted to humanize the people and not just put them in a paper. I wanted them to see really the movement of what was going on.
When it comes to History Day, being a judge is an exciting opportunity to see budding young students put their historical thinking and research into work. You know, you often hear these comments that kids just aren't interested in history anymore. Well, you come here today, that's not true. There are kids of all ages who are excited about history and want to keep doing this research.
History is important because we have to look at history to see how we go about shaping the future. It's not just something that can be put away like social studies. We have to actually develop it and obtain knowledge from it, because if I hadn't researched this project, I wouldn't have known anything about these events. And even like I can apply it in my everyday life with how I negotiate and talk to people. I would want to compromise, unlike how they didn't compromise. I want to come to these conclusions. So I think it's very important in building us as people, but also preventing any future bad things such as wars from happening.
What I hope my students can take away from this is that they can do it, that they can achieve something like this on their own, because they've done all this research on their own. I guided them in the right direction, but they did it on their own, and I think that's really something to be proud of.
And also, it just gives you, a little bit hope for the future that they are on the right path to helping to make this a better place.
What inspired the concept for Expressions of America was the desire to create a way for audiences today to connect with a past generation. The design process was interesting for Expressions of America because when we began, the center building wasn't even built yet. So we had to come and stand here on the parade grounds and look to our left and see a building, look to the right and see a building, and look to the middle and see absolutely nothing, and pre-visualize what it would look like to be projecting on a facade that was years away from being fabricated.
For a show like this, what we do is we build a model based off the CAD that we represent in 3D, and we really design the show as a 3D experience. It's the concept of forced perspective, right, in the world, and you use that as an opportunity to trick the eye effectively into seeing buildings move. Projection mapping in general is something that's been around for a long time, but it really came to fruition with the advent of high lumen projectors. We have 8 projectors in this show across 5 different surfaces effectively. It's about 15,000 pixels across. They're 50K lumen projectors, so incredibly bright projectors, so the latest technology. And then the final piece was the ability to calibrate a projector to something that exists in a virtual world. This is a story that is unique to this building. So these special buildings will be shown in a new light that I think you can only see through this sort of medium.
I would describe Expressions of America in one word: epic. It's unlike any show you're going to see in New Orleans and maybe any place else, and certainly any museum in the world.
We had to create another tour in Germany and Poland because there's just simply so much history. You know, this is really where the Second World War, when it comes to Hitler and the battle with the East, really takes place. And so with the Megastructures tour, we were focusing on a slightly different angle from the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany, which is to look at the consequences for the people who actually were enslaved under this regime. We look at things like the creation, these massive bunkers, Hitler's Prora, this massive, huge concrete sort of hotel that he built for his workers. But he also, we also look at Peenemünde and the importance of the V1 and V2 rocket program and the whole history of Werner von Braun, who of course later comes to head NASA in the United States, throwing up all sorts of moral questions about what did you do with the Third Reich after it had fallen apart. But of course Werner von Braun knew about the massive slave laborers that were used in places like Nordhausen to build these rockets. And so it's a very complex, interesting tour which looks at a different aspect of Hitler's Germany. We return to Warsaw, so for those people who've been on the Rise and Fall tour already, we do have a different program for Warsaw. We're going to places like Pawiak Prison, which was the notorious Gestapo and SS prison in the center of Warsaw. We're also going to go to Treblinka, which, in my view, was really the most deadly of all the extermination camps, where over 850,000 human beings lost their lives. And it's an incredibly sobering and tragic place, but it's also a very important place to visit. And again, we end up with a dinner at my manor house just outside of Warsaw to celebrate this journey that we've all been on together.
I remember before the war, there's some things that are really stayed in my head, and I remember being a happy little girl and being in a summer home and playing with this big German shepherd. I was not afraid. I would go into the dog's house, so they called, I was kind of daring. And balloons on Sunday afternoons with walks with my mother and father before the war. And then the curtain fell in September 1st, 1939, when the Germans invaded Poland. And all our lives changed completely. Because when the Germans came in, my father ran away towards Russia. Their thinking was that, the war will last a couple of days and he'll come back and everything will be okay. Well, it didn't happen that way. So it was my mother and my sister and I that were left. And so I remember when we had to leave our apartment because we lived in this big building and the Germans were taking it over. So that's when they put us into the Lodge Ghetto. And my father found a job, and after he found a job and was earning some money, he sent a young Polish young man to find us in the Lodge Ghetto. He had a picture of my mother, and he found her. And somehow or other, he arranged with a farmer in a wagon that they smuggled us out of the ghetto early morning, and Lila and I were put into the wagon and covered up. And my mother sat in the front with the young man that came to find us and the farmer. And we started our journey, and a couple days into the journey, my sister Lala became ill. She started running a very high fever. And my mother didn't have any medicine or not even an aspirin to give her. So she decided that she wouldn't join my father, but would they take us to Warsaw? Because there she had a brother that was an engineer at a hospital, and his wife was a physician. So she figured she would get some help, and that's how we wound up in the Warsaw Ghetto. Once we were wound up in the Warsaw Ghetto, and my father kept track of us, he was still able to keep track of us, and found out that we were in a Warsaw ghetto, he actually made his way back. And I always say, I mean, who in his right mind goes into the Warsaw ghetto? Everybody was trying to get out. But because he was the man that he was, and he loved his family, he came back. And because he came back, I'm sitting here today. Because by the time he found us, my sister and I were already suffering from malnutrition. And we were listless and just laying around. And when he came with a knapsack, and in it he had some bread and butter. And when he saw the condition that we were in, he proceeded to try to feed us. But you know, he was wise enough that he didn't give us a whole slice of bread, because our stomachs were no longer used to a lot of food. And so he fed us, like I always say, like a bird, little cubes at a time, until our stomachs became able to handle the food. They had to have 3 things to get out of the ghetto. They had to get false papers that would say that we were Catholic. Number 2 was find a Polish family that would take us in, because that was as dangerous for them as it was for us. And number 3, how to get out of the Warsaw Ghetto. And I remember my parents talking about it, and they were considering all sorts of things, because there was a Polish driver that drove a German officer in and out of the ghetto. And they were considering drugging my sister and I and putting us into the trunk. And my mother decided that she wouldn't allow that, because she was worried, what if we coughed or we woke up, we would be found. So the way we did get out was they made arrangements with a garbage truck driver that was going in and out of the ghetto. And one early morning, they put my sister and me and my mother into the truck, covered us up, and drove us out. And that's how we got out. But my parents having gone through the war, seeing the things they saw, they were determined that they would come to the United States if they could. When we came by ship, and we were landed in New Orleans, and from New Orleans we were supposed to actually go to California. So this was strictly an accident that we settled here. But I think that once my father put his feet on American soil, he wasn't going anywhere. So if he could work it out, he was just going to stay here.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to please find your seats and your cell phones. Seats and cell phones.
So everybody, welcome back. We're going to move into our second session for the day now, and we're delighted to have with us our museum presidential counselor and professor, Dr. Alex Ritchie, back with us this morning for a conversation with her close friend and scholar, Dr. Levin von Trott de Solz. Now, in keeping with our symposium theme of resistance, Levin is the nephew of Adam von Trott, who is the key figure in the July 20th, 1944 assassination plot against Adolf Hitler. But he's also an expert in the political concepts of resistance, and he received his PhD from Balliol College, Oxford, and following in his family's footsteps, has had a long and distinguished career in public service and political consulting. So here today to talk about his uncle and the lasting legacy of the July 20th plot, we'll turn it over to Alex and lead us through today. Thanks, Alex.
Thanks so much. First of all, I welcome everybody to this wonderful morning, and I want to very much welcome one of my oldest friends, Levin von Trott de Solz, and apart from anything else, we were at Oxford together and have known each other for years and years, have argued over German and other politics and history for as far as I can remember. Just a couple of things to add is that Levin was also very much a consultant for this really the definitive biography of Adam von Trott de Solz, written by Benigna von Krusenstern. And it's a fascinating read, which hopefully one day will be translated into English. So as Mike just mentioned, Levin is a very, very interesting sort of representative of the not just the von Trott de Solz family, but also his whole life has been intimately connected with looking at, studying, evaluating the meaning of German resistance. Not just his uncle, who was, of course, such an important figure in his own right, but also the Kreisau Circle and what that meant for Germany, both during the war and after the war. And so I want to start with some questions, really, about your uncle. What was it that you think, in his formative years, really impelled him into down this path? What was it in where he was born, who he was born, his education, and so on, that led him, do you think, to this path?
Well, his parents were involved in politics. His father was the Prussian Kultus minister, the ministry, he was the minister for Kultur in the late Kaiserreich from 1919 to 1917. And so he grew up in a political atmosphere. His mother is a descendant of John Jay, one of the founding fathers. Her mother was the daughter of the great grandson of John Jay, and John Jay Jr. was a diplomat in Vienna, and he was the American ambassador there. And my grandmother's, Adam's mother's mother, was the daughter of John Jay Jr., and so they came together, they married, and so there is this American aspect in the family that I think has contributed to his education. He had an English-speaking nanny, and then later he was born in 1919. When he came to study in Göttingen, he studied law, and then he applied for a Rhodes Scholarship in Oxford, and so this went on to a certain extent.
How important do you think that education abroad was to him, and also the people that he met at Oxford, the people that he made friends with as a young man before the war started, and what was the relationship between them? How did that change as Hitler's coming to power and what Hitler was planning became more evident?
It started actually in 1928 when he, through his mother, who was connected to the International YMCA, was invited to a conference in Geneva, where beside other people, Mahatma Gandhi was appearing. And he was only 19, but he there was feeling the importance of international cooperation. And especially for his generation, he thought we must keep peace after the war, and we must sustain it. And that has then brought him to apply for the Rhodes Scholarship. He got the scholarship. He went to Oxford in 31, I think, yes. And then he was a Rhodes Scholar for 2 years, and he made a lot of friends. He was at Balliol College, and he went on to make international connections.
So just to mention, he's one of the only Germans who's listed on the Wall of Honor at Balliol College and also at Rhodes House. So, when he goes back to Germany, then what does he do? How does now Hitler's obviously becoming very powerful and important in Germany? What does he do? What's his reaction?
I might just put in a quotation that he. That shows what he said in a letter to his father in February 13, 1933. This is the English translation. Are we truly facing the beginning of German fascism, of the state's control at the hands of a party which, not just in attitude, but also in terms of the classes that are affected, excludes large parts of the people and will go on brutally suppressing them in order to maintain its own rule? My heart grows heavy when I think of the injustice that occurs every day. It also saddens me to think of my own situation, for it is clear to me that I too will be condemned to be the anvil for a long time. I'm not prepared to enter any alliance whatsoever with authoritarian nationalism. Serving the rights of the individual in the context of and in the conflict with all the external orders and obstacles is comparably more important to me than serving a state which has descended to arbitrary rule. This is a very important statement, I think, especially given to his father, who spent his life in public service and who made it to a very high rank. And to his grandfather on the mother's side, who had the American wife, who also was a diplomat and was serving the state. So Adam very much felt to be in that tradition, but he also felt, in my generation, this means something else. And especially if I see what the Nazis, I mean, it's only 2 weeks into Nazi rule, so it was in the very beginning he saw this, and he was 23 by then, so he very early saw that. And there is we know from somebody in the junior common room in Balliol on the eve of the so-called Machtergreifung, when Hitler was named chancellor, that Adam was asked by this guy, and he said, well, this is a very bleak thing for our country and maybe for the whole of Europe.
You get a sense in that quote already, the sense of loneliness, also of isolation from his own people. How did that develop as he leaves Oxford then and starts to try and find his path in Germany? He chooses to go back to Germany. So how does he find his way in this new regime?
Yeah, that's a question that's hard to answer. He was a very outgoing person. You probably saw it on the picture. He had lots of friends. It's amazing. The biographer has written hundreds of pages, but she says, I wasn't able to put even a small part of the people into it whom he met. It's really amazing. So he had this very outgoing spirit. But on the other hand, also he had a sense of conscience and a sense that actually his mother, the half-American mother, told him, her family, the J family, was involved in the abolitionist movement, and she told her son, well, we are used to swim against the stream. So he was not somebody who was joining everything, but he was doing what his personal conviction told him. But of course, it was very difficult. He was a lawyer. He studied law. After the Rhodes Scholarship was done, he came back to Germany to do the legal apprenticeships that you need to do in order to go to the bar exam and then become a lawyer or a judge. And he did that in the early years of the regime. And he, as I just quoted, he said, I will not make any compromise. So he did not go into any association of the regime, which put him totally alone, basically, in his generation. And then his father told him, well, it would be helpful also for the family if you might go to industry, because their money could help our property to be improved. But he was basically wanting to do something politically sensible. And so he was in 36 or so when he had his second exam, his bar exam. He didn't know what to do, he said, I cannot go into the party, but what else? So at that point, he decided to ask the Rhodes Committee for a third year, because given that he had studied law already before coming to Oxford, in Oxford he studied PPE, politics, philosophy and economy, normally it's a 3-year thing, but he could do it in 2 years because he had the exam, the German exam already. And then the Rhodes Trust, Lord Halifax and the other guys in the trust said, well, okay, what do you want to do? And then he said, I want to go to China, because he was convinced that the Asiatic world would be very important to us in the future. We have learned in this conference, or I have learned in the conference, a lot about that world. And of course, in our days today, it's very easy. But imagine the 1930s in Germany, a German who wants to go to China. But that's actually what he got the Rhodes Committee to agree to, which also shows his ability to convince people. Well, okay, let's send him to China. So he, in 1937 and 8, he spent a year in China. On the way to China, he went through the US. He visited his family in New York, and he was seeing lots of people. He was improving his connections. After all, now he was 28. I mean, it's amazing how young he was in all these activities. And then he went on to China, and he studied Chinese philosophy and Chinese law. He wanted to understand the Confucian system, the Chinese tradition. And of course, as you are aware of, it was the middle of the Chinese or the Japanese-Chinese war. So he got involved in this whole thing. It's an adventure in itself. It's described in this book, and it's described in this brochure here, of which we have lots of copies outside. I'm happy to sign them if somebody wants to have it.
So after China, how does he end up working for the Foreign Office in Germany? What happens? What's the sort of trajectory of the, in a sense, a compromise with the regime, in fact, in a way?
Yes, as I mentioned, he was in opposition to the regime from the first day. But this was it was not a silent opposition, as he said, well, I don't want to go into the party, so it was clear to the officials that he was not in favor of the regime, but he was doing his own stuff. But then when he came back, it was around the Munich time, 38. He came back because his father had died, and he had to take care of the property. Then he decided, or he was looking about how could he go into a sort of active resistance. And there were some in the military. There was actually in the German Rhodes Committee, there was the Minister Schacht, who was close to military people, and then of course there was the connection to Haften and Moltke, who brought which brought him to the Kreisau Circle.
So when did he start to move from that very that sort of transition from opposition to resistance? What does that look like?
I think this was the return from there is this Chinese this Chinese year when he comes back from China, that he decides I must do something. I don't want to stay silent. So the first thing he does is to make contacts with military, but then he gets in some connection with people from the foreign from the Institute for Pacific Relations in New York. A man by the name of Edward Carter, whom some of you might know, and they invited him to come to New York, and so he traveled how do you say, he was basically volunteering for the war, but then in order to hat sich gemeldet, dann zurückgestellt zu werden.
Yes,
Can you translate that?
He signed up so that in the end he could pull himself up.
Right,
back.
so it was a trick, basically. And so he basically did his patriotic duty to sign up, but then they allowed him to travel to the US. And in the US, Felix Frankfurter thought, well, this and others, this cannot be a good intention. This must be a Nazi because who comes to the US on a sort of it was not an official tour, but how can that be? And so the FBI was behind him. There were 46 agents assigned to him, and permanently two. And it's like in the movies. He knew where they were. Actually, at the beginning, he was very concerned because he thought it may be Nazi people, because they were looking at the beginning resistance movement in the military, and they were suspicious, and there were lots of Nazis in spies in the US. But then he found out, it's only the FBI. This won't hurt me. Then at the end, to cut it short, there are hundreds of pages of reports in I think the Library of Congress. I'm not sure where they are. And I may quote a quote of an FBI memorandum to President Roosevelt of December 1639. Information has been received that Dr. Adam von Trott zu Solz in reality is visiting the United States for the purpose of soliciting the assistance of a few prominent individuals in a plan to overthrow the present regime in Germany.
So it's a fascinating transition, and in fact, at that point, friends say, "Why don't you stay in the United States?" And he again goes back to Germany, and knowing full well that he's obviously going to be now fully involved in resistance against Hitler. And this brings up a very interesting question of the difference between this choice to resist from within Germany, when you've got, most of the population is pro-Hitler and thinks the regime is just fine at this point, as opposed to, for example, resistance in places like France and Poland, where the people understood why you were resisting against Hitler. So tell me a little bit about that decision, that dilemma that Germans, generally speaking, had, those who disagreed with the regime, as opposed to other countries who were overrun by the Germans and everybody knew who the enemy was.
If you don't mind, I would answer with another quote.
Okay.
In September 26, he wrote from New York to David Astor, who was a close friend of his, whom he had met in Belial when they were having their first day there. David Astor, of course, being the son of Nancy Astor and the editor of The Observer. Later, after the war. Though I shall listen carefully to the advice you may still send me, not to return, I have definitely made up my mind that apart from definite indications of presumable liquidation, my place during this coming time is at home. You may be right that my capabilities to do a lot there may be limited, but it seems to me that it is urgently needed that any individual with any scope and insight works from the inside. Above all, we are fighting for the formation of a constitution for the life of Europe as a whole. If our individual countries and what we consider worth preserving in them is to survive. So I think he was in a very heartbreaking situation, because there were lots of people who were suggesting him to stay in the States. And he was already in cooperation with the Institute of Pacific Relations, and he had other opportunities, and he could have stayed in Britain, where he had lots of friends, and many asked him to do so. But his feeling was, it is my country. My country is doing these things to the world and to its own minorities, and to suppress people. And so I feel maybe also, at least subconsciously, we talked about Freud, by the parental patriotic spirit, I have to do sort of state service, as he said in 33, in the way that I, Adam, conceive it to be necessary now, mainly to oppose a regime that is enemy to everything I or he believed in.
So he gets involved with the Kreisau Circle, which is an extraordinary resistance organization within Germany, really led by Helmut James von Moltke and his wife Freya von Moltke, who famously hides some of the minutes of the meetings in the beehives because they're periodically, feared of being searched by the Gestapo or the SS. And they bring in, Helmut von Moltke brings together a remarkable group of people from all walks of life, religious, social democrats, conservatives, nationalists, many people. And your uncle is one of them. How does he get involved, and what does he start to do? How does he act, and how do they avoid detection?
To start with the last, they avoided detection by not writing anything down, and by not telling people about who is involved. So they had a conspirative system where everybody who was consulted, for example, the man whom I wrote a dissertation about, who survived because he was not found in the research of the SS after the 20th July plot. He was consulted by Moltke. Moltke talked to him because he was a professor in Breslau of public law. And Moltke asked him about how the planning for local government after the war, and for culture, for the cultural sector, for education, for school, for university, all the very important thing to basically get rid of the poisonous Nazi ideology. He was consulted and he would write papers, but they were not signed. And then these unsigned papers might have been put to other people who were also in contact. So we don't know the details of some of the work of the circle, because it had to be done all in secrecy. And Adam was quite close to Moltke, and he had this experience, this international experience, and then he had written a dissertation on Hegel and international law in 31 or something. I mean, he was 21 or so, and was writing these stuff. So he was really a bright guy, and he had a range of experience that he could contribute to the Kreisau Circle. And as you know, in the Kreisau Circle, Moltke made sure to include people from many walks of life. They had Catholic priests like Alfred Delp. They had other Catholics. They themselves were mostly Protestants. So then they had people from the workers' movement and others. So it was a real mixture, but it was not yet about a plot, but it was about thinking about what to do after the war. What to do after the Nazi rule would collapse, which for them was sure, only a time question.
So how did that move from these discussions about what a post-war Germany and Europe would look like to an actual plot to assassinate Hitler? And how does he become involved in that?
Well, I'm not an expert on the plot history. I wouldn't claim it. There are many people here who know more than me, but we know there were quite a few tries that had been done earlier. In 1939, there was this plot by an independent worker, Georg Elser, who tried to bomb Hitler in the Bürgerbräu-Keller in Munich. And in 1943, there were actually 3 trials to put a bomb in an aeroplane which Hitler would be in, and then there was this Zeughaus thing when Hitler was going to an exhibition, but as if he felt something was going wrong, he would leave the place 10 minutes after the beginning. So this was very depressing. And Adam, at some point, talks about lähmende Schuld, so a feeling of guilt, and a guilt that is, what is lähmen? It's crippling, or it's intimidating. You feel you are very passive. You cannot do anything. What can we do? And so in this moment, in these months, in 1943, he got to know Stauffenberg. And Stauffenberg was about his age. They were both very young, and they were very energetic, and they said, well, something has to be done. We shouldn't only talk. Something has to be done. And they became and remained very close. How do we know that? We know that because Adam, of course, would not mention the name Stauffenberg, but sometimes he told his wife, there is a young officer who I got to know, who is very encouraging. And his wife, she knew that he was in the resistance movement. His wife was the only one who knew it. His brothers, among them my father, they did not know it. And friends also did not know it. But then we have the records of the secretary in the Supreme Command, in the Bendler block, where he was basically going in and out. So we know there was a closeness. And on the evening before the 20th July plot, Stauffenberg had his driver stop at a church, and then afterwards at Adam's place. And so we can only speculate what they did talk, but I guess he would not have stopped at the place of somebody who would tell him not to do the plot. Well.
And this was tremendously risky. Not only were tens of thousands of people arrested in Germany for being involved in real or suspected resistance by the Germans themselves, but also the resistors didn't get any reception from, for example, the United States or from the British. Churchill, for example, said absolutely no contact after the Venlo incident, when the Gestapo had actually set up the British thinking that they were meeting real resistors, and in fact these British agents were arrested by the Gestapo, and it was humiliating for the British. And after that, Churchill said absolutely no contact with these supposed resistance groups, and so even when Hess flew to London, he would have nothing to do with him. And the resistors were, in a way, they perhaps didn't even realize how isolated they were on the international stage as well. And then, of course, this leads to the question of unconditional surrender, which meant, again, that the Western Allies had no intention whatsoever of negotiating with anybody from within Germany, also in part so as to not antagonize Stalin. In other words, that the alliance didn't have any sense that there were going to be, secret deals made between the Germans and the Allies. So this was one of the justifications from the Western Allies' point of view. However, it meant that these resistors were isolated. And so, of course, then Stauffenberg attempts the assassination on Hitler. And then what happens to your uncle after that? How do things come into play as soon as the knowledge of the assassination attempt has come to light?
You speak about the week after the plot. Right?
Yes, immediate. So as soon as it happens, then what happens to him?
We don't know very much about that. He gets arrested in the days afterwards. I cannot tell you the exact number, but it was in the last days of July. And one reason being that he was in the Fahrtenbuch, in the booklet that the driver of Stauffenberg would keep quite often, and so he was arrested.
And what happened to him after his arrest? He was taken to Plötzensee prison immediately, or was he interrogated? Do we know what happened after this?
We do know in which prisons he was. It's in this book. I'd rather not give the details because I don't know each detail. But unlike Helmut Moltke, who was arrested already early in January ¡44, because he had made a defeatist remark. Moltke had an imprisonment where he could write letters. Some of you might know the letters that he wrote to his wife, whereas Adam was in absolute isolation. He was in an SS prison, and there was no priest, there was no cross, there was basically nothing. And so this was a tough time, and of course there was torture, and in the process, in his process, in front of the Volksgerichtshof was the famous Freisler, which was in August 15. They had a protocol of about 100 pages. And which is enormously quite a lot, whereas from others they had about 20 pages, and it was his eloquence with which he was telling stories, and he was blaming everything on Stauffenberg because Stauffenberg was killed. So but still he was fighting to survive in a way. So he was talking about the defeatism of Stauffenberg, and that he liked Stauffenberg, but this man was so defeatist, and he didn't believe in the Endsieg and all this kind of stuff. So there is a lot of talk in the protocols, but he did not name a single further person. So. And so he must have had the tactic of blaming Stauffenberg and then trying to say, I was working, we didn't talk about that, I think. He was working for the Foreign Office, for part of the Foreign Office since 1940. Which was for him a way to get into official contacts. And he made travels all over Europe, and they were covers for his talks with opposition resistors, be it in Sweden or in Norway or in the Netherlands. All these things were not recognized by the Nazis because he was very clever in covering up these things.
So he is brought in front of the Volksgerichtshof and is sentenced to death. he's executed. What happens to his wife and his children?
His wife was trying to, which was a bit, was a great risk she took when she was trying to see him again at his trial. And she got away from there, but then she got arrested. And she was put into confinement with other resistance wives. And even worse, they had 2 children, two girls, one 2 years old, one a couple of months old, and they were with the grandmother in the countryside in Imshausen, and the Gestapo basically came there and took the children, and they took them to a Kinderheim in the Harz Mountains. And there they united with the children of Stauffenberg and of other plotters, and they got new names. It's basically the same that we know from the Soviet Union or now from Russia, that they take children and then they put them in a place and they try to give them new names and to change them and probably give them to SS families at some point.
So with hindsight, the sort of shocking thing, perhaps, is that when the announcement of the assassination attempt against Hitler was released, there was a spike in support for Hitler. There was a sense that, you know, these traitors to Germany had tried to kill the great Führer, as it were. How does that work out after the war? I mean, in the immediate aftermath of the war, the families were still seen as traitors by many people in Germany. And how did that eventually change?
It took a long time to change. It took a long time to change. For example, in the small village Imshausen, where the family was sitting, there is in the church, of course, a plaque for those who fell in the war. And they didn't put Adam on that. And the argument was, well, he wasn't a soldier. He was put onto that I think in the early 2000s. So that's one explanation. All the brothers, my father and the eldest brother, they put up a large cross on the hill. And there was a saying, probably not by everybody, but somebody said, well, let's put the brothers on the sides of the cross. So there was still a lot of enmity towards those who were against that for what their own fathers had died. And they just couldn't understand how could they do that. To go against the government that was fighting an existential war in the East and everywhere else. And so this took a long time. The numbers are quite known, and of course it contributed the way in which the Allies treated Germany. People realized they are not like what the propaganda told them. And of course, the world changed. Germany was totally destroyed and had to be rebuilt and would never have been able to rebuild without the Marshall Plan. And so these whole things, I think, contributed to the change.
And so by the 1950s already, you know, in places like West Berlin and West Germany, certainly. In the East Germany, the resistance fighters mentioned were only the communist resistance fighters, of course, because in keeping with the communist regime. But in the West, gradually you started to see Moltke Strasse and the von Trott Sussol's was named, and street names and areas as well. And also the Bender block became a site of a memorial site, and is now today a large resistance center. This is the Bender block where Stauffenberg, for example, was executed in the sort of courtyard on the night of the 20th of July, and it has become a big center for memorial, not only of the Kreisau Kreis and the resistance of the Stauffenberg plot, but also a whole swath of resistance in Germany throughout the war. So what do you think? This is the last question, and we're going to throw it over to Q&A. So just what's your perception now in Germany of where the plotters feature in the sense of German national identity?
I think now things have changed fundamentally. There is a appreciation of the 20th July. The Bundeswehr has a public Zapfenstreich and the oath-taking of young recruits on the 20th July, which is quite a step for an army to take the tradition of an opposition against the order. So I think that's a symbol for what has changed, and also the general public now has a favorable view of the opposition, but always I think it will always be ambivalent, because not everybody was in the opposition. And if I may say so, when I was visiting your conference yesterday, I was very impressed, and I was also overwhelmed, especially at the beginning, when I was realizing, well, you won the war and you fought the war, and you can be proud of that, and that's what you celebrate, whereas we basically have a lot of shame about the war, and the war destroyed Germany and destroyed Europe and brought the Holocaust and all these terrible things. So Germany, as some book title is going, is a difficult fatherland.
Thank you so much, Levine. Thank you for a wonderful insight into your family. So now I'd like to throw open the floor to questions.
We'll start to your left in the front here, please.
That was a wonderful talk. Thank you very much for that. I have two questions. Can you tell us about the two daughters that were taken away? Were they ever reunited with the family? And then tell us, when you were a little boy growing up and your friends started to learn about your uncle, how did they treat you?
The two daughters were reunited with their family about half a year after they were taken away. And they live happily, and they have children, and but of course it's terrible to have lost their father, and the widow was in her 20s when he died, and she never remarried, as most of the widows of the plotters, and so that's a very special fate. As to myself, I'm born in 1961, and I have not really have had problems with the name. To the contrary, I was always, when people ask me, well, are you related to Adam von Trott? This has really changed when I was growing up, and I was grown up since the 70s, 80s. I think it's become fine. So thank you for the question.
Next question is to your right, towards the back, please.
The story of the July 20th plot is full of what ifs. If Hitler had been killed, what kind of Germany would have emerged from that? And I think it's tempting to hope that there might have been some recreation of a liberal democratic Weimar Germany. But I think there's also a contrary argument that in a certain sense, creating the modern Republic of Germany, which is one of the most admirable democratic states of the whole post-war period, was, in order for that to really happen, you had to ultimately expunge everything out of German society. And then the 9 months after the July 20th plot were the cataclysm of Germany, and hundreds of thousands of more dead German civilians, military, Jews who had not so far survived. And you get to the, I think it's Stunde Null, the 0 hour, when Germany is totally decimated. And that, in a certain sense, was a necessary foundation to create the modern, very admirable Germany. I happen to be a German citizen. I'm actually proud of what Germany has been in the last 50 years. So I wonder what your thoughts would be about that.
I totally agree. I just want to leave it at that if you don't mind.
Next question is going to be with Connie, to your left.
Levin, I wonder if you could give us some more specifics on Adam's activities prior to the actual July 20th plot, and what responsibilities he was going to have afterwards. For example, obviously the military people were supposed to arrest the SS. Some people were going to be new government ministers, take over local authorities. I was wondering if you could tell us any more about what Adam's role was.
As to the last question, there were some lists were found that they were circulating about who could be in the government. And in one of them, he is supposed to be undersecretary in the Foreign Office. As to the other point, his active resistance, after he went from the US stay in 1939 back to Germany, he got an offer by the Foreign Office to be not a diplomat, not a regular diplomat, but a member of the Informationsabteilung, which was the Foreign Office was growing very much due to the occupation and all that. And this Informationsabteilung, information department, was dealing with countries like the US, UK, and Asia. And he, at that point, was able to travel in the neutral foreign countries like Switzerland, Sweden, Turkey, and thereby he could talk to people who were interested in getting to know ideas of the German resistance movement, and he could make connections. And he was trying to build up connections to finally convince the Allies that it would make sense to get away with the unconditional surrender policy, because the unconditional surrender policy was basically blocking the military. And the military was the only force who would have been able to do something against against Hitler. And yesterday somebody mentioned Manstein with great respect, and that's very fair. But Manstein made the comment when he was approached by Stauffenberg's friends. He said, "Ein deutscher General putscht nicht." A German general doesn't involve himself in a putsch. So things have two sides. And they basically were left alone. But you ask for his further work. He was also assigned by the Foreign Office to support the Indian nationalist Bose, Subhandras Bose, who was in Berlin, and he was in Berlin because he was trying to get the Nazis to support his struggle against the British. So the enemy of the enemy is the friend. But after Rommel collapsed in the El Alamein theater, this was done, and so they still put up an Indian legion in the Wehrmacht. And as I learned from Ben McIntyre yesterday night, it was prisoners of war who at least partly were put into that legion. And if I may mention that, my father was put into that unit. He used to be a private in Russia, on the Russian front, and of course the family was very concerned about that. And then Adam's elder brother said, well, can't you do something for our Heini, which was my father? And he said, well, what do you think? It's a war and so forth. But then he was in charge of this battalion, and he managed to get my father to an officer's Lehrgang, officers teach, and then he went into that legion, and the unfortunate thing is, of course, it was still a Wehrmacht legion, and they were used to fight partisans first in the Netherlands and then near Bordeaux, and after a while, in the summer of '44, my father deserted from there to the Maquis. And the communist Maquis thought, well, only a dead German is a good German, so let's get away with these guys. But then there was a liaison officer of de Gaulle, a British, and he said, I know Adam. So his life was twice saved by his brother, and then he. You didn't ask me. I'm sorry, but it's part of the story. Thank you. He got to Ascot in a POW camp, and he could come home in '46. And if he wasn't able to come home, of course, I wouldn't sit here. So.
To your right, all the way in the back, please.
Thank you for a marvelous presentation. I was wondering, you both mentioned the feeling of isolation, and my understanding, I'm not a Europe historian, but an Asia historian. But my impression is also Stauffenberg came from the kind of the high German elite, and Hitler had a rather tense relationship with that elite, and for example, removed senior generals and so on in the military because they didn't do what he wanted. And I was wondering more generally, for both of you, a question about that relationship between, let's say, the old German elite, the nobility, and the Nazis, and to what extent there was dissatisfaction, maybe kind of in that sense that they might not have felt so isolated, that was a broader kind of shared feeling among that group of people. Thank you.
You might know about the Day of Potsdam. There was a thing in early 1933 where the Field Marshal Hindenburg and Hitler basically were to meet in Potsdam in the Garnison Church, and this was to be a symbol of the cooperation of the old elites, the old Prussian military elites, and the Nazis. And those days, actually, many of the military elite were supportive of Hitler because they thought, well, he will get us away from the Versailles regiment, which meant we cannot have a proper army, and And there was this view of resentment against the treatment, and you know, the League of Nations was talking about democracy, and whereas Germany, which was a democratized country then, out of its own, the Weimar system in some ways was more progressive than some of the other Western systems, as there was, for example, women vote and some other things. And then there was the bitterness about the theories they used to blame the communists and the Jews for the loss of the First World War, and this kind of thing was meandering in the German society, and it also inflicted the old elites. And so I agree, there was a lot of support for the Nazis, although they were feeling much superior, and they found these hordes rather disgusting, but they do a job for us. And it took time for people like Stauffenberg to change their mind during the 30s and sometimes even the 40s.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alexandra Ritchie and Levine von Trott. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation, conversation. We now will break until 11:30 for our next session. Please be back promptly, and we will escort the speakers off the stage to the signing area.
Welcome to the National World War II Museum, where we've been connecting virtually with students and adults for over 16 years. We have a variety of distance learning programs that are award-winning, including virtual field trips, webinars, and our annual electronic field trip.
Our suite of distance learning programs has something for everyone. If you're looking for an effortless and engaging educational experience, let us bring the museum into your organization.
Our online archive features content for educators in classrooms from across the globe to engage with past programs that are relevant today. Our partnership with Flip provides short interactive prompts to engage students in a variety of topics, ranging from art to invasive species in World War II. These programs are perfect for teachers who are looking to supplement content and are accessible for free.
Educators and lifelong learners have a place in distance learning too. Our online teacher professional development courses give you access to the museum and our partners from the comfort of your home.
Our museum's hour-long virtual field trips allow us to provide more content, like oral histories and artifacts. These allow us to provide a more in-depth discussion on a particular topic in World War II. These paid programs are presented live with a museum educator, and they're presented year-round with limited scholarships available.
Our free electronic field trips and webinars are live collaborative broadcasts that stream directly into your classroom. These interactive programs allow for learning to resonate with your students and bring history to life in a dynamic way.
Join us
and take your students on a journey through history
to reflect on and examine the important stories of World War II.
Learn more about our distance learning initiatives or register for one of our programs today by visiting our website, and we hope to see you online soon.
Two great institutions, one common goal, and that's to share with learners insight into the most significant event of the 20th century, World War II, all from the comfort of your own home.
It's the National World War II Museum and Arizona State University's joint online master's degree program in World War II studies.
Bringing the world's largest of human conflicts into global perspective through in-depth discussions on the war's campaigns, its impact on civilians, politics, diplomacy, and much more.
It's 30 hours of coursework taught by the world's top World War II scholars and designed to meet the educational and professional needs of every student.
Take classes on your own time while interacting with faculty and fellow students as they experience learning online from anywhere in the world.
Enrich your understanding of the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today.
The National World War II Museum and Arizona State University's online World War II Studies Master's Degree program, where history comes to life.
We had just played football against USC. We just played the USC game, which was the big game of the year for UCLA. And I just remember waking up. I was living with my mother at the time in a kind of a bungalow court. And after the day after the SC game, I was awakened by a couple of guys were standing outside the bedroom window in this court talking, and one of them, and they were talking about the Japanese having attacked Pearl Harbor, you know. So I woke up to that on that morning, you know, hearing these people talk about it. And of course, then once that happened, everybody knew that we were all going to go into service, and, you know, and what was going to happen.
I went to work in Portland in the summer of '42 in a company that did steel work, made stuff for Liberty ships and that type of stuff. And I was working for them, and I got notified of the draft. And so I went to the owner to resign and leave, and he said, "Well, you don't have to do that. You can get a deferment." I said, "I don't want a deferment." I said, "Monarchies go to war." I said, "That's what I'm going to do." And so I quit the job, and about 10 days later, I had to report to Fort Lewis. But I went down to Astoria and for a few days, and I ran into a Finnish kid down there that I knew, and he was in uniform. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, "Well, he was up at Fort Lewis in administration." Then I asked him, what do you do when you get to Fort Lewis? He said, "It doesn't make any difference what time you arrive there. Any time of the day or the night, they take you into an orientation room, and then when you get through there, why, you'll be assigned a bunk or something. But the first thing they ask you are volunteers in the parachute troops." And my mother wasn't with me, so she couldn't stop me, and that's what I did. There were two of us that stood up out of a shipment of 100 people coming out of Portland, and they went up to the front of the table there, and you signed a form where you volunteered to jump out of an airplane 5 times to become a qualified paratrooper, and such other time as the government, requires or whatever. You sign it, and then they take you right out of there and furnish, uniforms and stuff like that, and then on your way.
Well, when I first went in to join, I wanted to go with the best, and I was going to join the Marine Corps. I figured the Marine Corps was the best. But before I got to the Marine Corps doors, I wound up seeing a poster with the airborne. I said, "Let me go and look at it and see what it's about." And sure enough, I went in and enlisted. So it looked like it was exciting. So, and besides, they gave you more money too.
That was a big draw, was it?
Well, in a way, it was a big draw back then. $50 extra a month. And that was big back then.
So you were making what, about $100 a month?
That's right. 100. Oh, you laughing at, you dirty rat. $100 a month. Today, $100, or you can't blink your eye, and $100 going like that. Yeah.
That's true.
Well, it wasn't per se a lot for the money, but it did have a certain kind of bearing on it. Yeah.
And then the first day we got into a unit, they took us out in the field, pointed up to Currahee, and said, "Start running." If you fell out, if you stopped running, they said no matter how slow you went, fine. But if you stopped running, you walked, you were out. So consequently, 15% more left the second or third day. Then we started the obstacle course, which was the toughest. They wouldn't allow it today because more people got injured and hurt on that obstacle course than they do in jump training. It was so difficult. As a matter of fact, when we left to Court, Georgia, the medics came in and condemned it. They would not allow it anymore. We used to walk 8 or 10 miles going to our training area, then train all day, and then walk 8 or 10 miles back to our camp area. It didn't take long for us to be hard as rocks.
When the chute was feeding out, I went out at the, and I obviously was upside down in the air because I could see the shroud lines of the chute going by my feet, which means my feet were up in the air. And when the chute came open, about 3 or 4 of these shroud lines threw a loop around my ankle. And when the shoe was open, my ankle's up in the air. I had to pull down on it, get my ankle loose. I couldn't make a one-legged landing. And by doing that, of course, I drifted quite a ways away from where I was supposed to be by pulling down on the chute. So when I landed, I was, God knows where, I was still on the post at Benning someplace, but I had a long walk back to where I was supposed to be. But kind of wasn't the most auspicious beginning for the first jump.
This is state competition, so the competition is fierce. You have the best of the best in Louisiana competing against each other.
Today is Louisiana History Day, and it is the affiliate contest for National History Day, which is a national contest that actually happens to be a history research competition for students in grades 6 through 12.
So all the students had to compete at their regional level. There were several regional competitions throughout our state, and then once they competed there, the students who placed moved on to the state level, and now they're here to compete for that, and then hopefully they'll move on to the national level.
This is the first in-person competition since 2019 because of COVID-19. So this is the first time that students are able to actually do this in person because the last 2 years were virtual.
I think for this particular competition, the variety of projects that they can do really does draw them in because I have students that have done very contemporary topics to very historical topics.
I chose to do individual performance because when it's a tea party, I wanted to include the liveliness and the energy, and I wanted to humanize the people and not just put them in a paper. I wanted them to see really the movement of what was going on.
When it comes to History Day, being a judge is an exciting opportunity to see budding young students put their historical thinking and research into work. You know, you often hear these comments that kids just aren't interested in history anymore. Well, you come here today, that's not true. There are kids of all ages who are excited about history and want to keep doing this research.
History is important because we have to look at history to see how we go about shaping the future. It's not just something that can be put away like social studies. We have to actually develop it and obtain knowledge from it, because if I hadn't researched this project, I wouldn't have known anything about these events. And even like I can apply it in my everyday life with how I negotiate and talk to people. I would want to compromise, unlike how they didn't compromise. I want to come to these conclusions. So I think it's very important in building us as people, but also preventing any future bad things such as wars from happening.
What I hope my students can take away from this is that they can do it, that they can achieve something like this on their own, because they've done all this research on their own. I guided them in the right direction, but they did it on their own. And I think that's really something to be proud of.
And also, it just gives you, a little bit hope for the future that they are on the right path to helping to make this a better place.
May 8, 1945.
Victory in Europe Day, better known as VE Day. It was a day that the world had waited for 5.5 long and bloody years. Finally, the nations of Europe were at peace and free from a dictatorial government bent on world domination and genocide. The war in Europe claimed more human lives than any war before or since. Europe's great nations suffered as never before, with some countries, such as Poland, losing an estimated 17% of their population. Altogether, an estimated 40 million human beings lost their lives. Initially, the European war was decisively going in Nazi Germany's favor. Country after country fell to the seemingly unstoppable advance of the military forces of National Socialism. With no European countries to conquer on the mainland, the German war machine focused on Great Britain. The Germans bore down on the British Isles in 1940 with an aerial assault the likes of which the world had never seen. Young British pilots in the RAF took to the air in their Spitfires and Hurricanes to defend their homeland from the aerial onslaught. And through it all, the perseverance of the British people kept them upright and proved them unbreakable. Aside from the obvious territorial expansion of its borders, at the dark heart of the Nazi war plan was a plan to cleanse all of Europe of a single race of people. The genocide against the Jews of Europe was an unprecedented, pre-planned operation to erase an entire people from existence. The Nazi plan spared no one, from the elderly to the infants in their mothers' arms. All were viciously murdered in the greatest crime in human history. Yet through this Holocaust, never before seen or suffered, the Jewish people, like the Allies fighting to free Europe, persevered and prevailed through the terror. At the center of the European war was the land campaign. Territory conquered by Nazi Germany ultimately had to be liberated by foot soldiers from nearly all of the Allied nations in a grueling, bloody campaign. Starting in 1943, the peoples of Europe began to realize the freedom that had been stolen from them during the Nazi advances. American, British, and the soldiers of Allied nations across the globe shed blood from the sands of North Africa to the beaches of Normandy and beyond, all in a quest not to conquer, but to liberate. Finally, after 5.5 horrific years, the perseverance of the Allies paid off in Reims, France, when the government of Nazi Germany, having been thoroughly defeated in every way possible by the free peoples of the world, surrendered unconditionally to the Allied forces. VE Day meant an end to the war that had cost the lives of millions, had destroyed homes, families, and cities, and had brought huge suffering and deprivations to the populations of entire countries. Millions of people rejoiced in the news that Germany had surrendered, relieved that the intense strain of total war was finally over. In towns and cities across the world, people marked the victory with street parties, dancing, and singing. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill appeared on the balcony of the Ministry of Health building in central London and gave an impromptu speech. Huge cheering crowds gathered below, and he declared, "This is your victory." For the first time since 1939, the lights went on again all over Europe.
We had to create another tour in Germany and Poland because there's just simply so much history. You know, this is really where the Second World War, when it comes to Hitler and the battle with the East, really takes place. And so with the Megastructures tour, we were focusing on a slightly different angle from the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany, which is to look at the consequences for the people who actually were enslaved under this regime. We look at things like the creation, these massive bunkers, Hitler's Prora, this massive, huge concrete sort of hotel that he built for his workers. But he also, we also look at Peenemünde and the importance of the V1 and V2 rocket program and the whole history of Werner von Braun, who of course later comes to head NASA in the United States, throwing up all sorts of moral questions about what did you do with the Third Reich after it had fallen apart. But of course Werner von Braun knew about the massive slave laborers that were used in places like Nordhausen to build these rockets. And so it's a very complex, interesting tour which looks at a different aspect of Hitler's Germany. We return to Warsaw, so for those people who've been on the Rise and Fall tour already, we do have a different program for Warsaw. We're going to places like Pawiak Prison, which was the notorious Gestapo and SS prison in the center of Warsaw. We're also going to go to Treblinka, which, in my view, was really the most deadly of all the extermination camps, where over 850,000 human beings lost their lives. And it's an incredibly sobering and tragic place, but it's also a very important place to visit. And again, we end up with a dinner at my manor house just outside of Warsaw to celebrate this journey that we've all been on together.
I remember before the war, there's some things that are really stayed in my head, and I remember being a happy little girl and being in a summer home and playing with this big German shepherd. I was not afraid. I would go into the dog's house, so they called, I was kind of daring. And balloons on Sunday afternoons with walks with my mother and father before the war. And then the curtain fell in September 1st, 1939, when the Germans invaded Poland. And all our lives changed completely. Because when the Germans came in, my father ran away towards Russia. Their thinking was that, the war will last a couple of days and he'll come back and everything will be okay. Well, it didn't happen that way. So it was my mother and my sister and I that were left. And so I remember when we had to leave our apartment because we lived in this big building and the Germans were taking it over. So that's when they put us into the Lodge Ghetto. And my father found a job, and after he found a job and was earning some money, he sent a young Polish young man to find us in the Lodge Ghetto. He had a picture of my mother, and he found her. And somehow or other, he arranged with a farmer in a wagon that they smuggled us out of the ghetto early morning, and Lila and I were put into the wagon and covered up. And my mother sat in the front with the young man that came to find us and the farmer. And we started our journey, and a couple days into the journey, my sister Lala became ill. She started running a very high fever. And my mother didn't have any medicine or not even an aspirin to give her. So she decided that she wouldn't join my father, but would they take us to Warsaw? Because there she had a brother that was an engineer at a hospital, and his wife was a physician. So she figured she would get some help, and that's how we wound up in the Warsaw Ghetto. Once we were wound up in the Warsaw Ghetto, and my father kept track of us, he was still able to keep track of us, and found out that we were in a Warsaw Ghetto, he actually made his way back. And I always say, who in his bright mind goes into the Warsaw Ghetto? Everybody was trying to get out. But because he was the man that he was, and he loved his family, he came back. And because he came back, I'm sitting here today. Because by the time he found us, my sister and I were already suffering from malnutrition, and we were listless and just laying around. And when he came with a knapsack, and in it he had some bread and butter. And when he saw the condition that we were in, he proceeded to try to feed us. But he was wise enough that he didn't give us a whole slice of bread because our stomachs were no longer used to a lot of food. And so he fed us, like I always say, like a bird, little cubes at a time, until our stomachs became able to handle the food. They had to have 3 things to get out of the ghetto. They had to get false papers that would say that we were Catholic. Number 2 was find a Polish family that would take us in, because that was as dangerous for them as it was for us. And number three, how to get out of the Warsaw Ghetto. And I remember my parents talking about it, and they were considering all sorts of things because there was a Polish driver that drove a German officer in and out of the ghetto. And they were considering drugging my sister and I and putting us into the trunk. And my mother decided that she wouldn't allow that because she was worried, what if we coughed or we woke up, we would be found. So the way we did get out was they made arrangements with a garbage truck driver that was going in and out of the ghetto. And one early morning, they put my sister and me and my mother into the truck, covered us up, and drove us out. And that's how we got out. But my parents had, having gone through the war, seeing the things they saw, they were determined that they would come to the United States if they could. When we came by ship, and we were landed in New Orleans, and from New Orleans we were supposed to actually go to California. So this was strictly an accident that we settled here. But I think that once my father put his feet on American soil, he wasn't going anywhere. So if he could work it out, he was just going to stay here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the ballroom and find your seats and find your cell phones. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Almost welcome back. All right, we just had a great session with Alex and Levine, and we're actually going to continue the discussions about resistance with this panel, which is a conversation between Jenny Craig Institute senior historian Steph Hintershitz, who many of you recall chaired a panel on women in resistance movements yesterday, and with Nicole Spangenberg. Now, recall also we introduced Nicole yesterday to the audience, and now here's a great chance to hear from her. Nicole was a member of the French resistance as a teenager and assisted with daring missions to aid her country against Nazi occupation during the Second World War. From delivering supplies and messages for members of her local resistance network to tending to wounded partisans, Nicole's work is an important reminder of the importance of everyone, to include women in the fight against fascism. So without further delay, Steph, it's all yours.
All right. All right, thank you everyone, and thank you Mike for that introduction. And probably doesn't need much of an introduction from me, but I am very honored to have Nicole here with us today. And we're gonna keep, like Mike had mentioned, keep with this theme of resistance, and especially with the roles of women in the different resistance movements. So like I said, we are really, really honored to have a member here with us to tell us about her story, and then also a little bit later to expand out and give you some more details about other women who were also important for the movement. So I would like to start off, Nicole, just asking you to give us a little bit of your background growing up. Tell us a little bit about your story before you actually got into the resistance movement.
Well, when I was a little girl, of course, I grew up in Paris, where I was born. And during the war, of course, we were always advised not to make eye contact with any other German that we would see in the street when the Germans were in Paris. And I think one of the things that I remember the most is the cold. Believe it or not, the cold in Paris in winter is a terrible cold. And of course, no apartment and no school had heat. So we had to bundle up to go to school, and we had to bundle up to be in the houses. And my parents had a great big apartment in Paris, unfortunately. So we only had one room where we lived. I mean, we actually just lived in one room. And we had a little stove that went through the window. And this is how we lived through the winter. And of course, before I went to school, what I would do, I would go and be in a queue, at the dairy to get the milk or butter, or if we could get butter, or anything that I could get with a ration, and then I would go to school and somebody else would come and replace me at the queue. The food, of course, as you probably all know, was not pretty good, was not good at all. We had ersatz coffee, butter was no butter, but we made do. And after the war, it took me years to finally eat pasta, because we had pasta almost every day. So the main thing was, as I grew a little older, 13, 14, we had parties. And the main thing was to run for that last metro, the last subway, before the curfew was on, because we had a curfew. And boy, if you didn't make the metro, you were really in trouble, because you did not want to be in the street, asked by the German what you were doing in the street, and be taken to the commandantur. So that you didn't want to do. So life in Paris was more or less normal that way, except that we had all these restrictions, and we knew that we had to abide by this restriction. Then later on, when the bombardment came, we decided we had to leave Paris, because our apartment was very close to a auto place. I think Fiat was there. And the bombardment was kind of heavy on that particular place, so my parents had a place in Brittany, not Normandy, but in Brittany. So this is where we went for a while. But then the Germans, of course, invented all of Brittany, so there was no point in staying there. We couldn't go to the beach. Everything was barbed wire, and you probably still see today the encampment that they had there. So after a year, we went back to Paris, but then the bombardment continued, and it was really almost untenable. At that time, in my family, there was my mother, my stepfather, because my parents had divorced when I was 9 and remarried, and each had a new family. And then I had 2 little sisters. One was 3 years old, and one was 1.5. So at this particular time, France was still divided in 2. You had the occupied zone and the non-occupied zone. So my stepfather decided, this is where we're going, to the non-occupied zone. So we started building a house in Cannes on the Riviera, which is where we went. Well, that was idyllic for a few months. And then, of course, the German came and took over all of France. So it started all over again. And if you have been in Cannes, you will know that there is a station, a railway station, right in the middle of Cannes. So that, again, became a big target from the Allies. So this is where I got into it. So here we were again in Cannes, trying to escape Paris, but we were in Cannes, and the bombardment started now from the Allies, trying to cut the line that was coming from Italy to France. So what to do? I was now 16 years old, and I had left school in Paris. I had gone to Brittany, and I was in Cannes, and I was back in Cannes in school, but it was kind of chaotic, as you can imagine. So my stepfather decided, okay, the invasion is going to come very soon. So let's just leave Cannes because of the bombardments, and we'll go into the Alpes, the bottom of the Alps, and we'll stay there until it's over and the Allied invasion had taken place. So that's what we did. We went to the Alpes in a little place called Beauvais, in a little village. Charming little village? It was not. It was just a run-of-the-mill village. Very, very small. It had one grocery store, one little church, and an Hotel de Ville, and that was it. So there we were in a hotel with my family, which then consisted also with my grandmother who had come with us, my stepfather, my mother, and my 2 little sisters. And then in the hotel was also a Jewish doctor, Dr. Vachtel, who was there for the same reason we were. And there was also a nurse who was there, also for the same reason we were, with her 2 little children. So there I was. And what to do? Nothing. So I borrowed a bicycle, and I was trying to go around and see what I could see and just kind of idle the day that way. And then, of course, one day, on one of my forays, I saw a young man coming out of a bush, really. And he was about my age, or maybe a little older, and he had a gun slung over his shoulder. Well, I knew who he was, of course. So naturally, I was 16, he must have been 17 or 18, we started to talk. So, naturally. So, he told me what he was doing. I knew that already, and he should have told me anyway. And then I told him that where I was at the hotel, that we had a nurse and we had a doctor. Oh, he said, you have a doctor and a nurse. Well, we have some wounded, and we would love to be able to get to them to help us. So I tried to arrange something between them. And indeed, when the head of the cell came to the hotel and met the doctor and met the nurse, and they decided that they would bring the wounded to the hotel. Well, that was very tricky, and it was very dangerous. And the hotel manager wasn't looking at this in a very good eye at all, as you can imagine. But anyway, they did. So they brought some wounded and came to be really kind of an infirmary of a sort, and we put mattresses on the floor, and the doctor and the nurse did what they could with what they had, because they didn't have very many resources. So this went on for some time. Then, to back up a little bit, the Germans could not occupy every inch of any territory, anywhere. So what they were doing, they would be in a certain town, which was the principal town, and then all the little villages around would not have any German, but what they do, they would come from time to time in kind of a reconnaissance trip, shall we say. And of course, they would ask who had been in the resistance or in the black market. And sometimes people would say who they were, and of course they were just taken right over and of course shot right there on the spot. So there was no German where we were. We knew that, but we knew where they were. They were in Ding. So one day, before that, I'm going to back up a little bit. And I had, of course, established this relationship between myself and the resistance. And I was able to kind of finagle a few things to pass from one cell to another, et cetera, on my bicycle. So there we were. One day, we heard that the Germans were coming. So panic at the hotel. What are we going to do? So my parents got very busy trying to see what they were going to do, where they're going to leave, trying to get together my sister, my grandmother, et cetera. And then everybody in the hotel was in the same panic mode. So I ran to the infirmary where I had been volunteering all this time with the doctor and the nurse. And fortunately for me, they had taught me a few things like making a dressing, moving a dressing, just whatever I could. I learned with them, which was good later on. So there we were, and I could see that everything was so chaotic. So I ran to the infirmary where the wounded were. And I realized that nobody was going to go with them anywhere. So I came back to my mother, to the room, and I told her that I was going with them. So that didn't sit very well, as you can imagine. And she tried to keep me and cried and so forth. But of course, she was very much right now in the mode of trying to get her own family together to go and where to go. So I kind of fell into the crack. So I went back to the infirmary, took a great big bag and put everything I could in the bag. And then a truck came to pick up the van, the van from the infirmary, and I just went with them. So we came to a pass, and we came to a place where there was a hiking path going up the mountain. So the wounded came off from the truck. There were probably about 20 of them. And there were another girl there and her brother, both with guns, so they were definitely from the resistance, and they were our guides. So when they got off the truck was just pushed into the ravine. And I saw that they had 3 mules. And one of the mules had bread, just big loaves of bread on the mule. And then the other one didn't have anything. So we put 2 of the most wounded on the mules. And we started up the path, this hiking path, which was very, very narrow and very difficult. It was only really for the hikers who came to that little village to just do that, hiking in the mountains. So fortunately, we had these 2 guys. The girl was in front with her brother and guiding us. And it became very perilous because it became, of course, more torturous as we went going up. And I was scared to death that the mules were going to really fall into the ravine because here you had a great big rock face on the right and the ravine on the left. And I thought, oh my goodness, they're going to just fall into the ravine. But they didn't. And so we went on, and it was very hard on the van, and they were moaning and crying. And I think only the fear of the German was the only thing that really pushed them to go on, because they really wanted to just stop, and understandably. So it took us quite an awful long time to go up to this place, which was, after going through a forest, up and up and up, we went to about 8,000 feet, so it was quite high. And we came to this clearing, and there was kind of a barn in this clearing. It was not really a full barn, but it was a barn that maybe had one side completely open, where they had bales of hay for the animals that came up to the pasture in the summertime. So we decided to make that our camp. So the bales of hay then became beds, and fortunately there was a little brook not very far from the place. So we were able to get the water from there. Drinking water, which we drank because it was so high in the mountain, we thought the water was pure there. So we drank the water from there, and I used it to sterilize whatever I had, to help the men with the dressing and to do whatever I could. again, I really had no experience. I was no nurse. I was just a schoolgirl. So I did what I could with, thank goodness, what the doctor and the nurse had showed me to do when we were down in the village. So this went on for some time, and every other day we had a group that came up from down below and brought us food and news. So after a few days, thank goodness, I was so surprised to see the doctor arrive, Dr. Bechtel arrive. I was so overjoyed. Thank goodness I could take a lot of responsibility, put it on him. Oh, and by the way, of course, at night I wanted to let you know about this barn. This was a barn, okay? We had, of course, no electricity and no water, but you also had rats and you had mice, and at night they would just kind of go all around, and I didn't like that very much. Then another thing which I really didn't like either is that all the able-bodied people, me included, had to take, what you call that, a watch at night with a gun, and I was scared to death. The noises in the forest at night is unbelievable. So every time I thought, oh, the Germans are coming, the Germans are coming. But it was probably just a mouse or something in the forest. So these were really the things that I really didn't like about that. The mice on the floor and the watch at night, that didn't go very well with me. But thank God the doctor had come. So I put everything off onto him. And there was we had among them a young Pole, a young Polish man, very young. He was blonde, tall, good looking, very nice young man who didn't speak a word of French or a word of English, he just spoke Polish, so it was kind of difficult. But he was probably our most serious one there. And I could see, I had seen when we were there, the gangrene was going up his leg. So when the doctor saw that, he said, this is really very, very serious. And in order to save his life, we're going to have to cut his leg. So the man took down some planks from the barn, assembled them to make kind of a makeshift table. And we put him on the table with men holding him down. We plied him with Calvados. I don't know whether you know what Calvados is. It's an eau de vie. Kind of tied him down, and Dr. Bechtel proceeded to cut his leg without any anesthesia. And of course, I had to help him. So that does remain one of the big moments in my life, I can assure you. So after that, we went on for some time, and it was time to go and leave to go somewhere else for safety reasons. But as we were ready to go, my stepfather arrived, unbeknownst to me, and told me that even if he had to tie me up, I was going back down. So I had to go back down with him, very angry and very rebellious. And I went back, and my mother had gone with my family, my two little sisters, and my grandmother had found another hotel, because they had left that hotel. They found another hotel, and this is where I went, and I was practically on the lock and key until the Allied invasion. So after that, we all went back to Cannes, the doctor, the nurse, and myself. And the doctor and I had been keeping in touch. So he became one of the main doctors in one of the makeshift hospitals on the Riviera between Nice and Cannes. It had been a hotel, but because of the FFI coming in, Free Force de l'Intérieur, came in, this particular hotel had been turned into a hospital. So I went back with Dr. Bechtel, and this is when I got my formal papers, and I got my ID of the FFI, and I got my armband of the FFI, which is now in the museum, as a matter of fact. So I went on like this for a while until we decided to go back to Paris, and that was really the end of my extent with the resistance.
Excellent. Thank you, Nicole. So I do want to ask you, before we turn it over to Q&A, because you had such a rich story and really honored to hear all of your experiences, how representative was your experience, do you think, with other women who served in the resistance? Because I know you do have a few examples, and so if you could give the audience some context about what, we heard what makes you special, but are there other examples?
Oh, there were.
Yeah.
There were lots of women who were really extraordinary heroes, and some of their story are so much better than the fiction that you read that sometimes you just can't believe that it's really happened. I would like to tell of two women, if I may.
Yep.
One is Christina Starbuck, who was Polish, a Polish aristocrat, glamorous, passionate, and totally fearless. She led a life of romance, danger, and thrills, and became one of Britain's most important and daring spy, a favorite of Churchill and mine. She was born in Warsaw in 1908 to Count and Countess Jerzy Starbuck, and raised on their large estate, where she learned to shoot, ride horses, and ski in the adjacent Tatra Mountains. She was fluent in German and French and English. While still in her teens, she married a young businessman, but they were incompatible, and she divorced soon after. When she was 22, her father died after having really gambled the whole estate away. So they found themselves penniless, and she and her mother had to move to Warsaw, where she tried to find a job. So she did find a job at a Fiat factory, but her lungs became affected by the fumes and scarred. So the advice of a doctor, she resumed her life on the outside and went back when she could to skiing, which she excelled, learning all of the back ways of these mountains. And actually, it is on the slope that she met her second husband, a tall, taciturn, but brilliant diplomat, 20 years older than she. Jerzy Gizicki came from a wealthy family, which enabled him to do whatever he wanted to do without any restriction of a job. A talented linguist, he became a Polish diplomat as well as a writer. He loved to ski in the Tatras mountain. And one afternoon, while skiing, he saw this young woman struggling and falling on a steep slope, which had become very icy in a sudden blizzard. He skied over to her and grabbed her bodily, averting her coming fall. Although 20 years her senior, Jerzy married Katrina a few months later in Warsaw. Then they went to Ethiopia, where Jerzy was posted, but they came back to London when Germany invaded Poland. Christina was introduced to M16, the British intelligence, which so impressed by her language skills, her independence, and her willingness to help a country that they promptly recruited her. Christina's first mission was to go to Hungary, then a neutral country, her cover being a journalist. Many Poles, after the German invasion, were trying to escape to Hungary any way they could, as the border was still opened, and Christina met a lot of their compatriots. Among them, she met a young, dashing lieutenant by the name of Andrzej Kowarski. According to the writer Claire Mully, Andrzej was tall and well-built, with dark blonde hair, intense blue eyes, and utterly charming and fearless, while enjoying a life at its fullest. Upon meeting, these two must have recognized their own similarities of characters, and a spark was lit that would endure all their lives. Like the famous American spy Virginia Hall, due to a hunting accident, Andrzej had lost one leg below the knee and wore his prosthetic leg. After fighting with the Black Brigade, he was awarded the highest Poland military decoration, the Virtuti Medal. Lines of communication between Hungary and Poland were badly needed, as German propaganda now controlled the news, effectively cutting off Poland from the rest of the world. Hungary was a neutral country, but its government was more likely to cooperate with Germany than to the Allies. So under the guise of being a journalist, Christina was sent to Budapest to open a courier channel and try to get into Poland. That she did against all advices in February when the snow was deep. But she managed to persuade Olympic skier Jan Masaryk to guide her and set And she set off on her ski to cross the border to Poland, where she organized a system of couriers and supplied funding. On one of her missions there, hidden in her ski jacket, she brought back a microfilm detailing preparation for Operation Barbarossa, the proposed invasion of the Soviet Union. Andres was also directed to go to Budapest and has also been ordered to work with Christina to form a team to gather intelligence on river and train traffic traveling between Germany and Romania, and tracking movement of frontier guards on the Yugoslav and Slovakian border. But their luck finally ran out, and they were arrested by the Gestapo. During the interrogation, Christina bit her tongue so hard that it bled. And the Gestapo, fearing that she had acute tuberculosis, let them go. In 1942, 1953, they continued their work in different countries, setting up bases, recruiting and training agents, bringing money and supply, and of course, finding out that they were not very much in love. By that time, both were under surveillance by the Gestapo, and so they were given new identities. She became Christine Granville and Andrew Kennedy, which name they kept for the rest of their lives. The team was sent to Turkey and then to Cairo, where, waiting for a new assignment, Christina learned wireless skills. Because of her ability in speaking French, she was given a new name, Pauline Armand. She was issued a crash helmet, a revolver, a cyanide pill, and forged French papers. She was then parachuted down to the Vercors Plateau and the Alps, where she met her new boss, Francis Camaert. Now, I want to stop here a minute and tell you it really blew my mind when I did this research to realize that she and I were in the same place at the same time. I would have never met her because I was just a little fly on the wall, but she would have probably met the head of my cell and brought to us ammunition and money and whatever she had to bring. So Francis Camaert was one of the best operators of the country. His jockey network coordinated resistance groups from the Rhone Valley to the Riviera and as far north as Grenoble. In the adjacent mountain in the Bas-Alpes, there was a maquis, which is, you know what the maquis is. And there, of course, this is where the young maquisards were hiding and prepared the fights, the ambushes, and the sabotage necessary to counter the German offenses. Pauline, alias Christine, bicycled, walked, hiked to bring money, ammunition, and training to the diverse resistance cells in the region. Sabotage was needed to delay any German offensive that might hinder the coming of the Allied invasion, Operation Dragoon. According to the writer Claire Millet, as the Germans retreated, 200 villages were summarily murdered and raped. Captured maquisards were burned alive in buildings or left hanging by piano wire. The maquis lost over 600 men. In one of her more audacious feats, upon hearing that Commander Camaert had been captured with 2 of his colleagues and was waiting for execution, Christine, alias Pauline, marched into the German prison, purported to be the niece of General Montgomery, and threatened them with terrible reprisal from the approaching Allies if they did indeed execute these men. And unbelievably, again, Camaert and 2 of these men were let go. Another one of her extraordinary exploits, upon hearing that about 60 Poles were conscripted in a German garrison in Col de l'Arche, a key German garrison on the border of the French and Italian Alps, she got a loud hailer, I think that was a megaphone, which must have been akin to a megaphone. And she walked all the way up the mountains with a few men and, speaking in Polish, urged the men to mutiny and desert, which they eventually did. And the German commander faced with mutiny from the Pole, who then left taking away with them mortar and military equipment, had no option but to surrender to the French. Christina's breathtaking achievements were recognized with an OBE, Officer of the British Empire, and the Croix de Guerre from the French government. But shamefully, this extraordinary woman was dismissed with a month's salary and a new British citizenship, otherwise penniless and unable to find employment. After several tries as a telephone operator, a salesperson, a waitress, she finally found a job as a steward on an ocean liner. A fellow steward, Dennis Muldowney, of course, became infatuated with her, obsessed with her, and started to stalk her. One evening, as she was returning from dinner with some friends, he waited in the street for her, and when she entered the hotel in Kensington, where she lived between her ocean liner jobs, he followed her into the lobby, and with a long bladed knife that he was hiding under his coat, stabbed her to death. Muldowney was hung for his crime. As for Andrew, who had recently reconnected with her, he asked that upon his death, his ashes be put at the foot of her grave.
So I'm going to actually have some time later doing Q&A because these stories are absolutely amazing, but I want to thank you for telling us Christina's story. And before I turn it over for Q&A, I want to ask you, why is it so important for all of us in this room to know the stories of you, but also of women like Christina? Why should we know them? Why should perhaps more young women know these stories and young people in general?
Well, because, as you all know, in school today, God, country, duty, sacrifice are no longer in school. And we need to put them back. We need them today as much as we ever did. So I think that perhaps a program highlighting the extraordinary story of men and women might just lit that little spark that sometimes is needed to alter a course of a life or to alter somebody's idea about what they want to do.
Yeah, and we had a good conversation about what things I read as a young girl, and so I was telling Nicole about the American Girl books. So if you know about the American Girl books, I feel like most women my age who are historians probably got into history from the American Girl books. So I think exactly what you just said, hearing stories of women like you and Christina, and also the men as well, I think could be very inspiring. So I want to thank you, Nicole, and then I will turn it over to Jeremy.
Thank you very much, Nicole Spangenberg and Steph Hennerschutz. Round of applause, please. The unique opportunity to speak to somebody who was actually there is now yours. Please raise your hand and we'll bring you the microphone. Connie's in the back and I'm here in the front. We will start to your left, ladies, if you follow me.
I'm curious if you know what happened to the young Polish man who you had to amputate his leg if he survived, and what happened afterwards.
He did not survive. He did not survive.
Nicole, a quick follow-up to that. Any of the individuals that were assisted by this network, was there any communication after the war?
Well, unfortunately, what happened is that the German, after they had moved to another location, the German did find them and set fire to the other barn they were in. And the one who were able to walk were able to escape, but the other ones did not. So most of them were shot.
We're going to go to your right in the very back row with Connie, please.
Nicole, you said you had two stories, and you may not have time to tell the story of the second woman, but could you give us her name so we could look it up?
Yes, yes. this is an extraordinary story. It's better than fiction, I assure you. Her name is Maria Oktyabrskaya. I will have to get with you and give you the...
We will keep the slide up a little bit longer so people can write that last name down, please.
It's a very short story.
Well, go ahead and share it for a moment.
Okay. It's very short, but it's kind of fun. Maria was born in 1905 to a peasant couple, one of 10 children. She was beautiful, with dark hair, large velvety eyes. She educated herself and took a job as a telephone operator. Then she met and married the love of her life, a young, dashing Russian officer by the name of Ilya Oktyabrskaya. But they were both very interested in military affairs, and sometimes they just spend the evening in talking about military things, the battles, the generals, the tactics, etc. But of course, it was war, and he was called to the front, and unfortunately, he was killed. The news, unbelievably, did not return until 2 years later, speaking of communication. So when she heard, of course, she was totally devastated, but then she got enraged. She had to do something, but what? So she sold her house, she sold the meager jewelry she had, she sold all of her possessions. And what could she do with that money, right? What did she do? She bought a T-34 medium tank. That she baptized the fighting girlfriend. Then she enrolled herself into a 5-month training program as a driver and mechanic so that she could do the thing herself. After completing her training, she wrote Stalin and asked him if she could join the men at the front. Of course, that was terrific PR, and of course he said yes. So she joined then the 26th Guard Tank Brigade at the front. She called her tank the fighting girlfriend. Many of the fellow tankers saw her as a publicity stunt and a joke, but then the attitude changed when Maria began fighting. She fought in her first battle in 1943, maneuvering her tank in intense fighting, and when her tank was hit, disregarding orders, she leapt out and effected the repairs herself. While fighting in other battles, though, she earned the respect of her fellow tankers. But in 1944, while fighting at night in the Leningrad offensive, her tank was hit by an anti-tank shell. And while she was out of the turret to try to repair her tank, mortar shell fragment hit her in the head, and she lost consciousness and never regained consciousness and died 2 months later. So that's the story of the tank lady.
So Nicole, I actually wanted to jump in here real quick. You had mentioned earlier in your talk a ribbon that is here at the museum. Is that what you said? Could you?
Armband.
Yep. So you can tell us a little bit.
Oh, well, it's the armband that I got from the FFI, which has a free Faux d'Intérieur, when I got back to Cannes, and I have my identity card so it will allow me to just go back and forth freely with my armband and my identity card. So the armband is now in the museum. Oh, and by the way, I also want to mention the Lysander, which is in the museum. The plane, the Lysander, which was used mostly from London to bring the spies from London to wherever they were going, particularly to France.
Thank you.
Nicole, our friend James Holland had a question asking me if you live in the United States or France, and I said a little bit of both because you live in New Orleans.
That's right. That's why I'm here.
Can you tell people how you came to New Orleans? And then there's going to be a question in the aisle that I'll get to.
Well, as you probably know by now, I'm rather impulsive. So I was living then in the United States in Virginia, and I decided I was going to stay. My grandmother went back to Europe, and I decided I was going to stay. So I took a job, and somebody had said, oh, you should go to New Orleans. Everybody speaks French. So I said, well, why not? So I booked a ticket that came to New Orleans. I had a few letters of introduction to some ladies in New Orleans, but I also had a little notebook that I had kept, and I had the name of some people that I knew, and I thought, I'm going to call them. So one of them was the Bob Spangenberg, whom I had known during the war, actually after the war, when he was in Cannes at a rest camp. And I knew that he was married and had 2 little children. I thought it'd be a great time to meet them. So we agreed to meet, and it so happened that at that particular time, in those days, there was a friendship that used to come to New Orleans around Christmas time. It was a school ship, and it would be here for Christmas and during the duration of the holidays. And it so happened that the ship captain I had known also in France. And so we're supposed to have a grand evening that evening with Bob Spangenberg and the captain of the vessel and myself. And then he called and said at the last minute he couldn't come, he couldn't leave the ship because something had happened on the ship, he had to stay. So Bob was going to bring his little brother. So I said, okay. I didn't like that. I said, okay. So he brought the little brother, and that was on a Sunday, I believe. So it was on a Sunday, and by Saturday we were engaged. And we've been married 67 years.
Aww.
Just a minute, please. Let me bring the microphone to you, sir. There you go.
I'm in the Spangenberg family, and I think Nicole forgot to mention that Bob Spangenberg was skipper of a PT boat in France, and that's how you met him.
That's right. Thank you. Any more questions? Oh, got some.
During your time you were at the underground, how did you control your fear when you were doing a mission?
Well, to begin with, I think that this is true of all 16 years old. You're never going to die. At 16, you're just not. And you don't think about that. You just don't think about that. You think about it, from time to time, but not really. It doesn't keep you from doing anything that you want to do.
All the way in the very back center aisle, please.
Bonjour, Nicole. Ça va? I run a gifted and talented school in New York City, and it's elementary and middle school. And we are really going through a hard time now, not only with COVID, but with people that are teaching their children that they are entitled to everything, and that no one knows that they have to work for things and participate in their communities and support others. I now have what we call an Anderson activist class for the entire school, where the children are going to be coming up with a particular passion and taking action on it. But when I'm in front of all these parents, and I need to explain to them the importance of what you said at the very end of your speech about duty, about commitment, about caring for others. When I'm in front of these people and in front of the Board of Education, I mean, I have all sorts of ways of speaking to them, but in your words, how would you open up a conversation in order to get them to where I want to take them, to make sure that their kids are active in their communities, the country, the world, etc.?
Well, again, I think that you can mention what some of the women and the men did at their age. At their age, that's the main thing. Because that would certainly spark their interest. And a story like the tank lady would certainly spark their interest.
Great. Oh, she's Polish as well, so it's another story that she's tied into. So we're going to stay in the back row to your right, ladies.
Bonjour. I think it would be not fitting to mention the book about Christine, The Spy Who Loved.
Right.
That's the name of the definitive book about Christine Granville. And it's like you had mentioned, truth is much better than any fiction you ever want. It reads better than any spy autobiography you will ever read. When you go from Warsaw to Budapest to Cairo, to England, and then being flown into France. And it also touches on the resistance movements. She was the most famous Polish resistance fighter who was ostracized from the Polish resistance group because she worked for the British, and then got her real fame in France, being of Polish extraction. But she was just the bravest lady I have ever read about. So the spy who loved. It's better than The Spy Who Loved Me, James Bond.
We're going to go to the back here. Joe, please.
Ma'am, what do you think was your greatest strength to be able to resist, and how much knowledge or hope did you have that the Allies would free you?
Well, we knew they were coming. We knew that this was imminent to begin with. So it gave us the strength to go on. It was at a very, very difficult time because, of course, as a German would be leaving before the invasion, they would leave their mark when they were leaving. And that was a very difficult time for all of the region in France and the little villages where they really, they left their mark. But you get your strength, I don't know, it's something that you do because you believe in something to begin with, and that is the strength that you need to go on, the belief in something.
Next question will be to your left, ladies.
Yes, I'm wondering if your mother and stepfather ever said after the war, gee, we're really sorry, we sort of locked you up and we wish you had continued? Or
no.
How did they feel after the war?
We didn't talk about it.
We're going to go up to the front to your left, ladies, with Christoph.
Merci, Madame. I'd like first to thank you, I guess, for all my friends in Normandy making Calvados. That's a good advertising. Help us to go through US customs. Anyway. And also, you mentioned something that was very interesting at the beginning of your speech, about you went from Paris to Brittany. First, I'd like to know where exactly here.
Yes.
And what is it, the food issue? Because my friend Colette usually mentioned that we were lucky in Normandy, we had food next door, but in Paris they starved the whole time, and the only money available to exchange with the Germans or between French for informations was with food more than money.
Well, that is true. I think that you were much better off when you were in the little villages or outside of the big metropolitan areas, because you could go and get wood to heat the house, which we couldn't. And then you have usually some garden of your own where you grew some vegetables, and we couldn't do that in Paris, for instance. No, we suffered a lot in Paris in the way of food that we didn't have. Even when you had your ration, sometimes you just went to the store and there just was nothing left. There was nothing. So that went on for quite a while, but you were much better off in the country, absolutely.
And Christoph referenced Colette Marine Catherine, who is a friend of the museums and meets with our groups in Normandy, including our school groups, our students. There was a question here in the center aisle in the green jacket.
Nicole, I can see you're a very high energy, action-oriented person, which I think would be really good for a resistance worker. But you also mentioned the fact that you were very young, and so most of the time you thought you were immortal. Was that true of most of the resistance workers you encountered? Were they young and bold?
I think it was true of all the younger men. You know, the 17, the 18, the 19. After that, they got a little more knowledge about life, shall we say. So they didn't quite feel that way. But it was very true of the very young ones, yes, definitely. Which is why they were able to do what they did. And some of my friends paid the price for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please thank Steph Hennerschitz and Nicole Spangenberg for a wonderful presentation and for your service. We will now break for an hour and 5 minutes. This will be our lunch break. Please be back for our next conversation at 1:30. Thank you.
The National World War II Museum, originally known as the National D-Day Museum, was built in New Orleans because of the vision of historian Stephen Ambrose and powerful local connections to World War II history. Ambrose, an author and professor at the University of New Orleans, wanted to honor the remarkable wartime contributions of boat builder Andrew Jackson Higgins and his company. Higgins Industries in New Orleans produced more than 20,000 landing craft for World War II amphibious invasions. Ambrose enlisted his UNO colleague and friend Nick Mueller, a high-energy professor and vice-chancellor, in a quest to highlight Higgins' work and the far-flung D-Day invasions. It took a decade of meetings, design work, and fundraising, as well as a struggle to choose the best location. UNO provided steady support, but many doubted the museum would ever open. Against all odds, the museum opened just upriver from the French Quarter on June 6, 2000, the 56th anniversary of D-Day in Normandy. Accolades rolled in from around the world. Tens of thousands lined the streets of downtown New Orleans for a ticker-tape parade.
The next mobile unit is a Jeep carrying some of our honored veterans of World War II. Congratulations, gentlemen.
World War II veterans said thank you for the creation of a national museum to preserve and pass on their stories.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Really, this is just great. This is fantastic.
Actor Tom Hanks and filmmaker Steven Spielberg of Saving Private Ryan fame and NBC anchor Tom Brokaw joined other celebrities, Secretary of Defense William Cohen, and our congressional delegation at the opening.
I really think that this is something that our children need to frequent, that our teachers need to facilitate from now into forever.
The success of the opening and first year was possible thanks to early supporters like Frank B. Stewart Jr. Just 18 months after the grand opening, December 7th, 2001, the museum opened its second phase, the D-Days of the Pacific Galleries in the Louisiana Memorial Pavilion, adding a new dimension to the treatment of the D-Day invasions. Former President George H.W. Bush, a World War II Navy torpedo bomber pilot in the Pacific Theater, was on hand. Tragedy struck in October of 2002 when Stephen Ambrose, the man who had conceived of the D-Day Museum, passed away. His dream was left to President and CEO Nick Mueller, along with devoted museum trustees and other supporters. World War II veterans and their advocates clamored for the institution to tackle the entire American experience in the war. Soon after its opening, the museum's trustees chose to expand its mission to cover every facet of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today. But doing so would require a national board, the purchase of 3 city blocks, careful planning, and an astonishing amount of money, not to mention determined support from World War II veterans in Congress. Under Boise Bollinger's leadership as chairman, the museum committed to a bold expansion plan, with a congressional designation making the institution America's National World War II Museum, with a broad mission. In 2005, the Barksdale family made a significant $5 million commitment to the museum's expansion for the Colonel Battle Barksdale Parade Ground. As the museum and its architects prepared for expansion, there was renewed excitement in 2004 over ongoing exhibit additions like a salvaged and restored Higgins landing craft. But in 2005, Hurricane Katrina and the devastation it brought to the Gulf Coast region severely tested the museum. Museum board members met to consider multiple options, including abandoning the expansion plan, scaling back, or pressing on as originally planned. Ultimately, the board voted to stay the course. The museum reopened 3 months after Katrina, becoming an inspiration during a time of adversity. The World War II Museum took a giant step forward as it opened the Solomon Victory Theater complex in 2009, unveiling the Beyond All Boundaries 4D film and a USO-style BB's Stage Door Canteen performance venue. A refined campus master plan was taking shape, and President Nick Mueller joyfully welcomed the 2 millionth visitor. The Kushner Restoration Pavilion, named in honor of the late former trustee John Kushner, opened in 2011. The U.S. Freedom Pavilion, the Boeing Center, a stunning facility featuring warplanes hanging from the ceiling, opened in 2013. Visitors are awed by My Gal Sal, a B-17 bomber, a Tuskegee Airman, Red-Tail P-51 Mustang, and the TBM Avenger, Bayou Bomber. Throughout its expansion, the museum has received unwavering support from the state of Louisiana. Subsequent years have seen the development of the Campaigns of Courage Pavilion, which houses the Duchossois family Road to Berlin European Theater Galleries, and the Richard C. Atkerson and Freeport McMoran Foundation Road to Tokyo Pacific Theater Galleries. The Arsenal of Democracy, the Herman and George R. Brown Salute to the Home Front in the original Louisiana Memorial Pavilion, and the Hall of Democracy, which centers for research and media production, a library, and a special exhibits gallery. Added to the mix, the Higgins Hotel and Conference Center. Museum Board Chairman and World War II veteran Paul Hilliard and his wife Madeline named the Conference Center, which is critical to the expansion of the museum's educational programs. The National World War II Museum's leadership faced a transition point in 2017 as Nick Mueller was succeeded by Stephen Watson, who was the museum's chief operating officer for the previous 10 years. As the museum nears the completion of its capital expansion, Watson's entrepreneurial spirit and creative leadership style have propelled the museum towards its next phase of growth, which will focus on expanding educational programs and outreach. 2 decades after the museum opened its doors, total on-site visitation is over 8 million, and completion of the campus is finally in sight. In addition to the towering Bollinger Canopy of Peace, the museum is eager to dedicate its final exhibit hall, the Liberation Pavilion.
I think what Liberation does is really, help the visitor, understand where the world was in 1945. But I think, the other really important part of Liberation is it helps the visitor understand the legacy of the war. What happened in this country as a result of our victory in World War II and what changed in the world.
Tom Hanks has called America's National World War II Museum an essential reference point in troubled times.
You can take away the technology and the speed of living that is with us in 2009 and compare it to what the world was in 1939, and it's not all that different. We faced then, as we face now, theologies of superiority, politics of extremism, warfare of terror, and institutionalized prejudices. It seems as though the 80-plus years have not gone to educate the human condition as well as one would hope. And yet, it has. We are wiser and smarter people now because we have lived through it and we have constructed, both as a school and as a church, as an example, such buildings as the National World War II Museum. For a lesson in how to replace hopelessness with hope, with today's passivity with action, with the resignation we are so willing to fall into, we can replace it with resolve. And as an example, we can come here to New Orleans, the National World War II Museum.
It should have been impossible, crossing the world's widest ocean to answer an attack made by a powerful adversary. From island to island to island, we fought through hostile terrain, malnutrition, disease, and at every step, an enemy that just kept coming. it should have been impossible. Find out how millions of Americans pushed past impossible on the road to Tokyo, new at the National World War II Museum.
In World War II, the road to Berlin followed many paths. Some marched the sun-scorched deserts of North Africa, while others crawled the sands of Omaha Beach. From the rubble-strewn streets of Italy to the frozen forest of the Ardennes, each soldier, sailor, and airman's journey was his own. But all were united by a common cause: victory. Follow in their footsteps on the road to Berlin, new at the National World War II Museum.
The American Battle Monuments Commission and the National World War II Museum in New Orleans have partnered together to help educators better learn the stories of the American experience of the war in Europe. Join us for a 4-week online teacher professional development course that will explore critical campaigns, decisions, events, and about those who served in the European theater through the lens of ABMC's cemeteries and memorials. Beginning with the invasion of Sicily and Italy in 1943, each module will cover the Allied efforts to eliminate fascism from Europe. This course will provide access to noted World War II scholars, museum and ABMC staff members, and virtual resources educators can incorporate into classroom instruction. Employing a rich array of curriculum built upon primary source materials from both the American Battle Monuments Commission and the National World War II Museum, this free online course will aid teachers in finding new and exciting ways to bring the legacy of World War II to life.
Here at the National World War II Museum, we have been connecting virtually with students and adults for over 12 years. We have a variety of award-winning distance learning programs, including Skype in the Classroom, virtual field trips, electronic field trips, and webinars. These 4 distance learning programs allow us to bring the museum into any organization looking for a low-maintenance field trip experience. And the best part is, there's something for everyone, including free and paid programming. Skype in the Classroom is a free community for educators that allows us to connect with students all over the world in 20 to 30-minute interactive lessons. These programs are perfect for teachers who are looking to supplement content. The museum's hour-long virtual field trips allow us to incorporate even more content, like primary sources and oral histories, that enable us to provide students with a more in-depth discussion on a particular topic. Our free electronic field trips and webinars are live, collaborative broadcasts that stream directly into your classroom. These programs allow us to make history resonate with your students and bring textbooks to life. So join us and take your students on a journey across the United States and across the globe to study the important stories of World War II. For more information and to book a program, visit the link you see on your screen.
Hi, I'm Don Miller. I'm the lead historian for this trip back to the bomber bases of World War II. I'm an historian and a writer, author of 9 books, one of which is Masters of the Air, the book upon which this tour is based. And we're doing a 9-hour HBO series with Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg based on the book. And it's one of the most unforgettable and absorbing stories I've ever heard. It's the story of the 8th Air Force flying out of England in the first bomber war in history. And they delivered a lot of punishment to Germany. They knocked out 60 industrial cities and disabled the German economy. But they took staggering losses. 26,000 8th Air Force airmen lost their lives in these battles. That's more than Marine Corps lost in all of World War II. Your chances of surviving a mission were 1 in 5. These guys flew in freezing skies, unheated planes, perilous missions, almost 1,000 of them. And they flew from airfields that were cut right out of farmers' fields. And the farmers lived there during the war. And we're going to go back to those fields in England, in East Anglia. It has beautiful cities, but it also has this rolling countryside where the airfields are currently located. And they've been restored lovingly by the Brits who lived there, many of them as kids during the war. So when you go back there, you'll be talking to people who were there when the American flyers just kind of dropped out of the sky like spacemen, gum-chewing, smart, mouthing Sinatra lovers, They changed the whole culture of East Anglia, and these kids adored them. And when you talk to those locals who knew the airmen well as kids, and you stand on the observation tower, Thorpe Abbott, with the wind whipping in your face, you will never feel closer to the war. And we concluded with a spectacular experience at Duxford Air Force Base. We're going to watch a dogfight, a simulated dogfight. We're going to go down to the place where they take off. We'll watch them take off, touch the wings of the plane, shake hands with the pilots, off they go. And the dogfight will take place right over our heads. Then when we go into England, we go to the Imperial War Museum. That's connected to Duxford. Duxford is near Cambridge, of course, with its high spires and the colleges there, which also, by the way, has a very moving, powerful cemetery dedicated to the American airmen who died in this conflict. And then we'll go down underneath London to the Churchill War Rooms, where Churchill had his map room and his cabinet planned and directed the entire war from there. We'll sit at the chair, the actual chair, not just the table, that Churchill sat at. And you get a sense, really, that, again, you're soaking in the war. You're feeling it personally. I've done a lot of trips from the museum. This is unique, and it's my absolute favorite. The towns are gorgeous. Bury St. Edmunds has an abbey. It's got a beautiful cathedral. It's got a great, brewery in town. It's got a beautiful square. We'll be staying at 5-star hotels wherever we go. If you sign up for a tour like this, you'll be signing up for an experience unlike any you've ever had before. And it combines the personal with historical and intertwines them.
Here this morning, I warmly welcome you all to this Pride of Our Nation monument. And this monument was erected in memory of those Solomon Islanders who had served with U.S. Marines during the Second World War, and also in memory for the islanders to see and to think about the importance of the role, the courage, the loyalty, and the sacrifice of the islanders who had served during the Second World War. Welcome to the Unity Square here at Point Cruz, in the heart of the nation's capital, Honiara. We have this biggest flag in the country standing at the back, surrounded by 9 small flagpoles, which represents the 9 provinces that form part of the nation. Welcome this morning to the Guadalcanal American War Memorial up here at the Skyline on Hill 73, as numbered by the American Army after the war. And the purpose of erecting this war memorial is in the honor of those U.S. servicemen who had fought during the Guadalcanal campaign and lost their lives for the liberation of the Solomons. This site was also selected for this memorial because of the spectacular sights you can see from here out to Tulagi, where it's another landing site of the American Marines on the 7th of August 1942, and also on Guadalcanal and Red Beach, also on the same date, 7th of August 1942. In addition to this, you can see within this memorial, there are 5 pillars that records the history of each battle that took place around these areas, and also records 7 sea battles that also took place during the Guadalcanal campaign. Bloody Ridge is a mile south of Hendersonville, and why it is so important in the history of the Battle of Guadalcanal is that it was the battle up here that fully determined the turning point of the Pacific War, because the Japanese forces were in retaliation to take back their airfield which they had constructed. The American Marines took over the airfield just a day after they landed at Red Beach and also after they landed at Tulagi. On the 12th to the 13th and 14th of September was the dates of the battle that ranged these ridges. But it was on the 13th, on the night on the 13th, that the Japanese actually attacked right on top of this ridge where we are standing. Right here is where the first defense line of the Marine Raiders. And the Japanese fought so strongly during the night, and they broke through the first defense line, and the Marines had to retreat back on that ridge, which is hill number 2, and they have to rebuild their defense line, the second defense line on that ridge. They broke through the second American lines, and the Marines have to retreat further down to hill number 3, which is right beyond this valley, and they built their third defense line on hill number 3. And it was on hill number 3 that the Americans have held back the Japanese, who tried their very best to capture the airfield on that early morning of the day on the 14th. The determining battle took place, and the Americans managed to push back the Japanese from going through hill number 3 to capture Henderson Airfield. On this ridge, we have 2 memorials. The first one we are just standing very close to is the Japanese memorial. It was erected here because of the broke through the Japanese forces made during the first battle on the 13th of September. And the memorial at hill number 3 was dedicated in the memory of the first Marine Raiders. On the 7th of August 2017, a ceremony was held up on this ridge, and during the ceremony, it was declared by the government and the people of Solomon Islands to the Marine Raiders to develop this ridge into a World Heritage Park. These 10-inch figurines are made by the World War II Museum in New Orleans, together with the Solomon Scouts and Coast Waters Trust Board in Solomon Islands, for the purpose of being souvenir for those veterans overseas and families who will be visiting Guadalcanal in Solomon Islands. We are now standing in the War Memorial Garden up here at Hendersonville. This garden was initiated by the U.S. Consular, Kitty Saunders, who was also the jail lady for the soil and viral purification. At the bottom of each tree, we do have plaques in commemoration of those sailors, Marines, airmen, soldiers who fought and died on Guadalcanal. The garden is still open for those families and relatives who may wish to sponsor each tree in commemoration for their dear ones who fought and also died on Guadalcanal.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Ritchie, and I'll be your lead historian for the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany. This is one of the latest tours that's been put on by the National World War II Museum, and it's a fantastic journey through the history of the Second World War, but is seen from the perspective of Germany and Poland. We start our journey in the city of Berlin, where Hitler came to power and where he really took power. Berlin was really Hitler's nerve center from which he controlled the entire Third Reich. And we go to the places where he seized power. We go to the Brandenburg Gate. We see the massive torchlight parade. We go to the scene of the Reichstag fire, which gave him the powers of the Enabling Act to take people's rights away. We go to the book burning scene where Goebbels burned books. And we also go to the Olympic Stadium, where Hitler staged the 1936 Games. We also go to darker places, to the Villa at Wannsee, where Reinhard Heydrich finalized the mass murder of the European Jews in the final solution. And we also end up in Potsdam, where the famous 1945 conference took place, which registered the borders for post-war Europe. From Berlin, we journey south and head toward the city of Wrocław, site of the very famous siege of Breslau in 1945. We then follow General von Rundstedt's footsteps as he prepared for the invasion of Poland in 1939. And we go to Żagań, where the famous camp Stalag Luft 3 was, where Allied prisoners of war were kept, and of course was made famous by the film The Great Escape. We next journey to the beautiful city of Krakow, which was very little destroyed during the war, but of course it also has a World War II history. This was the place, for example, where Hans Frank set himself up, half jokingly, as the King of Poland in the Wawel Castle, and took for his own personal property Leonardo da Vinci's Lady with an Ermine, which he put in his bedroom. We also go to the once thriving Jewish quarter in Kashmir, some of which still remains. See a restored synagogue and some of the places that still exist, the old houses and so on. But the next day, we make the tragic journey to Auschwitz and Auschwitz-Birkenau, where so many hundreds of thousands of Polish Jews and Jews from all over Europe perished. From Krakow, we go up to Gdansk. We stay in the Grand Hotel Sopot, where Hitler, Ribbentrop, Goebbels, Goering, and many other top Nazis came to stay or visited during the invasion of Poland. We go to Westerplatte, where the first shots of the war were fired. And we go into the beautiful city of Gdansk, which has now been renovated, but which was very badly destroyed at the end of the Second World War. We journey from Gdansk down toward the Wolfschanze, Hitler's headquarters in what used to be East Prussia. This is the place from which the Wehrmacht and Hitler and the top brass really defended the Third Reich and attacked the Soviet Union. This is a very terrifying place. One really starts to get a hint of Hitler's madness by looking at these massive bunkers. And he lived there for over 800 days during the Second World War. This was also the site of Stauffenberg's attempted assassination of Hitler on the 20th of July, 1944. We end our journey in Warsaw. The first evening we go to the Warsaw Uprising Museum, where we meet Polish veterans from the Second World War who fought both in the uprising, but also in places like Monte Cassino and in Holland. We then have our final evening at a Polish dwór, a Polish manor house, which was taken over during the war by Herbert Gila, who was the most highly decorated Waffen-SS general in the Second World War. He made it his headquarters during the Warsaw Uprising and the fighting on the Eastern Front in August-September 1944. This is a very personal journey. Of course, we look at some very difficult and tragic aspects of the past, but we also have a lot of fun on the way. The hotels are fantastic, the food is magnificent, and it really is up to the standards you've come to expect from a luxury tour from the National World War II Museum. So please come and join me at what I think is a historical journey of a lifetime through World War II history in Central Europe, the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany. We had to create another tour in Germany and Poland because there's just simply so much history. You know, this is really where the Second World War, when it comes to Hitler and the battle with the East, really takes place. And so with the Megastructures tour, we were focusing on a slightly different angle from the rise and fall of Hitler's Germany, which is to look at the consequences for the people who actually were enslaved under this regime. We look at things like the creation of these massive bunkers, Hitler's Prora, this massive, huge concrete sort of hotel that he built for his workers. But he also, we also look at Peenemünde and the importance of the V1 and V2 rocket program and the whole history of Wernher von Braun, who of course later comes to head NASA in the United States, throwing up all sorts of moral questions about what did you do with the Third Reich after it had fallen apart. But of course Wernher von Braun knew about the massive slave laborers that were used in places like Nordhausen to build these rockets. And so it's a very complex, interesting tour which looks at a different aspect of Hitler's Germany. We return to Warsaw, so for those people who've been on the Rise and Fall tour already, we do have a different program for Warsaw. We're going to places like Pawiak Prison, which was the notorious Gestapo and SS prison in the center of Warsaw. We're also going to go to Treblinka, which, in my view, was really the most deadly of all the extermination camps, where over 850,000 human beings lost their lives. And it's an incredibly sobering and tragic place, but it's also a very important place to visit. And again, we end up with a dinner at my manor house just outside of Warsaw to celebrate this journey that we've all been on together.
As we flew from towards St. Marie Glace, got under heavy fire as we neared St. Marie Glace, and planes were being shot down and whatnot. No drop zone. The planes were not supposed to cut down their altitude. They were supposed to stay at 700 feet and maintain a speed of 110 miles an hour. But they were flying a lot faster than that. And they dropped the planes down practically to the tops of the trees. An evasive action. And they were reprimanded about it, but you can't blame them for doing it, really. They were not only protecting the plane, they were protecting the guys in it, plus themselves. And so anyway, when we dropped, and there were 18 guys in each plane. Our lead plane, the company commander and the company headquarters, had been shot down ahead of us. All of them were killed. And anyway, when we cleared St. Marie Glace about maybe half a mile away, we got green light or whatever, and away we went. And there were only 3 of us in my plane that were together. Bill Garnier and Joe Toy and I. And we ran into several of them later as we got a place called Le Grand Chemin, which Le Grand Chemin was right at the causeways. And we ran into a lot of the battalion there.
Well, I just got out on my belly, you know, and I had this Thompson cradle, you know, and I crawled across this field, and I get to this hedgerow thing, and I looked through it, and I could see that on the other side of it was a trench, and this trench went down and then turned and went this way, and over to my right I could see a couple of German soldiers feeding a artillery piece there that was aimed out at the beach, I guess. So I don't know, I just got it in my head that I'd jump through into this trench, and I'd take these guys out with this submachine gun. And when I jumped through there and pulled the trigger, the thing wouldn't fire. It had a broken firing pin. I, pull it back and it throws out a live round. About that time, Garnier comes running up and jumps in the trenches. He's got an M1, and he starts shooting with the M1. And I start letting fly with hand grenades that I had in my leg pockets. And that was about it.
They were going to use our men to go across on these boats to rescue these British soldiers. That's why we were invited. So after the briefing, this brigadier said we were going to go across on canvas boats, and we're going to have this and so forth, so on, how it was going to be done. And I was thinking, I said, my God, watch that Rhine run 7 miles an hour, and coming from an area that knew boating, I said, this has got to be a suicide mission. So after he finished his briefing, he asked, are there any questions? And I immediately jumped up. And my battalion commander was sitting to my right. He said, what the hell are you going to ask? So I ignored him completely. And the brigadier recognized me. He said, Lieutenant, what's your question? I said, sir, do you mean to tell me you're going to send these boats over with men in them to rescue the Britishers, and you're going to just have non-coms man your boats to be the leaders of these boats? So he said, yes. He said, I said, my God, this seems to be too tough for just, why shouldn't the officers be on these boats? He said, Lieutenant, are you volunteering? I said, no, sir, I don't volunteer for anything. And at that time, of course, quite a laugh came through the group. I don't know what the hell they were laughing about. I thought it was damn serious. So he said, well, that sounds like a good idea. We'll take it under consideration. So next thing I knew, 2 days later, I was out on the Meuse with canvas boats trying to figure out how in the hell I control these boats in 7-mile-an-hour water. But that's what happened. And we were finally over. But we got over to the Rhine. We set up defense. Nobody was hurt. Not a shot was fired. We brought about 150 soldiers back.
We got to the area, to the crossroads, and Art Yeoman, who was the leader of the patrol, he called on me to go up the dike and check if there was any kind of movement. So I went up about 3/4 of the way up, and I took my helmet off and put it on my gun barrel and put it up, like, even with the road. Says, didn't hear or see anything, so I went up a little higher, and just when I got higher, they shot a flare, and it lit up the whole area. And when I looked across the road, the Kraut was right there directly in front of me, like you. I was looking in his eyes, and he was looking at me, but he had a potato masher in his hand. And he threw that at me. It hit my helmet and bounced down, and I hollered to the guys, live grenade. So all the guys rolled away pretty good, all except Jim Alley. And Jim Alley got peppered with 32 hits. And every one of us got hit. I got hit in the neck, all the other guys got hit somewhere else. By the way, Art Yeoman was the leader of the patrol. There was me, Roderick Stroll, Willie Wagner, and Jim Alley. There was 5 of us. So anyway, naturally, after everybody got hit, they were all going back to the CP. But I had 8 grenades on me, on my jacket. So I told the guys, hey, get the hell going, get to the CP, I'll take care of this and I'll be on my way. So I was taking them grenades off and pulling up, and you never saw anybody pull them as fast as me. You know, I'd throw one here, one there, one in the front. I was mixing them up. And all this while, I could hear crying and moaning and screaming. So I figured I'm hitting somebody. So as soon as I threw that 8th grenade, man, I took off. I think I had made it the fastest mile ever ran. I think I did it in 1 minute. That's 3 times faster than the 4-minute mile.
We were told to return back to our original positions because when we moved forward, we didn't have anybody protecting our flanks. So you had to bring the troops back. I never had the reserves to fill in the flanks. So back we go, and somebody walked right across a little open meadow that the Germans at Foy could see. And so then they let a big bunch of us get into the wooded area that we were in. They had it zeroed in for a long time, and I got to my foxhole. A lot of guys didn't, and then all hell broke loose. And when Hollywood created a scene of Bastogne where this massive destruction was going on, if they had related that as it actually was, they wouldn't have had a tree on their set. It'd all be blown up. When I came out of Foxhole, I think we had 18 guys down. Joe was down with a leg gone. Garnier ran out to help him. Got the same thing, both of them with legs gone. We finally got them pulled out of there, and they could get a Jeep up to the wooded area that we were in that the Germans couldn't see. And so we put Joe and Bill in the Jeep, and so Joe says, "Give me a cigarette, Malarkin." So I light him a cigarette and I put it in his mouth, and he says, "What the hell does a guy have to do to die?" Yeah. He'd been hit then for the 4th time. Then they both lost their legs, but we had a whole bunch of guys down.
When you come to see Expressions of America, you may recognize some photos or some film that you have seen before, but never like this. You're sitting or standing on the parade grounds, looking up at these massive, epic buildings. So you have virtually a 180-degree view, 90 feet tall. The buildings are transforming right in front of your eyes. The audience has never seen anything like this.
Letters are such an important piece of World War II history. They were written at a time when the outcome of the war was uncertain. They're primary source material that are incredibly important to telling the story of World War II. I'm Kim Geis, Senior Curator and Director for Curatorial Affairs at the National World War II Museum. I'm standing in our archives vault, and I'm here today to talk about some of the letters that we feature in Expressions of America. It was really tough to select the individual pieces that formed the basis of Expressions of America. They tell particular stories about, say, a father who is excited about the birth of his first child, or an Army nurse who is far from home in the Pacific wanting to make her signature gumbo from Louisiana. So those particular stories that are drawn from the museum's collection shape the story of Expressions of America.
What quote, what letter, what diary entry, what photograph, what film clip helped make the best connection? Like, this is a project to immerse you and transport you back into that place and time where you make connections, personal connections with the people who are there. And they are telling you their stories. We're not putting words in their mouth. These are their words, and they're expressing themselves to you, because that's the power of this kind of exhibit, this kind of display, this kind of curation, is bringing the people of World War II to this generation in a whole new way.
Her journey didn't start here. Her journey started 80 years ago. She's a World War II veteran. But, you know, she was restored right here in the Kushner Restoration Pavilion, so she's coming right back home where she was.
Really, since the beginning of the project in 2007, this is just a continuation of that journey. So we're approaching well over 10 years on that. So it's nice to see her back in here and have the future ahead of us.
It's great to think about how many more people are going to get to see her now. And she's going to be here protected. And, you know, we get to have her crew back together to do some work cleaning her up and get to share her with a lot of people.
Hundreds of thousands of people will be able to get up close, touch her, learn about her history. I think we all feel good. We think this is the appropriate and best way to preserve her and make her accessible to the public.
Well, she's going to continue to serve as a teaching tool and as an exhibit for people for years to come.
I think it's just going to be another great part of a museum visit that will be unexpected and I think will wow our visitors.
The National World War II Museum, originally known as the National D-Day Museum, was built in New Orleans because of the vision of historian Stephen Ambrose and powerful local connections to World War II history. Ambrose, an author and professor at the University of New Orleans, wanted to honor the remarkable wartime contributions of boat builder Andrew Jackson Higgins and his company. Higgins Industries in New Orleans produced more than 20,000 landing craft for World War II amphibious invasions. Ambrose enlisted his UNO colleague and friend, Nick Mueller, a high-energy professor and vice-chancellor, in a quest to highlight Higgins' work and the far-flung D-Day invasions. It took a decade of meetings, design work, and fundraising, as well as a struggle to choose the best location. UNO provided steady support, but many doubted the museum would ever open. Against all odds, the museum opened just upriver from the French Quarter on June 6, 2000, the 56th anniversary of D-Day in Normandy. Accolades rolled in from around the world. Tens of thousands lined the streets of downtown New Orleans for a ticker-tape parade.
The next mobile unit is a Jeep carrying some of our honored veterans of World War II. Congratulations, gentlemen.
World War II veterans said thank you for the creation of a national museum to preserve and pass on their stories.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Really, this is just great. This is fantastic.
Actor Tom Hanks and filmmaker Steven Spielberg of Saving Private Ryan fame and NBC anchor Tom Brokaw joined other celebrities, Secretary of Defense William Cohen, and our congressional delegation at the opening.
I really think that this is something that our children need to frequent, that our teachers need to facilitate from now into forever.
The success of the opening and first year was possible thanks to early supporters like Frank B. Stewart Jr. Just 18 months after the grand opening, December 7th, 2001, the museum opened its second phase, the D-Days of the Pacific Galleries in the Louisiana Memorial Pavilion, adding a new dimension to the treatment of the D-Day invasions. Former President George H.W. Bush, a World War II Navy torpedo bomber pilot in the Pacific Theater, was on hand. Tragedy struck in October of 2002 when Stephen Ambrose, the man who had conceived of the D-Day Museum, passed away. His dream was left to President and CEO Nick Mueller, along with devoted museum trustees and other supporters. World War II veterans and their advocates clamored for the institution to tackle the entire American experience in the war. Soon after its opening, the museum's trustees chose to expand its mission to cover every facet of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today. But doing so would require a national board, the purchase of 3 city blocks, careful planning, and an astonishing amount of money, not to mention determined support from World War II veterans in Congress. Under Boise Bollinger's leadership as chairman, the museum committed to a bold expansion plan, with a congressional designation making the institution America's National World War II Museum, with a broad mission. In 2005, the Barksdale family made a significant $5 million commitment to the museum's expansion for the Colonel Battle Barksdale Parade Ground. As the museum and its architects prepared for expansion, there was renewed excitement in 2004 over ongoing exhibit additions like a salvaged and restored Higgins landing craft. But in 2005, Hurricane Katrina and the devastation it brought to the Gulf Coast region severely tested the museum. Museum board members met to consider multiple options, including abandoning the expansion plan, scaling back, or pressing on as originally planned. Ultimately, the board voted to stay the course. The museum reopened 3 months after Katrina, becoming an inspiration during a time of adversity. The World War II Museum took a giant step forward as it opened the Solomon Victory Theater complex in 2009, unveiling the Beyond All Boundaries 4D film and a USO-style BB's Stage Door Canteen performance venue. A refined campus master plan was taking shape, and President Nick Mueller joyfully welcomed the 2 millionth visitor. The Kushner Restoration Pavilion, named in honor of the late former trustee John Kushner, opened in 2011. The U.S. Freedom Pavilion, the Boeing Center, a stunning facility featuring warplanes hanging from the ceiling, opened in 2013. Visitors are awed by My Gal Sal, a B-17 bomber, a Tuskegee Airman, Red Tail P-51 Mustang, and the TBM Avenger Bayou bomber. Throughout its expansion, the museum has received unwavering support from the state of Louisiana. Subsequent years have seen the development of the Campaigns of Courage Pavilion, which houses the Duchossois family Road to Berlin European Theater Galleries, and the Richard C. Ackerson and Freeport McMoran Foundation Road to Tokyo Pacific Theater Galleries. The Arsenal of Democracy, the Herman and George R. Brown Salute to the Home Front in the original Louisiana Memorial Pavilion, and the Hall of Democracy, which centers for research and media production, a library, and a special exhibits gallery. Added to the mix, the Higgins Hotel and Conference Center. Museum Board Chairman and World War II veteran Paul Hilliard and his wife Madeline named the Conference Center, which is critical to the expansion of the museum's educational programs. The National World War II Museum's leadership faced a transition point in 2017 as Nick Mueller was succeeded by Stephen Watson, who was the museum's chief operating officer for the previous 10 years. As the museum nears the completion of its capital expansion, Watson's entrepreneurial spirit and creative leadership style have propelled the museum towards its next phase of growth, which will focus on expanding educational programs and outreach. 2 decades after the museum opened its doors, total on-site visitation is over 8 million, and completion of the campus is finally in sight. In addition to the towering Bollinger Canopy of Peace, the museum is eager to dedicate its final exhibit hall, the Liberation Pavilion.
I think what Liberation does is really help the visitor, understand where the world was in 1945. But I think, the other really important part of Liberation is it helps the visitor understand the legacy of the war. What happened in this country as a result of our victory in World War II and what changed in the world.
Tom Hanks has called America's National World War II Museum an essential reference point in troubled times.
You can take away the technology and the speed of living that is with us in 2009 and compare it to what the world was in 1939, and it's not all that different. We faced then, as we face now, theologies of superiority, politics of extremism, warfare of terror and institutionalized prejudices. It seems as though the 80-plus years have not gone to educate the human condition as well as one would hope. And yet, it has. We are wiser and smarter people now because we have lived through it and we have constructed, both as a school and as a church, as an example, such buildings as the National World War II Museum. For a lesson in how to replace hopelessness with hope, with today's passivity with action, with the resignation we are so willing to fall into, we can replace it with resolve. And as an example, we can come here to New Orleans, the National World War II Museum.
It should have been impossible, crossing the world's widest ocean to answer an attack made by a powerful adversary. From island to island to island, we fought through hostile terrain, malnutrition, disease, and at every step, an enemy that just kept coming. It should have been impossible. Find out how millions of Americans pushed past impossible on the road to Tokyo, new at the National World War II Museum.
In World War II, the road to Berlin followed many paths. Some marched the sun-scorched deserts of North Africa, while others crawled the sands of Omaha Beach. From the rubble-strewn streets of Italy to the frozen forest of the Ardennes, each soldier, sailor, and airman's journey was his own. But all were united by a common cause: victory. Follow in their footsteps on the road to Berlin, new at the National World War II Museum.
The American Battle Monuments Commission and the National World War II Museum in New Orleans have partnered together to help educators better learn the stories of the American experience of the war in Europe. Join us for a 4-week online teacher professional development course that will explore critical campaigns, decisions, events, and about those who served in the European theater through the lens of ABMC's cemeteries and memorials. Beginning with the invasion of Sicily and Italy in 1943, each module will cover the Allied efforts to eliminate fascism from Europe. This course will provide access to noted World War II scholars, museum and ABMC staff members, and virtual resources educators can incorporate into classroom instruction. Employing a rich array of curriculum built upon primary source materials from both the American Battle Monuments Commission and the National World War II Museum, this free online course will aid teachers in finding new and exciting ways to bring the legacy of World War II to life.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to the Arcadia Ballroom and find your seats and your cell phones. We'll begin in about 2 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, seats and cell phones. Please find your cell phones and silence them so that we can begin our session.
Well, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lunch. And
we're going to jump back into the next objective, but before I do that, I'd like to take just a moment and, as Nicole Spangenberg mentioned, these relationships really do matter, and they make a difference over the course of your life in ways that you don't always understand. And Dr. Koreski-Skalter from the Pritzker Military Museum and Library, Pritzker's an incredible sponsor and supporter of this program. Dr. Salter's, after this session, is going to have to whisk back to beautiful Chicago. But I really wanted to say, thank you, for all the support. Thank you for that opportunity. Dr. Salter and I had the privilege of serving together now just about 30 years ago at the Department of History at West Point, and it's amazing how your paths cross again in life, and I just do want to say thank you, publicly to the group. So would please join me in a round of applause for all the support they've given us. So today we're going to hear from Dr. Matthew Delmont. Matt is a prolific author and historian of American history and civil rights, and the Sherman Fairchild Distinguished Professor of History at Dartmouth. He received his PhD from Brown University, and he'll be discussing his most recent book, Half American, the epic story of African Americans fighting in World War II at home and abroad. Now, to join this conversation, this discussion, is Dr. Marcus Cox. Marcus is a fellow with the Jenny Craig Institute and is also currently the dean of Fayetteville State University right outside beautiful Fort Bragg, North Carolina, home of the airborne. Previously, many of you know him from town here, where he's the Associate Dean of Graduate Studies at Xavier and a graduate PhD from Northwestern, and an expert on African American civil military history. And so it's great to have these two amazing scholars and comrades on the stage with us today. And with that, Marcus, I'll turn it over to you. And
yes, sir.
Thank you much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Mike, and everyone. This is a great opportunity to learn a little bit more about what's happening in the United States, in particular with African Americans. I'm honored and very privileged to be up here with Dr. Matthew Delmont. Matt is going to start off and do a brief overview of his book, and then I'm going to follow up with a few questions of my own, and then we're going to open it up to the audience. So thank you very much for being here. Matt?
Thanks, Mark.
Sure.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start by saying how much of a privilege it is to be here, and thank Mike and Marcus for the nice introductions. Before being at Dartmouth College, I was at Arizona State University. So I had an opportunity to work with our colleagues at the National World War II Museum on the really wonderful online masters in World War II studies that they've launched, and it's been thrilling to see it develop, even though I've moved on to Dartmouth. I want to thank Nick Mueller for being kind enough to write an endorsement of my new book. Thank you, Nick. And I want to thank you, the audience. Being here the last 2 days has been inspiring. For me as a historian, to be in the company of people who love history and love the history of World War II, it's tremendous. And so I would give you a round of applause for everything you're doing.
Yep.
To learn and embrace this history. I'm going to take about 10 minutes at the start here and give a kind of high-level overview of the key arguments in my new book that just came out last month. It's called Half American, the epic story of African Americans fighting World War II at home and abroad. I'd like to start with what led me to the project. So my last book project was on African American newspapers. So I was going through historic newspapers like the Chicago Defender, Pittsburgh Courier, and one of the things that struck me is when you look at the papers from the war years, you come across images like these. This is from the Minneapolis Spokesman, which is the largest and longest running black newspaper in Minnesota, where I'm from. These pictures are the kinds of things I'd never really seen before. Now, I'm a historian. I've taught the history of World War II, African American history for more than a decade. But these kind of everyday photos of the black men and women, more than 1 million, who volunteered or were drafted into the military, seeing these everyday average photos, it really blew me away. It made me curious, because I came across first dozens of these and eventually hundreds. I started to wonder what more could be there. What more don't we yet know about the black perspective on World War II? So this was about 7 years ago. It sparked my curiosity and led me to research this new book. The title of the book, Half American, is taken from a letter that this man, James G. Thompson, wrote. James Thompson was a 26-year-old in Wichita, Kansas, and he writes a letter to the Pittsburgh Courier, which was the largest and most influential black newspaper. And he asks a series of very pressing, probing questions, including, should I sacrifice my life to live half American? Is the America I know worth defending? And one of the things I think about here is the famous quote from historian Stephen Ambrose, who helped found and create the vision for the museum. He said one of the foundational ironies of World War II is that the world's greatest democracy, America, went to fight the world's greatest racist, Hitler, with a segregated army. Men and women like James Thompson were living that irony. He's writing this letter in December of 1941, after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, knowing that he is about to get drafted into a segregated military. He's going to be asked to fight for, potentially die for a country that doesn't yet treat him as a full citizen. And just to ground ourselves, remember that during the entirety of the war, the military is segregated. In the Army, initially, black men can't serve in combat. They're put into supply and logistical roles. In the Navy, black men are only allowed to serve as mess attendants, where they'll serve white officers aboard ships. And at the start of the war, the Marine Corps isn't allowing any black Americans to serve. It's not until you get into the war that you get the Montford Point Marines, the first group of Marines. Everything in military life is segregated, down to the barracks, the latrines, the dining facilities. The Red Cross is even segregating blood from blood donors, even though there's no scientific basis to do that. So Thompson's asking a really powerful question. It matters to him and matters to hundreds of thousands of other black Americans. The Pittsburgh Courier uses Thompson's letter to launch what they call the Double Victory Campaign, Double V. It becomes the rallying cry for black Americans during the war. They're fighting for victory over fascism abroad and victory over racism at home. I think one of the things that's important is that it's not just a rhetorical device. It's not just a slogan. Black people really mean it. They really see this as a two-front battle. They want to do everything they can to help defend their country, to help win the military battle. But they know that's not enough. It's not enough to fight for freedom and democracy abroad and then come home to segregation, to come home to second-class citizenship. And so that's why I chose Half American as the title, because it really speaks to what was on the minds of black Americans at the time. There are three key arguments that the book makes. The first is that from the African-American perspective, you have to start the chronology of World War II before Pearl Harbor. This is not dissimilar to the argument that Richard Overy makes in Blood and Ruins. If you looked at a black newspaper from the 1930s, 32, 33, 34, you'd see dozens of articles and editorials about the rise of fascism in Europe. Black Americans were among the first to recognize the really serious threat that Hitler and the Nazis posed, not just to Europe, but really to the world. Black newspapers covered Mussolini and the Italian invasion of Ethiopia in 1935, and then they covered the Spanish Civil War and the rise of General Franco. And so years before Pearl Harbor, black Americans have already turned their focus to the rise of the war in Europe and are explicitly saying the Second World War has started, and they're eager to join the fight against fascism. Langston Hughes, the famous poet, is actually a war correspondent for the Baltimore African American, and he travels to Spain to report on the more than 80 black Americans who volunteered to fight in the Spanish Civil War. And his primary question is why? One of the people he profiles is a woman named Celeria Key. She's a 23-year-old from Harlem who uproots her life, travels to Spain, a country she's never been to before, to be a nurse, to help people who are being wounded in the Spanish Civil War on the front lines. When Hughes asked Key and others why did they go to Spain, what Key says it was three things for her. The first is that she was a Catholic. She didn't consider herself particularly political, but she saw a country in which people were in dire, dire need of help, and she had to help as a Catholic and as a nurse. The second thing is that she was deeply troubled by the Italian invasion of Ethiopia in 1935. This was a huge deal for black people in the United States. Ethiopia was the only independent nation in Africa in the 1930s, and for Italy to invade Ethiopia, it sent shockwaves across the country, and so Key was motivated by that. And then thirdly, she recognizes that the rise of fascism isn't just a danger to Europe. She and others say, you know, this might be going on in Spain now, it might be in Germany now, but eventually it's going to come to the United States. We can't just treat this as a foreign problem. They can't take a position of isolation. So Key is one of 80 who goes to fight in the Spanish Civil War. And so my book opens with that chapter, trying to understand why these black Americans went there. And so it's important to start that story before Pearl Harbor. The second argument the book makes is that we have to take seriously the military contributions of black troops. It's not enough to have them on the periphery of the story. We have to have them on the center of the story. Perhaps the most famous Black American to serve during the war was Doris Miller, who emerges as one of the heroes of Pearl Harbor. He's a mess attendant on the USS West Virginia, and as the ship is being torpedoed and bombed in the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, Miller performs heroically. He helps to rescue crewmates, he uses a makeshift stretcher to move his captain, and then when his lieutenant asks him, he goes above board, and even though he has no training on the ship's machine guns, he grabs one of the guns and starts firing at Japanese planes, potentially hitting one of them. It's a well-known story, but it's important to understand what this story meant for Black Americans. That once Miller's name is released, it makes clear how foolish and wrong-headed the military's policy of segregation is. That here you have Dory Miller, a young man from Waco, Texas, who, despite being assigned as a mess attendant, where he's going to serve white officers, once the tragedy of Pearl Harbor happens, he's ready to be in a combat role. Right? And so what Black Americans are asking in early 1942 is, just give us the chance to fight, give us a chance to defend our country, and we'll do everything we can to do that. One of the hardest parts about this book to write is reading the stories of dozens of Black Americans who went to volunteer after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, and they're turned away. They go to the local branches, they line up with hundreds of other white citizens, but these Black citizens are turned away because at that point, the Army doesn't have enough Black units to accommodate them. And they're just left dumbstruck because they want to defend their country. They're deeply, deeply patriotic, and they're asking, what's wrong with us? Like, what's wrong with our service, our citizenship, that we can't defend our country? And so a lot of the language you'll see during the course of the war is, again, about this idea of double victory. And I think it's nicely captured in these quotes from Roy Wilkins. He says, we're fighting for a world which will not only not contain a Hitler, but not Hitlerism. Right? It's not just enough to defeat Hitler as a person, as a sort of terrible figure, but that larger ideology that's not unique to Nazi Germany needs to be defeated. And then even more pointedly, he says, a lily white navy cannot fight for a free world. A Jim Crow army cannot fight for a free world. And so if we fast forward ahead to 1948, once President Truman eventually signs the executive order desegregating the military, that's after a decade of intense pressure from civil rights activists like Roy Wilkins, who understand that segregation makes no sense for a military that's trying to fight and win a global war on this scale. If I can leave you with one thing, it's that segregation made no sense for the military. They had to do everything in duplicate. It was redundant. It served no strategic or tactical purpose. Black Americans understand that, and they want to do everything they can to push against it. The book also highlights stories of the Black Americans who performed valiantly in combat, and I'll highlight just two here. Edward Allen Carter. If I had to vote for one of the most fascinating soldiers to fight in World War II, Carter is right up there. He's raised by a missionary family, and so he grows up in China and in India. When he's 15, he joins the Chinese National Army to fight against Japanese in Shanghai. He later volunteers as a volunteer in the Spanish Civil War. He's part of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade I mentioned earlier. He's fluent in Hindi, Mandarin, and German. But when he volunteers for the Army just before Pearl Harbor, they assign him to be a cook in a quartermaster unit. Right? And so part of the illogic of segregation is it doesn't take advantage of the tremendous skills that Black Americans had. Right? This is someone who had combat experience, right? Someone who could speak multiple languages, and he's assigned as a cook. In 1945, when the Army is desperate for infantry troops, they issue a call for volunteers. It's one of the first times Black Americans have a chance to join the infantry and participate in combat. Carter is one of 5,000 who volunteers for that duty. He gives up his rank as a staff sergeant to go back to a private just to have the opportunity to be on the front lines. And he performs amazingly in that work. He's attached to General Patton's 12th Armored Division, and as that unit is pushing towards the Rhine, he leads a detachment across an open field to a position that's held by German soldiers. He takes heavy fire from small arms and from an 88 anti-tank gun. He ends up killing 6 Nazi troops, captures the other 2, and then while he's wounded, leading these 2 captured Nazis back to his unit, because he speaks German, he interrogates them in German to find out where other Nazi units are hidden. And so when he gets back to his unit, he's able to report to his commander about other threats they might face as they push towards the Rhine. It's a tremendous, tremendous story. It's the kind of thing you can't make up. Vernon Baker, and I should say Edward Allen Carter, was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Of the 433 Medals of Honor that are awarded, during World War II, none are awarded to Black troops. Carter was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, the Army's second highest award, In the 1990s, the Army leads an effort to reevaluate a number of those awards to see who might be upgraded to a Medal of Honor, and Carter's one of those. Vernon Baker is the only one of the 7 who's still alive to receive that honor in person. And when he gets the call from the White House, initially he's very reluctant to go. He says, I did this in 1945, what I did. I'm not sure if I want to receive this award 50 years later. But ultimately he does. Vernon Baker was a first lieutenant in the 92nd Infantry. He took out 3 machine gun positions and led a battalion charge through heavy fire and enemy minefields to help the Allies capture a German stronghold in the mountains of Italy in April 1945. He demonstrated extraordinary heroism, even though it took the Army 50 years to recognize that fact. One of my favorite quotes from Baker, he said, I was an angry young man. We were all angry, but we had a job to do, and we did it. There are other combat troops who are profiled in the book, including the Montfort Point Marines, who were at the battles of Iwo Jima and Saipan, the 761st Tank Battalion, who fought for 160 days consecutively across 4 major campaigns, including the Battle of the Bulge. They were nicknamed the Black Panther Tank Battalion. And of course, the Tuskegee Airmen, who are the most well-known black troops during the war. But of course, most black troops are not in frontline combat roles. And so one of the things I try to show in the book is that the roles that black troops played behind the front lines were equally important. When you see pictures of the Channel crossing on D-Day like this, those barrage balloons that are dangling above the ships were largely manned by black troops, the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion. One of the soldiers in that unit who performed bravely on D-Day was Waverly Woodson. He was a medic with the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion. He's wounded as the ship is coming to shore. He thinks his shrapnel wounds might kill him. The man next to him helps bandage his wounds. Once Woodson gets to the beach, he sets up a medical aid station and tends to the wounds of more than 200 men. He replaces blood plasma, he has to do amputations, just does tremendous, tremendous work. The filmmaker, John Ford, was on the beach of Normandy doing a camera crew for the Coast Guard, and he reports on the heroism of people like Waverly Woodson and the black duck drivers who were there that day. There were 1,700 black Americans who were part of the D-Day invasion, even though they're often not featured as part of that story. But I think, as everyone here knows, D-Day just stood for Day of the Invasion. Right? There's still D-Day +1, D-Day +2, and it's really the weeks thereafter that are equally crucial to the Allies' success. A unit that's really important to that part of the story is the Red Ball Express, a group that was 75% black truck drivers who led a truck convoy that moved supplies from the beaches in Normandy and from the Cherbourg port through France and into Germany eventually as the units are pushing through there. Without the Red Ball Express and the black men who were loading those trucks, it would have been impossible for the Allied armies to move at the pace and with the flexibility that they could. It's one of the ways that the American army is much more mobile and dynamic than the German army is. During that same period of time, the German army has 10 times as many horses as they do trucks. Right? General Patton later says it's these trucks, these 2.5-ton Jimmies, that help the America and the Allies win the war. And this was reported on at the time. Ollie Stewart was a war correspondent during the war, and he described what he called the miracle of supply. He said, although port battalions and work troops are not generally regarded on par with frontline combat troops, it's a matter of record that no group of soldiers in this theater has done more to make possible Allied victory. They liberate no towns, see no flags, drink no champagne, nor kiss happy girls. Yet when things become critical, the first cry of the high command is, give us more supplies. So similar to Ernie Pyle, the famous white war correspondent, there are black war correspondents who figure prominently in this story. People like Ollie Stewart, Trez Van Anderson, and Dan Burley. They were embedded with black units. And what's powerful about reading their reporting from 1944 and 1945 is they talk about this really vital work that black troops were doing, even though those stories don't typically make it into our history textbooks now. And so one of the arguments I would try to make, or that I do make in the book, is that World War II wasn't just a battle of strategy and will, it was a battle of supply. And if we understand that, we can get a clearer perspective on the really vital roles that black troops played in helping America and the Allies win the war. It's also important to understand this wasn't just black men. There were black women who participated in the Women's Army Corps, and then black women who were in the defense industries at home. One group to highlight here was the 688th Central Postal Directory Battalion, under the leadership of Major Charity Adams, This was the largest unit of black women to serve in the war. They deployed to the European theater to England in late 1944, and their job was to distribute mail all across the European theater, which was actually a really hard job because these units were moving constantly, and you had a number of men with very common names like Johnny Smith or Tom Jones. They moved 65,000 pieces of mail per shift. And both black and white troops talked about how important that mail was in terms of morale. So these women helped to make that possible. I can say definitively, having spent 7 years working on this book, that it's impossible to talk about the history of World War II from the American perspective without talking about the role black Americans played to help America and allies win the war. They're central to the story. So the third argument the book makes is that when black veterans come back to the country, they're openly disrespected, but they fight back. They help to lead the civil rights movement. I want to show you just one quote to give you a sense of the tenor of the time. This is James O. Eastland on the floor of the US Senate from 1945, at the moment America is declaring victory in World War II. He says, "Negro soldiers have disgraced the flag of their country. The Negro race is an inferior race. I am proud that the purest form of white blood flows in my veins. I know that the white race is a superior race. It has ruled the world. It has given us civilization. It is responsible for all the progress on earth." Now, these words should be deeply upsetting to us today. Imagine what they sounded like to black veterans who had just fought for the United States to help defeat the Nazis, right? Who had risked their lives, who had seen their buddies killed, and to come home to this. Right? And it's easy sometimes to talk about racism in American history or segregation in American history in the abstract. It was not at all abstract for these black veterans who came back and had to fear for their lives. Black veterans were murdered after the war because they were too proud of their uniforms. They weren't willing to accept that second-class status. That's why the Double Victory campaign is important. Black Americans were dedicated to helping to win the war. Right? They wanted to win the military battle, but they also wanted to come home and live in a country they wouldn't be treated as half American. Among the veterans who come back and become leaders in the civil rights movement, Medgar Evers, he was part of that group of Red Ball Express truck drivers. He was a cargo loader in a port battalion for the Red Ball Express. His group landed at Normandy just days after the D-Day invasion. He was only 19 years old when he was there. On his 21st birthday, he's back at home, 1946, Decatur, Mississippi. He leads a group of black veterans who try to register to vote, only to be turned away by a white mob with guns. He said later, "I had been in Omaha Beach. All we black soldiers wanted was to be ordinary citizens. We fought during the war for America, Mississippi included. Now, after the Germans and Japanese hadn't killed us, it looked as though white Mississippians would." What Evers was fighting against is that people like James Eastland weren't elected democratically. Mississippi had 48% black population, but only 1% of black people were registered to vote because of decades of intimidation and racist tactics like the poll tax. That's what Evers was fighting against. He dedicates his life to civil rights. He helps to investigate the lynching of Emmett Till in the 1950s until Evers is tragically assassinated in 1963. Right? So we're thinking about what the greatest generation means. We have to include people like Medgar Evers, these black veterans. There were thousands of black veterans who came back to form the backbone of the civil rights movement. To highlight just a couple here, Hosea Williams worked alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to help found the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Hosea Williams earned a Purple Heart for his service in Europe. Debbie Johnson Roundtree was in the Women's Army Corps. She uses the GI Bill to attend Howard University Law School and founds a legal firm in Washington, D.C., helps to win very important civil rights cases. And then, of course, you know the Brown versus Board decision of 1954. Linda Brown, who's at the center of that, her father, Oliver Brown, was a veteran. Right? Part of his desire to fight for equal rights is because of his service. I'll conclude with this. Robert P. Madison fought with the 92nd Infantry in Italy. His oral history is one of those that's recorded by the World War II Museum here in New Orleans. It's one of the pieces I used for evidence for this book. Madison describes a trip to a bookstore late in his life when he's in his 80s. He says he went to the section of books on World War II, took a big volume off the shelf. He flipped through it. He saw no reference at all to black soldiers, sailors, or airmen. And his quote that stuck with me, he said, "We were a forgotten group of people." I wrote this book for black veterans like Robert Madison. If you have the opportunity to read it, I hope you'll be inspired like I was by their stories of patriotism and service, that they fought not only militarily for America, but they fought to make America a true democracy. Thanks, I look forward to the Q&A.
So let's get into it here. So, and of course, I did have an opportunity to read the book. I'm very impressed. I want to start off and ask you a little bit about, and then this is in your introduction, in reference to the good war. Often World War II is described as the good war, how America came together and fought a common enemy, how America led the world in the fight for democracy. But the African-American experience in World War II doesn't necessarily reflect a good war. Could you sort of elaborate on that statement and give us your idea of what African-Americans, not just in the military, but also in the work industry and the agricultural industry and just throughout the United States?
I think it's a great place to start. I think, as most people know, that idea of the good war, the title comes from Studs Terkel's book from the 1980s, 1984, I think it was. And he has it in quotes. In part, he wants to call attention to the kind of double meaning of the good war. That World War II was certainly a good war in the sense that America and the Allies came together to defeat Nazi Germany. Right? That was something that had to happen. That was an unequivocally good thing. He also has it in quotes for the fact that war, as I think the museum demonstrates, is horrible in so many ways, that it's not anything to take lightly. For Black Americans, that idea of the good war is troubled by the reality of what the country was actually like during World War II. Right? For Black Americans all across the country, they could look and just see the kind of day-to-day treatment that Black communities received. There was open discrimination in terms of Jim Crow laws in the South. There were other forms of discrimination in places like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. And then there were regular reports of lynchings, both of civilians, but also of some military personnel. The kind of discrimination they encountered in the defense industries was profound. It took organized efforts to even get Black Americans the chance to participate in the defense industries. And then once they were there, white workers held a series of what they called hate strikes over the course of the war. These were strikes that were not officially condoned by unions, but were white workers walking off the job because they were upset by any sort of incursion of Black workers into the workplaces. There's a case in Baltimore where a plant shuts down for weeks because white workers won't use integrated bathrooms. They tried to integrate the bathrooms in this facility, and white workers say that that's a bridge too far. Right? We won't do that. And so I think for our understanding of the good war, part of our job as historians is to talk honestly about the past, right? And to rely on sort of the honest evidence of the past. And so I think two things can both be true. That one, Americans did sacrifice a tremendous amount to help win the war, to help win a war that had to be won. At the same time, they weren't willing to sacrifice racial prejudice. One of the key quotes from the book is from Roy Wilkins, I mentioned earlier. He said, white people would rather lose this war than sacrifice the luxury of racial prejudice. And I think things like those hate strikes are a good example of that, that when those factories shut down, it meant that they were producing fewer tanks, fewer trucks, less ammunition, that was going to hamper the war effort. If Americans were truly pulling together to do everything they could to help win the war, there wouldn't have been segregation in the military, and there wouldn't have been these protests of attempts to integrate the defense industries. And I think our job as citizens today, but as historians or people who care about history, is to be able to hold both those truths together, right? That the war was certainly a good war in terms of defeating Nazism. The war is much more complicated on the home front with the racism and prejudice that remained.
And so let me just get you to go a little further on that point. So, you know, one of the more, with all the chapters were wonderful, but your chapter on race riots really depicts the Black experience, not just in the South, but certainly in urban areas. African Americans are moving to the North, to the Midwest. They're looking for jobs, they're looking for housing, and they came across communities that didn't want them, which also turned into race riots that became very violent. Can you kind of speak to that a little bit?
In 1943 alone, there were 240 race riots all across the country, in big cities and small towns, and on military bases. I think one of the things we often forget is that these military bases, largely in the South, became intense sites of racial conflict once you started bringing troops from all over the country together. In places like Detroit, there was massive in-migration, both Black Southerners, but also white Southerners. In 1943, Detroit has more Southerners, both Black and white, than any Southern city does. That's how many people have moved from the South in this great migration. That leads to conflicts because people are competing for the same housing resources, they're competing for the same jobs in these defense industries, and there's open racial hostilities. There are groups that are aligned with the Ku Klux Klan that have formed in places like Detroit. And they are openly organizing on the shop floors in some of these key plants and defense industries. Detroit has the largest race riot in 1943. There are dozens of people who are killed in that 36-hour riot. And it reveals, I think, again, just how tense things were during the war. I think it's important when we look back that America was not a simpler place during World War II. Right? A lot of the kind of black-white images of the time are maybe hazy recollections would lead us to think that. But when you actually look at primary sources from that era, things were extraordinarily tense in these cities and in small towns. In Beaumont, Texas, there was a riot just days after the riot in Detroit, where the white community went in and burned down key parts of the black business district in Beaumont, Texas, including a radio store with an owner who had sold thousands and thousands of dollars in war bonds. One of the images that sticks with me from that is a picture that ran in black newspapers afterwards was of an American flag that had been burned in the riot. This was a flag that was flying outside of this radio industry. And the question that the editors asked with this flag is, why don't white people love the flag like we do? Why would they come into this community and burn our town down, and burn our business district down at a time when we're supposed to be joined together as Americans to help fight this war, right? Those are hard stories to research, they're hard stories to write, and they're hard stories to tell, but I think they're important stories to reckon with, because that was the reality of what the war meant for a lot of black Americans, right? At the same time that they had people from their communities, some of those images I showed earlier, those are people's brothers and uncles and dads. They're off fighting a war while they're encountering this intense racism at home, right? It's really difficult to overstate how tense that was for black communities during the war.
One of the other things I would like for you to sort of to speak about is that at the beginning of World War II, I think that African Americans, as the war was starting, was sort of looking at the war in terms of previous conflicts. You look at the Civil War and the aftermath and how violent and difficult that was. Of course, you have Reconstruction and then you have Jim Crow. After World War I, where African Americans also supported the war, but then in 1919, you have the Red Summer, where you have a series of race riots that to this day have never been, there's nothing that has ever come close in terms of the level of destruction and death. But yet you have W.E.B. Du Bois, who is writing about closing ranks, and this is our fight, and then we're fighting for democracy. And then now World War II starts. What is the mindset of most African Americans and political leaders at that particular time? And what's different about this conflict?
So one of the reasons the Double Victory campaign idea resonates so powerfully is that it's an old idea in many ways. As Marcus is saying, Frederick Douglass, in the context of the Civil War, says we're going to fight two battles. We're going to fight to change things in the North while also fighting against the South to end slavery. W.E.B. Du Bois, at the outset of World War I, says we're going to return fighting. Right? We're going to close ranks, fight this war abroad, but then we're going to come back and gain equal rights at home. What's different with World War II is the scale. That black Americans have been part of every military conflict the United States has ever been involved in, going all the way back to the American Revolution. In the run-up to World War II, before America officially joins the war after Pearl Harbor, it's clear that this is going to be a monumental undertaking. And people understand a couple things. That's going to mean jobs, both in defense industries, but also in the military. That having an opportunity to serve in the military was both a source of patriotism, a sense of belonging and citizenship, but also it was payments. You received pay for your service in the Army or Navy that black Americans wanted a chance to be able to benefit from, and you received training in the military that could be used in the civilian world afterwards. So in 1938, 39, 40, there were organized efforts by civil rights activists and by black newspaper editors to fight for the chance to fight, to try to get the military to open the doors to more black Americans, which is almost crazy to imagine that black Americans had to just fight, organize for the opportunity to even serve in the military in the lead up to World War II, that was how pronounced the prejudice and racism was. And the other thing that's important about World War II is because it's both the scale of it, but also who America and the Allies are fighting against, right? The ideas of freedom and democracy are so much more profound during World War II because the Nazis are the main force that the United States is up against, that Black Americans want to be able to leverage that idea that the United States is fighting for freedom and democracy abroad to be able to ensure that after the war, those same attributes will be true here at home.
And so, as we talk about the aftermath of World War II and what it really means not only to the Black community but to the nation, one of the things that stood out in my mind in your conclusion is when you made reference to the fact that World War II is connected to the present day protest movement. One of the things I've often told my students is that, look, we study history to understand the present. We also study history to interpret the future or predict the future. So what's happening today is grounded foundationally in what's happened in the past. And so can you kind of talk about that, the legacy of World War II, the political activism, the beginning of the civil rights movement that still is very, very important to this country today, and even some of the racial tension that many people might see today?
One of the things that's important for at least the way I teach history is talk about continuities and the way that one period often leads to the next. So almost every major civil rights figure of the 1950s and 60s has some connection to the history of World War II. To cite just one example, Rosa Parks was a civilian seamstress at the Maxwell Air Base in Montgomery, Alabama. It's 1944, it's later in the war, and the buses on that base had been desegregated at that point. And so what she describes is that on the base, she could sit anywhere she wanted to when she was on the bus. She could sit next to her white coworkers and be able to chat with them. When they got to the edge of the base and transferred to the city bus, then she had to go sit in the back of the city bus in Montgomery. Right? So in the course of one block, she goes from being a first-class citizen who can do whatever she wants to being a second-class citizen who has to sit in the Jim Crow section of the bus. Parks's brother, Sylvester, serves in the Pacific Theater. When he gets back, he can't find housing, can't get a job. This was sort of in the air for that whole generation of Black veterans and Black defense industry workers. I think as that Eastland quote I mentioned indicates, there was intense racism that these Black veterans had to fight against when they came back. I think it's important to understand the reality of what those post-war years looked like for Black Americans, because if you don't, then it looks like the activism of the 1960s came out of nowhere, right? And it did not. Those protests against voting rights, protests for school desegregation, protests in terms of employment and housing, all of that had its roots during World War II, right? So that's what I mean by continuities. If you don't understand the reality of World War II, then you can't understand the 1960s. And I think similarly, if we look at the racial justice protests in the last decade, if you don't understand this longer history, it can seem like those came out of nowhere as well. And part of the reason those issues are still with us today around voting rights, around racial inequality, around the racial wealth gap, is that they have deep, deep roots in history. Think about the GI Bill, for example. Right? The GI Bill is one of the most important pieces of legislation in the 20th century. It's what enabled a whole generation of white veterans to be able to enter the middle class, because it provided access to low-interest mortgages that are backed by the VA, access to college tuition, access to job training, business loans. By and large, Black veterans were not able to benefit from the GI Bill legislation because it was set up to be distributed at the state level. And everyone in 1945 knew if you did things at the state level, you were deferring to the racial prejudices of state and local laws. There's a group at Brandeis who's tried to calculate what that discrimination has meant. And what they found is that over the course of a lifetime, it's about a $100,000 difference in terms of what Black World War II veterans were able to get from GI Bill benefits than what white veterans were able to get. And when we think about the vast racial wealth gap in our country today, right, a lot of that is traced back to those discriminations in policy. Right? And I think, so thinking about these continuities between past and present, I think one of the things that history can help us do is explain the world we live in today, and then hopefully provide us tools to help navigate the future, right? And I say that without regard to whatever anyone's particular political opinions are, right? This history is this history regardless of who's in the White House, right, or who controls Congress at any point in time. Right? The history is the history. If we can't have a firm grasp of what actually happened, when things emerge in the present, they seem like they came out of nowhere, right? History gives us that grounding to understand there's a backstory to almost all of this stuff. And that's part of why it's so important to study this history and to talk about it honestly.
Yeah. As a history professor, you know, and I don't teach as much as I used to, But I'm a little troubled at the fact that, you know, a lot of our young people don't read as much. And I remember even years ago when I was teaching a history class and I mentioned to my students about reading the book and they asked me, when was the movie coming out? You know? So, okay, all right. And sometimes there's no movies that's gonna come out. But I also think about, and I'm a history nerd, obviously, and someone who likes war movies because it helps me sort of better understand those conflicts. And so when you think about the Band of Brothers, you think about Pacific, you think about Midway, you know, Patton, all these epic movies that really describe the human experience during World War II and helps Americans understand the sacrifice that took place by citizens. But yet, when you look at those stories, you don't see African Americans. You don't see the level of diversity that reflects this nation. You don't see the sacrifice of the African American or people of color that contributed to the war effort. And yet, we're living at a time where a lot of our young people are visual learners. You know, so those movies matter. That the multimedia, social media, it matters. Can you sort of talk a little bit about the importance of recognizing the contributions of African Americans and what it means to young people and even students in the future?
So I'll start with a confession. I don't know if I want this on tape or not, but I didn't love history until I got to graduate school. I found history really boring in high school and in college even, because I didn't understand what it actually meant to do history. I would read these books in the classroom or textbooks, and it was often memorizing names and dates and facts for tests. I kind of felt like these books just kind of came from up on high, right? And my job was to try to memorize whatever was in there and then report it back or regurgitate it back in the test format. That's not what history is about. History is about engaging with primary sources and trying to put those puzzle pieces together to help understand how people experience the past, right? You work with primary sources and try to analyze them. History is messy, right? That's the fun part of it, right? That's what's so dynamic about it. And so I use that as a lead-in because when I think about what it means to get young people engaged and interested in history, it's about that. It's showing them not just the end point, but the process, right? Trying to expose them as early as possible to primary sources, right? And understand what it means to evaluate primary sources in relationship to each other and then to make arguments based on those primary sources. I don't know if Twitter will still be alive when we finish this talk, but I'm on Twitter pretty regularly posting primary sources from this history, right? Because I think it's a great way to try to engage people with what it means to understand history from different perspectives. And as you're saying, we have to be able to understand the contributions of Black Americans to this history. That takes nothing away from the many, many contributions of white Americans to this history. Right? Part of the power of history is we can tell all of these stories together, and we need to tell all of these stories together because these are all American history. Right? That's the power of this. That's what the museum does so profoundly. I think for young people, it's giving them, I almost imagine, like different ladders to help them hook on to wherever they're going to pick up the story. Right? For some people, it's a video clip or a documentary. For some people, it's a newspaper article. For some people, these oral histories that the museum has curated are tremendous. Right? To hear a veteran talk about their experience of the war and then what it meant to come back to a country that didn't treat them as an equal citizen, that does more than any number of books on the history of Jim Crow could, because they're telling it from a first-person perspective. And so I think our job as educators, or our collective job as people who care about history, is to find those ways of engaging different generations in this history. Right? I think demographically, obviously, this audience skews on the older side, right? But so then I would... I say that I would present it as a challenge to you. It's the same challenge. I'm much older than my students, right? As the gray hair in my beard and my hair would attest. Part of my job is to get them energized about this history, right? It's not enough to say World War II history is important, you should care about it, right? Like Professor Delmont, I don't care, right? Part of my job is to find what angle is going to reach them when they get in my classroom, right? And so I would make it a challenge to you, right? You care about this history. You wouldn't be here for 3 days if you didn't. For the people who are in your networks, your grandchildren, the young people in your lives, find ways of engaging them in this history in ways that are relevant to them. I think that's our challenge as people who care about history, is to make this history come alive for people in different ways. Right? And there's no single avenue to that. Right? We don't know what it's going to be, but it's desperately important that we have that next generation care as much about history as we all do.
and as a follow-up to that, I'll tell you how, how I used to handle that. So when I would ask my students, who likes history? And they would, be shy and they kind of, some raise their hand, some don't. And I'd say, if you didn't like history, raise your hand. So they raise their hand and I'll say, well, I totally disagree. I said, everybody loves history. Most of the most popular books and movies, TV shows, all about history that everyone loves. I said, what you don't like is boring history professors. So I think that's what it was.
And I don't think Dr. Cox or Dr. Delmont's students have to worry about boring professors. Gentlemen, we're going to jump to Q&A, but a round of applause for Marcus Cox and Matt Delmont. We have a number of questions on Connie's side, so we'll start to your left towards the front. We'll start with the founder of the museum first.
Right.
Well, let me just go first. Again, thank you the way you started with your shout out Arizona State University, and Stephen Watson and I came over there and met with you, and because of your enthusiasm initially, before you went off to Dartmouth and left us in the lurch, Stephen still finally managed to conclude that master's degree online. And actually, I think there's some people out here in the audience that are taking that program now. If you are, raise your hands out there. I know we've got some. And so here's the founder of that program. And a shout out to Stephen Watson, who spent another year negotiating the difficulties of bringing that partnership together. But as you mentioned, I wrote a blurb for your book here, and I think it's one of the great books on the African-American experience in World War II. And then the blurb, I think that's on the website, I said, it's what Americans can learn from African Americans about World War II. And I think that's one of your great contributions in the way you have written this story, and especially the way you put it into context in the late 30s, with Langston Hughes, for example, in the Spanish Civil War, and you mentioned that, Ethiopia and so on. But what is really interesting about that is that the African Americans, for some of the obvious reasons you discussed, began to understand the fight against fascism as against a larger fight for freedom and democracy in America and in the world. Before, most Americans had a clue, and many Americans, as you know, is America first. We are isolationists. We have all the leading business leaders, many, and a government who were some sympathetic to National Socialism and to Hitler in the run-up. When you have many African Americans like Carter, as you talked about, and Langston Hughes, who were over there with Hemingway fighting fascism in Spain for the larger reasons. And I think that was a really important contribution because you had a different start. And of course, Langston Hughes, not only a journalist, but a poet. I mean, would you just talk a little bit about him a little bit and that early context and how that motivated you to get started? And thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, Langston Hughes is such an extraordinary figure, and for him, part of the reason he goes to Spain is because he's just fascinated by these volunteers. And his reporting back, as Nick mentions, it's both kind of direct war reporting, but also it's poetry. And so before the war and then during the war, he writes these tremendous poems that really call out the hypocrisy of a country that is fighting for freedom and democracy abroad while condoning segregation at home. He and other Black Americans are making really explicit connections between the racial hierarchies in Nazi Germany and the racial policies in Jim Crow South. And so one of the things I'm able to excerpt in the book are a number of his poems, both from Spain that he writes back, but also during the war. And again, so thinking about different points of entry to different learners of history, poetry, song, those are great ways to get people engaged with thinking about how artists in the past tried to make sense of this history.
Thank you, Matt. To your right, about halfway back.
I want to thank you for talking about this very important subject and topic. I was wondering if you would comment on the experience of Sergeant Isaac Woodard and how that led to the desegregation of the Army.
Thank you for asking about that. one of the hardest chapters of the book to write was called Homecoming, that describes the tenor of the country when Black veterans came back. As I mentioned, it's distressing, the kind of disrespect that was shown to Black veterans. Things were so bad that Black veterans had to change out of their military uniforms as soon as they got home. There's one story of a father bringing overalls so that his son can change in the car so that no white people see him in the uniform, because just the idea of a Black person in uniform was upsetting because they thought they were going to carry themselves too proudly. Isaac Woodard is one of the more than a dozen Black veterans who are either murdered or attacked when they get home. He is attacked in South Carolina en route to rejoin his family. He's beaten by police. His eyes are gouged out by a sheriff's nightstick. And in many ways, it's not dissimilar to the George Floyd murder of the summer of 2020. It sent shockwaves across the country. His photo with his face mangled by the nightstick is in newspapers all across the country. It sparks outrage, as it should, among Black American civil rights activists, but it also gets the attention of President Truman. President Truman, as you know, is a veteran, and he is outraged that this kind of violence is happening against Woodard and others. Right? He's aware of racism, obviously, in the United States, but seeing Black veterans be treated in this way is deeply, deeply upsetting for him as a veteran. It's one of the things that leads him to sign the executive order in 1948. It's a piece of the puzzle. I think the other pieces are, he recognizes in a political calculus that Black voters are going to be an increasingly important part of the Democratic Party's base, and so he's trying to balance the demands of Black voters against the Southern segregationist part of the Democratic Party in the 1940s. And then, by that point, there had been a decade of intense protests to try to get the military to be desegregated. And then, also, by 48, they're able to benefit from the after-action reports of commanders in World War II who recognized that Black troops perform extraordinarily well during the war. Right? One of the military's arguments for maintaining segregation is that there are all these myths that emerge between World War I and World War II that Black troops are not going to be courageous or brave in combat, that they don't have what it takes to be good soldiers. They're able to prove that wrong on the battlefield. And so Truman's able to draw on those different elements to lead him to desegregate the military. But Woodard's case, again, it's one of those stories that's so important to understand because it helps us understand those histories of police brutality against Black Americans that have been outrages for so many decades.
We're going to stay to the right, towards the back.
Hi, I just finished writing a book based on my father's letters from World War II, and he was based in Germany both during the war and afterwards. And in many of his letters, he remarks about how well the African-American troops were being treated by the white Europeans once they had an experience of actually meeting them and having them in very close proximity, sometimes sharing their homes with them. And my father wryly commented, I think a lot of them might be better off just staying here in Europe than going home. So.
Thank you for mentioning that. That's a really important part of the story, that what your father reported on is accurate, that Black soldiers and veterans, Black troops and veterans, describe being treated amazingly by British citizens and French citizens. Meg Revers, who I mentioned earlier, when he's 19, he spends some time with the French family as his unit is moving through France. He says it's the first time he's ever been treated as a human being by a white person. It's 100% different than how he's treated by white Mississippians. Right? It changes his worldview. He believes an entirely different way of relating across racial lines is possible. The other part of that story is when white units go abroad, a number of people are actually upset by the way that Black troops are being treated by white Europeans. And so they actually try to install Jim Crow policies in England and in France. And so again, there are intense racial conflicts that happen in England between Black and white servicemen about these basic questions about, can Black troops drink in the same pub as white people?
Next question's with Connie, to your far left, please.
Hello there. The Buffalo Soldiers, particularly the 9th and 10th Cavalry. The 2nd Cavalry gets stood up, stood down, stood up, stood down again. What kind of happens to those guys after, I think they're stood down in North Africa in 43. I mean, these guys were pre-war soldiers with histories back to the Indian Wars. They're not new units and people just coming with new ideas into the service, but they're veterans in one form or another. Just what happens with them?
Thanks for asking. I didn't spend as much time on that unit, so I don't have as much to say about it.
We're going to go to your right, towards the back, gentlemen. Joel.
does your book cover the Red Tail Squadron? And you didn't even mention it. That's the reason I'm asking.
Thank you for asking. So it does. It talks about the Tuskegee Airmen and the Red Tails. I think the Tuskegee Airmen are the best known black troops in the war, and so it's one of the reasons I didn't highlight them here is 'cause I think hopefully they're familiar with most of the audience. The two things the book tries to do is it focuses on one commander in particular, Benjamin O. Davis Jr., who graduates from West Point in 1936. He's only the fourth black man to ever graduate from West Point, the first in the 20th century. When he graduates in 36, the Army has no idea what to do with him because he wants to be a pilot, and at that time, the Air Corps is not allowing any black men to be pilots. And so it talks about the effort from 36 when he graduates until Tuskegee opens in 41, and then the sort of month-by-month fight, essentially, they have to wage in order to get the opportunity to first fly and then to serve in combat, which they eventually do in the Mediterranean. The other thing with Tuskegee that I didn't really know until I got into the research is there's a whole black world that develops on the airbase in Tuskegee. So it's not just the pilots. There are dozens of black women who are nurses. There are hundreds of ground personnel. There are meteorologists who are black men with training from MIT and other institutions, STEM backgrounds. And so I try to kind of highlight that aspect of the story because I think that part is less well known than just the fighter pilots. So there's a whole support network of other personnel on the ground there in Tuskegee.
Next question's in the back to your left, gentlemen, with Connie.
Dr. Delmont, thank you for sharing your work today. On Thursday morning, Dr. Bishop suggested to us that Americans could learn a lot from Germans and Austrians grappling with the legacy of Nazism in our own grappling with the legacy of slavery in America. And Dr. Overy suggested Thursday night that Nazi policy was deeply influenced by imperialism and colonialism. And we also understand that it was deeply influenced, particularly in Hitler's worldview, by American racial law and racial policy. Was this influence understood in your research by the people developing the WWII campaign? That's my first question. And my second question is, how can we better reconcile America's legacy of enslavement and persecution of formerly enslaved people with the heroism and victory over Nazism in the Second World War, particularly as we think about United States history education?
Thank you. Those are really good, big questions. On the first one, let me start that obviously the Holocaust is a world historical unique event, right? So there's no event that compares to that. But in terms of Nazi racial policy, as Nick mentioned earlier, black Americans are among the first to understand what a serious threat Hitler poses because they see that he's drawing explicitly on American racial policies. And so the language that keeps getting used from 1933 on is that Nazi racial policy and American racial policy, the kind of racial apartheid that's in the Jim Crow South, are two sides of the same coin, right? That these are strong commonalities. And activists keep pointing back to that as different things occurred during the war. The fact that the military is segregated, the fact that blood donors are segregated, the fact that you have these white workers walking off the job to protest integration, the fact that Nazi POWs were treated better than black soldiers were, that they could eat in facilities, ride on parts of train cars that black soldiers couldn't. That's one of the things that really outraged black troops. And so that's absolutely key to the understanding of the Double Victory campaign, because it really was, and I can't emphasize this enough, it really was two wars that they were fighting, right? It wasn't just enough to win that battle militarily, they had to win it at home. And so for black Americans, the war really doesn't end in 1945. Like, yes, those military battles end, but the other battles continue because the American racial policies that were very, very similar to Nazi racial ideology, they're still in place, right? You still have people like Eastland in the Senate. In terms of reckoning with the history, there's so much to say on that topic. I think what I would say with this is, obviously, slavery is a foundational part of our country's history, and we've had a lot of public debates in the last couple of years about how we should grapple with that part of our history. I think the history of World War II has flown under the radar a little bit, that people don't think about the history of World War II as being as controversial or as fraught as the history of slavery is. I hope, in my book, I've tried to make clear that it was just as fraught, right? That we shouldn't look at World War II as a more peaceful, unified time in our nation's history, because it wasn't, right? It's a time that America helped win a tremendously important war while still condoning extreme forms of Jim Crow racial segregation in the country. And so in terms of what it means to reckon with this history, I think the first part is just talking honestly about the history with reference to actual sources, and then thinking about what were the legacies of that history. So I mentioned the GI Bill and that kind of discrimination. That's a legacy of this history. It's part of why we have the kind of racial inequality we do today. It's one of the reasons. And so I think our job as people who care about history is to look at that history honestly, both the good and the bad parts of it.
And if I can just add to that, I think a part of that also is what we're doing today. You know, recognizing the contributions of African Americans and other Americans to World War II and very important parts of our history. I think the fact that African Americans and others are sometimes left out of the narrative and the story of how this country was built and the achievements of this nation are very, very important. I think, you know, even right now, as you have, you know, some, you know, groups or whatever you want to call them, who are very sensitive to certain books and libraries and trying to leave portions of our contributions of Americans out of our official histories. That is, in my opinion, is very damaging because you're leaving out a very important part of who we are as a nation. And I think, you know, if you want to reconcile the past and really look at it, you have to first recognize people's contributions and their value to this great nation.
Gentlemen, thank you for adding a wonderful contribution to this discussion and history at large. Marcus is not just a fellow here in the Institute, but also a friend of the museum. I'd like to recognize someone who's not with us, Dr. John Morrow, who's also a dear friend you all are familiar with. John, I think, is watching at home right now and envious of all of you and all of us that we get to see this. He couldn't make it, and Marcus came in to pinch hit. And thank you very much for doing that on relatively short notice. And Matt, your work is critically important to this group and to this subject, and your time with all your media appearances and everything else. Thanks for making this a part of your schedule. And now get your wrist ready because you're going to do a lot of signing over the next 25 minutes. Our next session will begin at 3:30. That'll be the final session here in the ballroom. Matt Delmont and Marcus Cox, thank you very much.
I want to tell you
the
about
session
the
begins
World
at 3 o'clock. I apologize. 3 o'clock.
Like no
Follow
other
the
museum in the
schedule,
world,
not
it
me.
brings to life the lessons and values of the war that changed the world. And not just with aircraft and boats and tanks, but with the powerful, personal stories of the men and women who served and sacrificed for our freedom. It's a remarkable place in an extraordinary city that every American should experience. The National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
Every June, D-Day survivors, veterans of every war since World War II, family members, and visitors from all over the world come together to honor and remember the service members and civilians who sacrificed everything to save a continent and ultimately the world during the largest amphibious invasion that history has ever seen, June 6, 1944. In 2024, the National World War II Museum will return to Europe 80 years later to explore the battlefields, landing zones, airfields, and legacies of D-Day and the Bomber War. The 80th anniversary of D-Day cruise will sail May 29 to June 8, 2024. On this iconic voyage aboard the exclusively chartered Seabourn Ovation, guests will travel alongside esteemed historians on an epic 10-day journey along the northern coast of Europe with ports of call in Hamburg, Amsterdam, Dunkirk, East Anglia, Normandy, and disembarking in Dover. Each day, guests will choose from a wide variety of shore excursions at every port, custom curated by museum travel experts in collaboration with featured historians who will present a signature lecture series on board the ship. Dr. Alexandra Ritchie, an expert on World War II in Central and Eastern Europe and a veteran of museum travel programs, shares what's so special about traveling with the National World War II Museum.
The National World War II Museum cruises are absolutely outstanding. The atmosphere on board the ship is just amazing because you're actually traveling with hundreds of people who absolutely share your obsession, interest in World War II history, and interest in the places that we're going to visit. So they're always amazing conversations. It's always interesting, and we have a chance to actually interact with so many different people. But it's also hugely luxurious. So yes, we're going to visit beaches or we're going to visit sites, but then you get back on board and it's absolutely the top of luxury and the top of comfort.
Embark in Hamburg, where an optional 3-night pre-cruise extension is available. Featured historian Keith Lowe, author of Inferno, The Fiery Destruction of Hamburg, 1943, discusses Operation Gomorrah, the devastating Allied raid on Hamburg that proved to be a pivotal moment in the bomber war.
The devastation of Hamburg was a shock not only for Hamburg, but for Germany as a whole, because, 1 million people fled the city afterwards, and they took with them stories of disaster, of burning bodies, and so on. It was so in the places where they arrived as well, they were hearing these stories of devastation. So it was not only a problem for Hamburg, it destroyed the morale of Germany more generally for a couple of months after it happened.
Continuing to Amsterdam, learn of the occupation, the resistance, and a Jewish population forced into hiding. Before landing at Dunkirk, where an emergency evacuation, facilitated partly by a civilian boat navy, rescued the British Expeditionary Force. In the east of England, large areas of farmland became airfields for the American 8th Air Force. This rural landscape was soon dotted with dozens of what appeared to be small cities designed to support thousands of American crewmen. Dr. Donald L. Miller, author of Masters of the Air, America's Bomber Boys Who Fought the Air War Against Nazi Germany, is a frequent visitor to this part of England.
Because they are intertwined. As Eisenhower pointed out when he takes over as Supreme Allied Commander of the D-Day operation, we can't land in France if there's Germans above us, unless we clear the sky of the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, the most powerful Air Force in the world. We can't have an invasion. The men, the landing boats will be slaughtered.
Finally, guests land in Normandy to spend 4 days traversing the beaches, hedgerows, and battlefields, honoring the service members who broke Hitler's Atlantic Wall and marched along the road to Berlin. Dr. John McManus, author of numerous books on D-Day, is always moved by his return to Normandy.
I think the National World War II Museum, in putting together these tours, understands this kind of confluence of real sort of deep dive history for people who are quite into World War II, that you're going to learn something even if you've read voluminously on World War II. The confluence of that and luxury living, because it's just enjoyable, to go to these accommodations and then to work with people who understand how to move a tour group through and to make sure that they're responsive to the guests, that they get out of it what they want from that tour.
Join us on this magnificent voyage aboard the award-winning Seabourn Ovation, complete with luxurious amenities, world-class historians, and an all-inclusive, one-of-a-kind itinerary not found anywhere else.
Bob Hope was a tremendous entertainer, humanitarian, patriot, and supporter of U.S. military service members. The story of how Bob Hope took his talents across the globe to bring levity and laughter to countless troops is a crucial component of the American experience in World War II. The National World War II Museum is proud to share Bob Hope's legacy with new audiences through our new nighttime sound and light show, Expressions of America, which is generously presented by the Bob and Dolores Hope Foundation.
I think my dad was motivated really by laughter.
That's a lie, and I can prove it.
His legacy is probably one of humor or laughter, And then I think it's caring for his fellow man. He had an ability to reach out some way and touch people in his audience.
How about getting Miss Langford out here to sing a couple of bars again?
He loved nothing more, and I think Dad was a memory of home because they were familiar back in their civilian lives with listening to him on the radio and seeing him in the movies. They felt Dad was one of their friends, and so they sent, usually very respectfully, "Dear Mr. Hope." My dad received thousands and thousands, millions maybe, of letters during that World War II period. It was staggering, and the intimacy and the closeness people felt with him was truly amazing. It warmed his heart, that's for sure. My dad would have been very proud to have been part of Expressions of America because, first of all, it's innovative. I mean, it's very new and it's fresh and it's exciting, and that would have appealed to him. And then to be there amongst the men and women that he respected the most would have been a great honor for him, and to be memorialized that way, I think would have been very touching and meaningful for him. Expressions of America is a multi-faceted approach to having a look inside of what was going on in people's lives, everyday people. In Expressions, you see how people jumped in to things they might not have been familiar with, and to kind of contribute to the common good. And I think it's inspirational.
What makes this program unique is the ability for students to study with and engage with two world-class institutions.
What we bring to the table at ASU from our academic standpoint is just enhanced so much by our partnership with the museum.
We have over 10,000 pieces of original testimony. That's just priceless.
This is an entirely online platform. We have students from across the country with different connections to World War II.
Whatever our students know coming into the program, I want to challenge. I want to make them have a more wholesale understanding of what it meant to not only experience the war on the front lines, but also on the home front.
You're going to get history, but you're also going to have an opportunity to look at a lot of cool things like film, music, and oral histories.
We're still uncovering all the different layers that are involved in World War II and what that meant and still means. It impacts our lives so much today.
Travel to the National World War II Museum in New Orleans to explore, remember, and reflect on World War II through exclusive access to the museum's campus. The National World War II Museum tells the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today, so that all generations will understand the price of freedom and be inspired by what they learn. Be our guest for 3 nights at the Higgins Hotel and Conference Center on the museum's expansive 4-acre campus. Attend a showing of Beyond All Boundaries, a 4D cinematic journey throughout World War II, narrated by Tom Hanks. Gain exclusive early access to the galleries with a private tour guide. Dive deeper during the Out of the Vault tour, a behind-the-scenes, up-close look at museum artifacts not currently on display.
Out of the Vault is unique because you get to meet the National World War II Museum curators. We pick out some of the coolest things, and you get to see them up close.
Engage with the experts during guided touring in the Road to Berlin and Road to Tokyo galleries in the Campaigns of Courage Pavilion. go on the last patrol of the USS Tang in the immersive final mission submarine experience in the U.S. Freedom Pavilion, the Boeing Center. Beyond the galleries, enjoy free time to explore New Orleans on your own.
This is definitely worth coming to see. Just the museum itself, but having the personal touch of having someone explain things as you're walking through, and then you can go back and see things a little bit more detailed.
I would encourage anyone to take any World War II museum tour based on our own experience. First of all, they're extremely well managed. Everything happens on time. The accommodations, the receptions, and the dinners together are great.
Don't hesitate. Come and see this. This is especially as time passes by, people need to take a look at this history and really understand it. And this is really, I can't think of a better way to do it than this way.
We got about a little over 1,700 veterans going in today, and we're excited about it. It'll probably take a day and a half, 2 days to get it right, get them all lined up.
We have anywhere from about 800 to about 1,500 bricks per install. This one's a little bit larger than our normal install, which is nice. The commemorative brick program started here at the museum before the museum actually officially opened. It started as a volunteer-run program, and it's kind of grown alongside the museum as well. Today we have, as I mentioned, a little over 45,000 bricks on campus, and all of our bricks are around the perimeter of the museum campus, so both Andrew Higgins Drive, Magazine Street, and then we have some interior bricks as well.
I don't think you can make an investment, a cheaper investment anywhere that'll have a more lasting impact in memorializing their efforts.
The fact that their names will forever be here and people can walk by and, look and see where they were stationed and what they did.
Our bricks here, they're lasting tributes, and, this is our brick program here. I mean, it's seen by millions of visitors every day. It's really moving and very special.
My name is Dr. Deborah Prince-Zinni, and I am the Deputy Laboratory Director here at the DPAA Laboratory. DPAA was established in 2015. However, we have a very long history of our predecessor organizations such as JPAC, SIL-HI, and really going back to the laboratory itself has a long history going back to right after all of the wars. A SIL, or Central Identification Laboratory, was established after each one to account for the missing and to try to identify those individuals that sacrificed for our country. So the mission of the DPAA is to provide the fullest possible accounting of our service members from past wars to the family and the nation. We are currently wrapping up, as we come up on the 80th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, an identification project that was dedicated to identifying remains from sailors and Marines from the USS Oklahoma. So this was a very long project in the making. So this is something that we originally started in 2003 with the first casket associated with the USS Oklahoma that we exhumed and did some DNA testing and even just some anthropological methods. We knew right then that the remains were highly commingled, meaning that there was more than one person represented, but to the extent of commingling really wasn't realized until the DNA results came in. And there were over 90 individuals represented in that one casket. So if you think about it, there were 429 individuals on that ship. Several of them were identified right after the war, within the few years afterwards. So we knew that this project, we needed to have all of the remains here in the laboratory in order to do it properly. And that took a lot of extensive research as well as collaborations with a lot of different agencies. So we worked with the Navy, we worked with the service casualty offices, Veterans Affairs, the VA, the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific, where all of the remains were were interred. And it took a long time to get all the permissions and also the dental records needed, the family reference samples was a really key piece. And that was working with the families in order for them to donate their DNA so that we can compare it to the service members that we were trying to identify. For the USS Oklahoma, up to now, we've identified 353 sets of remains associated with the USS Oklahoma. We're also working on several other ships out of Pearl Harbor, the USS California and the West Virginia as well, that we've made a handful of IDs, so about 15 together with those two projects, as well as there's also been the USS Curtis and the Pennsylvania and the Utah that we've made a couple of IDs from. Right now, with the number of missing from World War II, it's approximately 72,000 that are still missing from World War II, which is a really large number. With that, a lot of those individuals were lost at sea. So when we look at kind of, that 72,000 number, when we're looking about how many we really think we can recover, because we do have some underwater excavations that we do in shallow water. We are doing a few that are in some deep water, but a lot of these losses were in very deep water over the ocean. So we're looking probably about half of that number that we think are most likely recoverable from World War II. One of the most rewarding aspects is, I think, just being able to provide some answers. I know it's been a long time for these families, and to finally get some, I don't think families actually ever get closure, but to get answers, I think, is really important. And to have their loved one home, to know where they are, and to have a gravesite that they can go to, I think is really important for the families, and that gives me a very humbling feeling and just a bit of pride that you can provide that to a family. They say the World War II generation is the greatest generation of all time. Seeing the sacrifice that these men made, going, to all of these foreign countries that we fought in during World War II. So across the globe. So we have remains from World War II that are all throughout Europe. We have them in Asia and also across the South Pacific. I mean, they really did go worldwide to help fight for the freedoms of not just our nation, but for others as well. And I think that's something that really needs to be honored. And we have that solemn obligation to those families to never forget. And I think coming up on this 80th anniversary, I think it's really important for people to remember that sacrifice that they made, and that it is still very important.
This is state competition, so the competition is fierce. You have the best of the best in Louisiana competing against each other.
Today is Louisiana History Day, and it is the affiliate contest for National History Day, which is a national contest that actually happens to be a history research competition for students in grades 6 through 12.
So all the students had to compete at their regional level. There were several regional competitions throughout our state, and then once they competed there, the students who placed moved on to the state level, and now they're here to compete for that, and then hopefully they'll move on to the national level.
This is the first in-person competition since 2019 because of COVID-19. So this is the first time that students are able to actually do this in person because the last 2 years were virtual.
I think for this particular competition, the variety of projects that they can do really does draw them in, because I have students that have done very contemporary topics to very historical topics.
I chose to do individual performance because when it's a tea party, I wanted to include the liveliness and the energy, and I wanted to humanize the people and not just put them in a paper. I wanted them to see really the movement of what was going on.
When it comes to History Day, being a judge is an exciting opportunity to see budding young students put their historical thinking and research into work. You often hear these comments that kids just aren't interested in history anymore. Well, you come here today, that's not true. There are kids of all ages who are excited about history and want to keep doing this research.
History is important because we have to look at history to see how we go about shaping the future. It's not just something that can be put away like social studies. We have to actually develop it and obtain knowledge from it, because if I hadn't researched this project, I wouldn't have known anything about these events. And even like I can apply it in my everyday life with how I negotiate and talk to people. I would want to compromise, unlike how they didn't compromise. I want to come to these conclusions. So I think it's very important in building us as people, but also preventing any future bad things such as wars from happening.
What I hope my students can take away from this is that they can do it, that they can achieve something like this on their own, because they've done all this research on their own. I guided them in the right direction, but they did it on their own. And I think that's really something to be proud of.
And also, it just gives you, a little bit hope for the future that they are on the right path to helping to make this a better place.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats and your cell phones. Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We have another objective for the afternoon, this session before our closing banquet. We're going to cap off the day with an amazing panel for you today, a conversation with veteran John Lucky Luckadoo and Museum Presidential Counselor Dr. Don Miller. And this is an amazing opportunity. I think everybody comes up after each session and says that was the best session. I think I'm going to hear that again after this one as well. Now we've heard amazing stories today from World War II veterans, and I'm delighted to have with us here Lucky, who served as a pilot and co-pilot with the famous 100th Bomb Group of the 8th Air Force, or as some of you might know them, the Bloody 100th, because of some of the toughest missions of the mighty 8th. Lucky flew 25 missions over targets in France and Germany when he was somewhat younger, I think in his early 20s, right? But, to run this conversation today, I can't think of anyone better qualified to interview him today than Don, an award-winning scholar, the John Henry McCracken Professor of History Emeritus at Lafayette College in Pennsylvania, a prolific historian of many books ranging from the Battle of Vicksburg to the history of Chicago. But what he's probably most known for here at the museum is his work on air power in the Second World War, especially Masters of the Air, America's bomber boys who fought the air war against Nazi Germany. Masters was named an Outstanding Book of the Year by the World War II magazine and is the primary source for the upcoming Apple TV miniseries of the same name. And so with that, Don, I'll hand the mission over to you.
Okay. Well, this is a great honor to be here at the museum again and to see the kind of intrepid, enthusiastic crowds we have here. And it's an honor to obviously be sitting here beside my buddy, Lucky Luckadoo. I've interviewed Lucky before, but I think we both forgot about everything that happened in that interview. So I'm just hoping I live long enough to be able to interview him again. So just a couple of general remarks, and we didn't prepare anything specifically for this. We're going to just make it a pretty loose conversation, and Lucky's going to be doing most of the talking. It was his war, and he's going to bring it to you. And I do want to just contextualize this a little bit with a few words about the 8th Air Force, not when it was founded and things like this, but some of the kinds of things that he confronted in the war that all other airmen confronted as well. And by the way, we do have another 8th Air Force airman, and B-17 guy, Ken Beckman. Ken, could you stand up? 48 missions, 405th Bomb Group, navigator. He was on a trip that I lead on Masters of the Air, and I was up rambling about something about how they took off and assembled and everything, and somebody from the back of the bus said, well, that's not quite right. And I said, who the hell's this? So, oh, boy. Ken's never let me forget it. And, yeah. Well, we're talking about a war that is what I would call sui generis. It's one of a kind. There was only one bomber war. There were no bomber wars before this, and there'll never be another bomber war. It's all about missiles now. And so this is a scene of something brand new, and as Lucky points out many times in the book, it's in his words, an untested battlefield. Everything here is experimental. And a lot more attention, I think you'll find in this conversation, was paid to the machines rather than the men. It's a different kind of warfare in a lot of ways. It's kind of an Alice in Wonderland warfare where everything's upside down. What kills? The air kills. Over 11,000 feet, you can't breathe it, okay? What kills? The sun. They can spot you. the Germans could move in for the kill. It's bad news, okay? So you got to go to war tethered to a machine, a thin cylinder that a strong man with a screwdriver can punch a hole through, and obviously flak, you know, when you get flak holes in a plane, they're usually right through the plane and into the interior, and they're hurting some equipment or some men. And it's a totally different type of warfare. And what people didn't really know is how they would, the people who planned this war, the so-called bomber mafia back in the middle 1930s at Maxwell Field in Alabama, these guys went to war not just as guinea pigs, but they were lied to. And they were lied to very badly. They were told that they could get to the targets without escorts. They were told not to worry about the flak, that the plane had a ceiling high enough to get above the flak. They were told not to worry too much about casualties. There wouldn't be many of them inside the plane or on the ground, because the bombing would be, you know, in the hands of a bombardier who has a brand new instrument of warfare called the Norden bomb sight, and you could so-called drop bombs into a pickle barrel, so-called pinpoint bombing, which, as we all know, is an oxymoron. So they didn't find out about all this, the truth of the war, until they flew. And then they had to adjust. They had to adjust to stress. And they broke down, many of them did. And when they broke down, no one quite knew in the beginning how to handle it. Because combat fatigue occurred differently. The symptoms were different for airmen than they were for those on the ground. The treatment was different. So that made it a different kind of war. Also, there are not only no foxholes in the sky, but you're up there in a tube that's filled with gasoline, and there's a great myth about air war that it's push-button war. See the target, press the buttons while these guys are down, Ernie Pyle's boys in the mud and sleet. But if you have seen photographs of air battles, you'll notice the closeness of the combat. As Lucky points out in the book, you could see the eyes of the German pilots. Very few combat soldiers in combat, in actual combat, before taking prisoners or seeing the dead, ever actually saw the enemy, especially in the Pacific. These guys did see the enemy up close. And the enemy was flak, too, and you're flying right into it. It's inches in front of you, and you can't take evasive action. And what kind of pressures does that bring to bear on the plane, its survivability, on the human beings inside the plane? And there's a variegated group of human beings, psychologically, mentally, physically. What does it do to the body? What's the proper diet? Everything is brand new here. And so what we're going to do today is let Lucky tell us what it was like to fly a B-17 over the contested skies of Europe at the worst point in the air war. He arrived there with the 100th Bomb Group in the spring of 1943. And it got really bad in August with a big mission called Regensburg-Schweinfurt, but it got absolutely shatteringly, horrifyingly bad in October, often called Black October, and there's a week in there that the Air Force calls Black Week, when the casualties were unbelievable. When in the first 3 missions, the Air Force lost over 86 bombers. The chances of survival at that point in the war were, well, if you were a B-17 crew member, your chances of making it to 25 were 0. Just doing the arithmetic, you were a dead man at 11 missions. Your chances of surviving were about 1 in 3. That's pretty bad odds. 73% of men who flew with the 8th Air Force were casualties. That's for the entire war. In the period he was in, it was over 80% were casualties. And it's those casualties that really flew out at me and got me interested in this. And my book really came down to one question, and I kept looking for the answers in Lucky's book, and I'd like to explore those today. How do you get in that plane with all those stresses, with all those challenges, and hold up? And when you don't hold up, And when men around you, or when men around you don't hold up, what happens to them? Because most of them continue to fly. And how are they treated, and how do they survive mentally? Because the war doesn't end in 1945. This is a never-ending war for these guys. You know, it's the war that won't ever end. So with that, we'll begin, Lucky, with Pearl Harbor. You're in Tennessee, Chattanooga. You're a freshman. And you wanted to get in that thing, didn't you? Get in that fight as a pilot.
Well, let me say to begin with that from my lofty viewpoint of 100 years now, I view what I and my comrades did in 1943 in going to Europe as part of the 8th Air Force far differently than I did then. At that time, we were looking at, we were hairy-headed college kids. We were so incredibly young, innocent, vulnerable, gullible, and we believed what we were being told, that our values were in jeopardy. We had been attacked at Pearl Harbor. We witnessed as many, and some of you did, but very few, that it galvanized this country into action and unity that we have never seen since. It also brought people into the effort to wage war that was total, from grandchildren to grandparents and all in between. Everybody immediately took up the call to do their part to wage war and to defend our freedoms. Like many of my contemporaries, I did not talk about my war experiences for nearly 50 years, mainly because they were too painful. I still had nightmares. I still had the effects that war left on me, for the simple reason that nobody goes to war and comes back the same person. I don't care who you are or what your experiences are. But war in itself is futile. We learn nothing from war. We never have, and perhaps never will. And all it does is satisfy somebody's outsized ego. That's what causes war. But we don't prove anything by war. We see a perfect example of that in Ukraine today. But there are many other examples that are just as pointed. I would like to give you a little idea of why this book that Dr. Miller refers to, I call it my story, but it's Kevin's book. And he's done an excellent job of reflecting what I thought should be documented, because historians had completely ignored several of the very specific factors that had happened to me and to my contemporaries, but had never been documented. For example, When I graduated from flying school in February of 1943, 40 of my classmates and I were immediately assigned right out of flying school to join the 100th Bomb Group, then based in Kearney, Nebraska, who was about to go overseas. They had already been through pre-combat training. We, 40 of my classmates and I, had never been in a B-17. We graduated from a twin-engine advanced flying school, just got our wings and just got our commissions, and we were immediately replacing all of the co-pilots in the 100th Bomb Group. That never happened in any other group in the war. Why? Well, the reason that was given to us was that it was because we were so badly needed, or America was so badly needed in England to help thwart the pending invasion of England, that we should be shipped over immediately. But this group was not combat ready. The co-pilot is the second in command of the squadron, of the crew. And yet, we were totally unfamiliar with the equipment and certainly with the crews. But there we were. That's what we were ordered to do. But I wanted to tell you that this was just one of the things that happened to what became known as the Bloody 100th Bomb Group. There were several reasons, but of those 40 of us that went to the group, four of us finished a tour. That's why the name of this book is Damn Lucky, because that's precisely the bottom line. It didn't matter how good or how poor we were. If you survived, you were just incredibly lucky, as I was. And I wanted that to be documented.
So, Lucky, did your motivation change over the course of the war from the time you enlisted to the time you're in the middle of this thing at Bremen?
My motivation did not, because as you have already pointed out, we were led to believe that we were serving a cause, that our values and our freedom was being jeopardized, and it was our patriotic duty to answer the call. And we did. I spend most of my time these days addressing school children and reminding them of the debt they owe to my generation for the sacrifices that were made, or they wouldn't be here. And neither would you.
How do you pull yourself together after, say, 12 missions, and you've seen a lot of blood, and you've seen a lot of comrades go down, and you know what the chances are, how grim they are? How do you pull yourself together mentally to get on that plane?
I don't honestly know. I just know that we were confronted with such an unusual set of circumstances. We were thrown into a position of tremendous responsibility suddenly. As I mentioned earlier, we were just citizen soldiers, hairy-headed college kids that were thrust into this miraculous position of defending our country and our principles. And we, personally, the only way I could pull it together was to stay focused on the job and the realization that we had a job to do. We were not told, or we were not privy to the information that at that particular point in time, there was a tremendous debate being waged behind the scenes between Sir Arthur Harris, excuse me, the head of the 8th of the RAF, and General Ira Aker, the head of the 8th Air Force, as to the best way to employ our bomber force. The British had attempted daylight bombing and been shredded, and were convinced that because Germany was so well equipped, so experienced, they had been fighting the war for 4 years, and we were going up against an extremely formidable enemy, but that we could not withstand the horrendous losses that the Germans could wreak upon us. And therefore, we should abandon daylight bombing, never attempt it, and join them in nighttime bombing. We were not aware of that as crewmen. We were just told to go day after day after day, at high altitude, in mass formation, in the bitter cold. This is my memory most explicitly of my experience in World War II, was COLD, minus 50 to 60 degrees below zero at altitude, and how seriously that impacted our ability to function. But we had to contend with it. We were unpressurized. We were going out in broad daylight against a very formidable enemy. And we had not one enemy, but we had 4. All began with F. The first was fear. We were literally scared to death, mainly because we did not have any clue as to what we were being confronted with. The second was the fighters. The Germans were equipped with the best equipment, the ME-109, the FW-190, and the ME-110, which was a rocket ship. The third was their flak. Their anti-aircraft was highly developed. It was radar controlled. It could automatically plot our course, our altitude, all the wind directions and everything else, and electronically fired. So all it took was German Hitler Youth to load the guns. And the last, but certainly not least, was freezing. We literally froze to death on one mission. The nose of my plane was penetrated by a piece of shrapnel, and it directed a cold jet of that freezing air directly onto my feet, which froze to the rudder pedals. I don't know why I didn't lose my toes. I only got good care when we landed, and they had to chip me out of the airplane and send me to the hospital, where they packed my feet in ice and gradually thawed them to normal temperature, and fortunately I didn't lose them. Normally at high altitude, in those alien conditions, if you remove your gloves, you could have all of your fingers self-amputate to the knuckles. Not a drop of blood, not a pain, but just your fingers flying on the floor. So those factors matured us instantly.
And you were put in impossible situations. Tell them about being a tail gunner.
I'm sorry?
Tell them about your experiences in the tail of the plane as a co-pilot.
Well, this was another of the strange instances that has not been recorded or recognized, and that was that a standing operating procedure was developed that if your crew was designated as the lead crew of the formation, the co-pilot was replaced by a command pilot who was in charge of the entire formation. And the co-pilot then was sent to fly the tail gun position. They put me in the tail, first time my crew was designated, and it flew several lead positions. I'd never fired a .50 caliber in my life. But here I was, isolated out in the extreme end of the airplane. Could only communicate with the pilot over the intercom. But I was ostensibly the fire control officer for the entire rear of the formation in that direction. But whoever dreamed that one up didn't realize that I couldn't communicate with anybody but the pilot. And for them to have to change channels and then warn the rest of the formation of whatever danger I was reporting, it was dawn. It was over. So I did that once. And when I landed, I said, I'm not getting in the tail again. You didn't train me to be a gunner. You trained me to fly this airplane. And here you're wasting all of that investment in my training, putting me in the tail where I'm totally unequipped. Because what I had done innocently was as soon as we were under attack, I bore down on the triggers and promptly burned out both barrels. So I was just not on a log for the whole mission. Having refused to fly in the tail again, I was, of course, grounded when my crew led the formation thereafter, and as a consequence, I did not finish when they did. They ended up flying the fastest tour in the European theater of 25 missions in 89 days. But it left me with 4 missions still to fly, so they returned to the States as instructors for crews coming over, and I sat on the ground.
You know, Lucky, one of the things that lends uniqueness to your book are not just experiences just like that. And I think the standard explanation about one of the reasons that guys held together as well as they did is there was a lot of group unity inside the plane, that the crews were well knit together. But you had a crew that you didn't get along with. You were a kind of Melvillian isolado all alone. How did that happen?
As you can well imagine, when the co-pilots were all replaced by these new shaved tails that had just graduated from flying school, some of them, and certainly the crew that I was assigned to, took violent exception. They really loved their former co-pilot. They buddied with him, drank with him, played cards with him, and he was a member of the team, and they adored him. And to have this usurper come into the picture, they highly resented and proceeded to make my life sheer hell. Other crews took a rather philosophical approach to the action and said, well, these are the cards we're dealt. We'll just make the most of it and try to help him, and he'll learn as quickly as possible. But we had to learn about the airplane and how to fly the airplane from our pilots on the job. And we were sent subsequently, immediately, with new airplanes that had been remodeled and retrofitted to include extra fuel tanks to enable us to fly those planes all the way from Newfoundland to Scotland, which extended the range of the B-17 by 50%. We had an extra fuel tank in the bomb bays in addition to in the wings. And but the sad fact was that some of the crews did not accept their new co-pilots, and I was one of those, until we got to Newfoundland. But that's another story you'll have to read about.
Well, one thing they're going to read about that is, I think, the unexpected, runs right through your book, and another unique experience. Tell them about the LeMay mission, the Curtis LeMay mission to Berlin.
On October the 8th of, in November of 1943, General Goering, head of the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, boasted that the 8th Air Force would never bomb Berlin in the daytime. He thereupon put it upon the Luftwaffe to either stop the B-17 raids or be sent to the infantry. November the 23rd of 1943, I happened to be in the officers' club. I have to step back. I had been appointed, since I was still on the base and had 21 missions. And on my 22nd mission in October, at the beginning of Black Week, on a raid to Berlin, the previous operations officer of my squadron had been rammed by a FW-190 right in front of me and exploded. And all but 3 of the gunners were killed. So upon landing, the squadron commander came up to me upon landing that day, he said, well, you've got more experience than others, so I'm going to make you the operations officer. And then I was just a shaved tail, still a second lieutenant. I didn't get promoted to first lieutenant until the 1st of November. Then on November 23rd, I was in the officers' club, and I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned around, and it was the squadron commander. And he said, Lucky, you'd better get to bed. You're flying tomorrow. And I said, well, why am I flying? You're supposed to fly. We're leading this mission, and I have you down because the operations officer determined the formation for the squadron, who was to fly and in what position. And when you led, your squadron led the formation for the group, then the squadron commander or the operations officer became the command pilot, replacing the regular co-pilot, who would then go to the tail. On this particular night, he warned me that I should get some sleep because I was flying. And I said, well, I'm not supposed to fly. You're supposed to fly. And he said, no, but I want you to take this mission. So those were orders, and I went to bed. Was awakened at 3:30, went down to the briefing room, and who should walk in but General Curtis LeMay. And I thought, this is unusual, highly unusual. He never attended our briefings. But here he was. The meteorological officer got up and said, "Gentlemen, we have a very unusual condition over all of Europe today. It is covered by 10/10 cloud cover all over Europe." And he sat down. General LeMay got up and informed us that this mission was the most important mission of his entire military career, and he had always pointed toward leading it. But General Arnold had threatened him if he got in an airplane, he would court-martial him. So he said, "You're the only group going. And this is so important that if we only get one airplane out of 18 in the formation over the target, it will be a success." So I looked across the room at my squadron commander and mouthed to him what I thought. He knew what this mission was. And the mission, when they pulled the curtain back, showed the ribbon going directly from Thorpe Rapids, our base, no deviation, straight to Berlin. The strategy was that because of the cloud cover, we would fly not at our usual bombing altitude of 25 to 29,000 feet, but at 12,000 feet, just over the cloud cover. When we turned on the bomb run, we would dive through the clouds, picking up about 15 miles an hour airspeed, break out at 6,000 feet over Berlin at high noon, and bomb the Reichstag. And if only one plane made it, it would have been a success. The only reason I'm here to speak to you tonight is because that mission got scrubbed. We took off and climbed up and formed and just hit the enemy coast, and they recalled it. Why? Because the cloud cover dispersed over the target and the element of surprise was destroyed. That was to have been a suicide mission.
And it was symbolic because all the official business of the Reichstag had been moved to the Kroll Opera House after it was burned, but it was going to be symbolic, and it was the former center of the German government. It would be like the European equivalent of the Doolittle raid. Yeah.
Well, I took the squadron commander aside, and I told him, he came up to my chest. I looked down at him and I said, "You yellow SOB, you knew what this mission was and you put me in that spot?" And I swore that I was coming back. And when I did, if I saw him, I would kill him. And boy, did I mean it. Well, that was rank insubordination if you've ever heard it.
He's a lieutenant, by the way, at the time.
But if he court-martialed me, he had to fly the mission. So he never said a word. And I never got court-martialed. But when I landed, after the mission was scrubbed, I immediately demanded that I be transferred, that I refuse to serve under him another minute. And when I presented my case to the group operations officer, he said, "Lucky, I can't blame you at all." He had been at the briefing and he was fully cognizant of the circumstances. And he said, "I do need a squadron commander in this other squadron. Would you take that position?" And I said, "In a New York minute."
Lucky, some of the guys broke down, and some of them temporarily or permanently. Some of the guys just couldn't get in the planes. What did you do with those guys? How did you handle that?
I'm sorry?
When the guys broke down, they're still on base, they can't fly, they won't fly.
I'm sorry.
And maybe compare that to how the British handled it.
What Dr. Miller is referring to is the occasions when some of our contemporaries cracked. The sheer terror, horror, and chaos of combat got to them, and psychologically they could not bear it any longer and would consequently say, "I can't get in that airplane again." The squadron operations officer was responsible for evaluating the capability of each member of the squadron as to whether or not they were showing combat fatigue, as we termed it, sometimes referred to as flak happy. Contrasted with the British. The British considered it lack of moral fiber.
That's what they called it.
And they punished, they literally punished, severely punished, anybody that refused to fly. They fined them. Some cases they imprisoned them, or they sent them to the infantry, or they did all sorts of things to denigrate them and really end their military career. The 8th Air Force took a little bit more of a philosophical way, but this was the beginning of the recognition or the need to recognize the severe mental strain that combat, kill or be killed, places on an individual. And that's why I say without qualification that nobody goes to war or to combat and comes back the same person.
You say at one point that the chaos of combat actually had a calming influence on you, going about your work.
There is no doubt that when you're being shot at, and this is something it's difficult to convey in a book.
Yeah.
That and the bitter cold are the two things that I told Kevin that we're not able to actually convey in their true context. But when you're in a position of high altitude, so-called strategic bombing, and you see the flak coming up in such dimensions that you could almost put your wheels down and taxi on it. You see the fighters coming in, you see them impacting members of your squadron, and they're going down in flames. You begin to think, how in the world did I ever let myself get in this spot? Seriously and curiously enough, ironically enough, even though it is so bitterly cold and you're so badly impaired in functioning, you suddenly find yourself perspiring profusely, even under those alien conditions. And that perspiration freezes instantly and blocks your oxygen flow. And the only way you can subsist at high altitude is on oxygen. So you find yourself sitting there breaking up the ice crystals with one hand and flying the airplane with the other.
I'd like to open this up to questions, but before I do, I want you to just tell us briefly about your toughest mission, Bremen, and kind of how you handled that. That was a tough one. Bremen.
Bremen was my toughest. That was the first mission that I flew after my original crew went back home. And I was flying with a brand new crew. It was on their second or third mission. They had a couple under their belts, but they were new, and I was leading the low element of the low squadron in the low group of the entire wing formation, which was usually looked at as the Purple Heart corner. As we turned on we sent out 18 airplanes on October the 8th, the first day, this is 1943, first day of Black Week, as it became known. And as we turned on the initial point, we started our bomb run, and many of you are probably not aware, but at that point, the airplane is turned over to the bombardier. The bombardier is guiding the airplane, flying the airplane through the interconnection between the bomb sight and the automatic pilot. So on the bomb run, the pilot and the co-pilot are sitting there with their hands poised, ready to grab the controls if you start veering into other members of the formation, or if something breaks down or you get hit, or anything that can happen. And on this occasion, the flak was the thickest that we had ever witnessed. And normally, the Luftwaffe, under those conditions of the bomb run, would lay back and let the anti-aircraft fire protect the target. And they would wait until we dropped our bombs and were coming off to the rally point, and then they would attack us, hoping that the anti-aircraft fire had damaged us enough to force us out of the formation. And if you're alone, separated from your formation, you're a sitting duck, because then the Germans could simply pick you off at will. But on this date, just as we turned on the IP, turned it over to the bombardiers, we witnessed something we had never encountered before, and that was the Luftwaffe flying through their own flak. They'd never done that before. They were pressing the attack so aggressively and so consistently, and all hell was breaking loose. But they actually rammed the ship in front of me, either intentionally or unintentionally, who knows. But they blew up. And the squadron operations officer and one of our lead pilots was on his 24th mission, went down with it. And as a witness to that incident, I reported on the debriefing that they blew up, and obviously there were no survivors. I learned 3 months later that several of the crewmen in the tail of the plane had cut it in two. Several of the crewmen in the tail of the plane were prisoners of war, so they obviously did survive. But sometimes you report what you see or what you think you see or conclude what you think is the logical conclusion, and it isn't true. But as I hit the target and dropped my bombs, I discovered that there were only 5 other planes still airborne in my squadron, my group. And I fired a flare, and they rallied on me, and the 95th Bomb Group in our wing was coming behind us in the next wave, and they had lost an entire squadron. So I radioed them and said, I'm rallying the remains of the 100th Bomb Group, and can we join your group to get home? And they said, of course. And so we tacked on to them, but I was only on 3 engines. And I said, I'm getting some power out of the 4th engine, but I'm slowed up a bit. And they said, well, we'll slow the formation down and try to let you keep up. And I managed to do so. And that's how I got back and survived that. I didn't really believe from the bomb run on that I was going to come home from that one.
Lucky, when I finished reading your book, I happened to have on my bedstand a book I was reading a little earlier by Joseph Conrad called Lord Jim. And I don't know if you've ever read Lord Jim, but there's a passage here that I think it tells your story in short form. The passage reads, in time, when yet very young, he became a chief mate of a fine ship without ever having been tested by those events that show the light of day and the inner worth of a man, not only to others, but to himself. John Luckadoo, I think that's you. And thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Don, thank you for leading such a dynamic conversation, and Lucky, thanks so much for sharing your story. We have actually taken Lucky out to LA, and he will outlive us all because we had him filmed. I think there were 1,200 or so questions that you were asked. And there's a wonderful technology that we tested out here from the Shoah Foundation, where you literally push a button and ask a question and the algorithm will run through. Lucky was one of our veterans that was kind enough to devote, I think it was 3 days of your time for those questions. So my great-great-grandchildren will be able to have a conversation with Lucky. But now it's your turn to have a conversation with Lucky. Please raise your hand. Connie and I will bring the microphone to you. And gentlemen, we'll start here in the center aisle.
Wow, Lucky, what a story. Poor Ken, he had fly 48. My question is, the raid on Berlin that was proposed, was that General LeMay's idea, or was that passed down from higher headquarters? And I wonder this because he did the same thing when he got into the Pacific, and he got his B-29s, and they were going to bomb Tokyo, and they made him fly right on the deck. And I'm just wondering if he was still trying to get that objective done.
I can't tell you for sure, but it is my belief that it was General LeMay's idea and that he wanted to lead it. But when General Arnold heard about it, it had to be approved by higher headquarters because it would have been the first raid on Berlin in the daytime that the 8th Air Force had accomplished. And so I really, to the degree that I know General LeMay or knew him and his strategy and his phenomenal abilities, I certainly would assume that it was probably his idea and was approved by higher headquarters, but he wasn't allowed to fly it.
Thank you. The next question will be to your right.
Thank you so much for the story. High altitude strategic bombing accuracy was not particularly high during World War II. We know after the fact. Did you know during that time what your bombing accuracy was and what you were actually doing to targets?
We only knew that we didn't hit them. Unfortunately, the theory of the Northern bomb site was that it would put in all of these this input and calculate the proper point to release the bombs, but it completely ignored the fact that a free-falling object from 5 miles up goes through all sorts of wind currents, different wind currents, and if you hit the target, it's an accident. As a consequence, we had to go back days and days again to try and knock out a specific target. Schweinfurt was a prime example. And we were lied to there because we were told that all of the ball bearings that Hitler needed were produced in Schweinfurt. And if we could knock out that target, we'd shorten the war by 18 months. We didn't find out for years later that he was getting all the ball bearings he needed from Sweden. And every time we went to Schweinfurt 3 times, and every time we lost 60 airplanes, 600 men, 1,800 total were sacrificed, and we didn't obliterate the target. The bomb assessment damage after the war indicated that the 8th Air Force during the entire war did not come within 9 miles of the target 25% of the time. And the sadness of that was that we had to go back again and again over the same targets, and of course they were better prepared each time to meet our efforts. But that was the kind of war we were forced to compete in.
The only thing that made the bombing work eventually was volume. And we started to hit targets in daylight the way the British hit them at night with saturation bombing, synthetic oil plants, and marshalling yards and things like that. Death by 1,000 cuts. I had a neighbor of mine in eastern Pennsylvania, and he said he was a navigator in the 8th Air Force, and he had a conversation in a London bar with a RAF pilot, and Scottish guy, and the Scottish guy is a little tipsy, but he said, you know, Yank, you say you flew and bombed in a different way, but let me tell you how different it was. He said, we area bombed area targets, and you area bombed pinpoint targets.
The British didn't do any better.
Exactly, they didn't.
Their bombing accuracy was roughly the same as ours in daylight.
The next question is in the center aisle here, please. Could you stand?
Thank you. What was your mentality going into your first combat mission?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
Your mentality, your state of mind going into your first combat mission.
Prior to the first mission, when we arrived in England, and we knew we were going to be confronted by such a really formidable enemy as the Luftwaffe, whose backs were to the wall and they were fighting for their homeland. Axis Sally came on the radio when our group arrived and said, welcome to the war, 100th Bomb Group. We know Colonel Turner has brought you over here, but this war is none of your business, and you don't belong here. But now that you're here, we're going to teach you a lesson. Being confronted by circumstances such as that and having no clue as to how good they were, but knowing that they were far more experienced than we were. And Britain had contended with them, but we had not. And there wasn't anybody who could really tell us what to expect. So we simply were approaching it from the standpoint of, we'll take it as it comes, we don't have any choice. And so you mature overnight. And as that quote on the wall in The Road to Berlin from me says, sometimes it was so horrendous that your hair turned white on one mission.
You know, the next question is going to...
Just think about one thing, what Lucky said earlier. Not only are there no foxholes in the sky, no place to hide, but there's no generals. There are no Pattons, you know, no field generals. I don't think ever in the history of all of warfare did battles depend, their outcome, so much on human beings so young. I mean, think of this. Lucky was 22 years old when he finished, not when he started. Whether that target got bombed or not depended on a crew that averaged in age 24 years old.
Gentleman to your left in the center. Stand up, please.
Wonderful talk. Thank you very much. Do you have any insights about bailing out of a plane at 25,000 feet? Did anyone survive bailing out at that height with no oxygen and 50 below zero?
I'm sorry, I didn't get.
Well, he was saying that.
Out of the airplane.
What are your chances of surviving, getting to the ground, going out at 25,000?
Sorry, my hearing is impaired.
He wanted to know if
the reality was that in the B-17, behind the pilot and the co-pilot is a half-inch slab of armor plate. And there's only 12 inches between those two slabs. Literally, with all of the equipment we had to wear to survive, we couldn't get through that. We had to put most of it on when we got into the cockpit. However, if you were in a spin or if you were going down in flames, you could go through a knothole and you wouldn't touch either side. You don't know what you can do until you have to. However, the odds of your survival and bailing out at 25 to 29,000 feet are reasonably good if you can clear the aircraft, if it's not in an unusual position or contortion, and you don't hit anything else. Because in a mass formation, there are other formations that you may have to plummet through.
The tail?
We actually wore 3 parachutes. We sat on one, we had a backpack, and then we had a little chest pack that we could hook onto the 2 D-rings on our harness. Because you never knew whether your parachute had been perforated by flak or fire, and whether it was going to work or not, because we never had any practice in parachuting. And fortunately, I never had to shoot. I never made a parachute drop. I'm not a skydiver.
Next question will be to your right, gentlemen.
This question is for Dr. Miller. Sir, you said that combat fatigue in the air was different than it was from other forces, and how so? Could you expound on that, please?
Well, it's a long explanation, but it's a trauma. It's a trauma experience in the air. I'll give you an example. A B-17 tail gunner I knew, Sherman Small, a German plane rammed and Lucky talked about that, they actually did a lot of ramming, suicide rammings, and plane broke in half, and he couldn't break out of the tail and disengage and parachute down. He dropped 26,000 feet and he lived, and they sent him up again 2 days later. And the rear stabilizer started to move with the wind, and he said it's the last thing he remembers. It's this phobia that kicked in, this experience that kicked in this phobia. And he said the next thing he remembered was 2 years later when he's at Don Carlos Hospital, the mental hospital in Florida. And he was in a coma all that time. They took him off the plane like a frozen Wisconsin log. So it was usually experiences like that, whereas in combat on the ground, it's the length of the experience and the steady mental as well as physical attrition. And the Army physicians had an expression that you last as long as an Army truck. The Army truck would usually go 55,000 miles. A guy, they said, usually in combat can go about 30, 35 times, and he's done. He's got to be taken off the line because the Army used to call them ragmen. They're of very little use. And then they'd either treat them with sodium amytal or sodium pentothal, which is a sleep-inducing drug. And they did the awful traumatic experience of Freudian psychology and try to draw the experience out of the guy by having him relive it in a semi-coma. And that just made guys worse. And nothing, that was tried worked that effectively. And the darn thing about this is when I talk to chaplains and Army medical personnel, they said the awfulest thing about their job is the guys would come to them for counsel, advice, and things when they're feeling the tremors. They'd also go to their fellow crewmen. And like the chaplains and the medical corps people would say, our job was to get them better so they could go up into the conditions that made them sick in the first place and fly again. And that was a tough thing to do.
Gentlemen, we have one final question to your left with Connie, please.
My dad was a navigator in a B-17. So he would talk about the war. I mean, I would ask him about it. I guess he'd be about 100 now. He died when he was 92. But anyway, I kind of wonder if maybe he kind of downplayed how terrible it was. He did comment about the cold. He said, son, you have no idea how cold it is up there. And he would say the spit would freeze before it hit the ground if you happened to, because I guess the water would accumulate in his face mask or the oxygen mask. I think he came into the war in August. He did complete all of his missions. He said, well, when I was up there, I was too busy doing whatever I was doing to be scared, but I guess I didn't ask him how he felt once he was back on the ground. But I guess the experience was different for different people. I think he said that the P-51s came on about halfway through his missions, and he was a lot more optimistic about it after that. Things got a lot better. I don't think you ever had any P-51 escorts.
Well, we did in the latter part of my tour. Initially, we had no escort whatsoever. We were going out completely bare. But the theory of escorting a formation is fallacious to begin with. The fighters are twice as fast as the bombers. And so in order for them to stay with us, they have to orbit the formation. And they're burning up fuel. So they have to leave, and the Germans simply wait until that happens, and then they jump us. Theoretically, when the fighters came into the picture to escort us, they would try to relay us, and another group would come in at the point that the first group would have to leave, and the second group would take over. That's theoretical. practice, it didn't have the good fortune of happening very frequently. And so actually General Aker was insistent that the fighters do escort us. And when he was relieved at the end of 1943 and replaced by General Jimmy Doolittle, the first thing General Doolittle did was cut the fighters loose from escort. There used to be a sign in all of their ready rooms saying, your job is to escort the bombers. He said, take those signs down. You're free to attack the Germans on the ground before they ever take off. Don't even get into dogfights with them. Don't even compete with them. You shoot them up before they can get off the ground. And you know what? That worked. That changed the picture drastically.
And made D-Day possible, but at quite a cost. 18,400 American airmen were killed in 2 months, casualties in 2 months. And there's not a single monument to them on the beaches of Normandy. But it was a pilot-killing campaign that we were involved in. The Germans always produced enough planes, but they just didn't have enough fuel in the end. But right after D-Day, they didn't have enough pilots, enough trained pilots.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Lucky Luckadoo and Don Miller.
Thank you.
Good job, Lucky. Really good job.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Now, before everybody starts leaving, Steve Arnhem, I see you in the back sneaking out. Have some important housekeeping notes. Please take everything with you, as this is the last session in the Arcadia Ballroom. Tonight's event will be the General Raymond E. Mason Jr. Distinguished Lecture on World War II in the U.S. Freedom Pavilion. The doors for that will open at 6:30. Our American Sector Restaurant and Bar will be open until 6:30. So I think that's a great thing to do for the next 2.5 hours. Those of you that want to see a private screening of Beyond All Boundaries at 5 p.m., 5 p.m. private screening of Beyond All Boundaries. You can go there, wear your lanyard. It's only for the conference attendees. That will end at about 5:50, and you'll still have time to go to the bar. 6:30 is when we open the doors. This has been a great session, a great conclusion to our day. And if you've had fun, go check the registration desk so you can sign up for next year's conference. Lucky and Don will be outside in the book signing station. Thank you very much.